one can stop me now. No one can stop me now.
And welcome to another day of OWCS Japan. I'm Achilleos, back here once again alongside Wolf, ready to jump into another exciting day of matches.
Yeah, it should be a good day. However, like yesterday, on paper, could be very one-sided, but we have very good teams playing on the strong side. So I think we'll see some pretty good Overwatch from them. Might be domination. Yesterday, we saw a lot of King's Row, which was really cool. It was getting more popular in Japan, so I'm happy to see that. A lot of Dorado coming back, so does feel like we're going back into the past a little bit. Some old maps coming back into the foray. And if those maps become meta, I'm super here for it because I really enjoy them, and it's been a while.
Yeah, I mean, Dorado especially feels like not a lot of teams have been favoring that. So if that's going to crop up throughout the series here today, then I, for one, am going to be excited. Of course, so viewership incentives. You only got a couple days left, so you make sure you get on top of that. It's the 27th right now here in Korea. I assume that the 29th, that would be until American time.
Probably, so
Western
you might have a
time.
little bit of extra time.
So maybe like an extra half a day on top of that one, but otherwise you don't have much time left. So make sure you go ahead and get your goods while the getting is goodable.
Yeah,
goods are gettable. There we go. Anyway, it's been a long weekend, but I'm excited to jump back into the Overwatch sphere. It's been a bit of a week off for me, so yeah, I'm excited to see how everything's going to be shaking out. But as you mentioned, potential for some one-sided matchups. I mean, right off the top, you got VARREL going up against Telomere.
Yeah, VARREL looking like they're back in full form, and Telomere have improved, I think, massively since their opening match, and they have been able to take a few team fights, a few points, right? We're able to get some rounds of control, but ultimately, you know, I don't expect that they're going to put up a huge fight against VARREL. What's been interesting about Telomere games, though, is we have seen the stronger teams kind of experiment a little bit against them, and so sometimes that leads to some pretty wacky gameplay. We did also see that crazy weird Bastion game that happened. So, I mean, maybe it ends up being really fun. I feel bad for those guys because they're almost certainly going into the last chance qualifiers at this point, just given their score line at the moment. But a lot of improvement, probably a really good experience for them. And we say this every day when they play, but, you know, learning, improving, maybe they can take that to the next level.
Yeah, you're never going to make it into challengers, you know, for those of you watching at home at the moment. You're never going to make it into the challengers or masters, whatever rank you're really aiming for, unless you play against players of that caliber. So this is going to be overall still a good experience here for these guys, even if it is a little bit one-sided when they do take to the lobby. But we'll get into that one, and maybe they have some surprises for us. VARREL have been proven to be mortal so far here in Stage 2.
Yeah.
Have not been just the clear-cut favorites. So maybe some damage to be dealt, some points to be capped, some pushes to be had here from the side of Telomere and the young upstart squad. So we'll find out about that in just a little bit. But first, of course, we got to go through all the rigmarole. We're gonna put the season schedule up. We're gonna get the breakdown out there for you all. So just in case this is your first time tuning in which case, welcome. It's lovely to have you here. That way you can know exactly what is happening and what this whole season means. So yeah, we'll get that up on your screen here in a little bit.
Yeah. It is very interesting to see how the top dog this season has been Insomnia and not VARREL, especially considering Insomnia is kind of just running the same comp every time, and Aid is just like, I'm going to play Cassie. I'm like, well, that seems a little bit vulnerable here. They have long sight. They might kill. He's like, nah, I'm just going to roll forward and kill people. I'm like, you know, maybe like just, I don't know about this. And then he's like, Wolf, come on. And then he just kills 3 people. He pops a Deadeye. I'm like, oh, it's a little bit dangerous to pop. Yeah, it's just 3K. Yeah, okay. Okay, 8, all right.
Some players can just get away with that stuff. I mean, there's been those throughout the history that you send out, they send out an ultimate and you're like, I'm not sure if that one's going to find value. Okay, they just murdered everybody. Janu on Diva comes to mind. I mean, hell, let's go even further back. We say Mickey.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah, like I got to see him actually 2 days ago. That was nice. But yeah, there's players that sometimes just are reliable even in the worst circumstances.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes because it seems like a bad idea to ult or to Deadeye specifically, the enemy team is like, oh, they wouldn't actually do that there. And then it actually ends up being surprisingly high value. As you mentioned, we will eventually talk about this. We're going to talk about it very quickly. We have 3 regions within Asia, and it's Korea, Japan, Pacific. I always say this, but the second part, Overwatch Champions Series Japan, that's where you put the little red dot that says you are here. We will, of course, have the wild card tournament for all 3 of these regions to finalize who is going to go to Overwatch Champions Series Asia, which will be our big LAN for the second stage.
Of course, and then from there, that will feed into, DreamHack Stockholm at the end of it all to determine a world champion to round out the 2024 season. My money is on Crazy Raccoon. Call me crazy, but something tells me that they're going to be lifting another trophy.
I'd rather call you a raccoon, Achilles, but...
Hey, that's fine. They're cute. I'll take that. They're handy. They're just clever and smart.
They just are so good right now, and... we saw these teams here, some of them, of course, competing in the Stage 1 LAN, the Asia Finals there, and they got pretty crushed by the Korean squads, but maybe this season will be a little bit more competitive. Insomnia was able to make it last time. Right now, they're our top team, as our map pool hasn't changed this season, of course, and we do not have Juno enabled until next week. And it's tough to say if she'll be meta just yet, as there's still some tweaking with some of the numbers on her. And some people are saying she's really strong. I think most people are saying she's not strong enough. They don't like her kits. Just, very much an up and down discussion right now. But, in Japan, we've seen weird picks a lot. So maybe next week we'll see that one pulled out.
Yeah, I think somebody is bound to just bring Juno into the fold as soon as she is going to be available for play, and I'm excited to see it. Got to play a little bit myself, and I think overall it does seem like I'm kind of that one that treads the line. I think she's in a very good spot at the moment. Don't think she's underpowered, don't think she's overpowered.
Yeah.
I think that she's just pretty solid and has her applications. So.
Yeah, I think on that note, I feel like some people always think that a new hero has to come out and be instantly pro viable, otherwise they're bad. And that doesn't necessarily end up being the case, right? Lifeweaver,
sure.
One of the great examples of this. And yeah, it's fun to see a new hero in pro play, but just because they're new doesn't mean they have to be forced into the meta. As you can see, our bottom 4 teams will be going to that last chance qualifier. Our top 4 teams will be going to the seeding decider. Already yesterday with VARREL and LAZULI picking up their 4th wins because Ravati ended up losing. They both locked in going to seeding decider, so they will be going to the playoffs no matter what. We just don't know in which order,
sure,
because that's what the seeding tournament is for.
Exactly. But as mentioned, VARREL's going to be here in our first series. That right now find themselves in that second place position. The one series loss that they have suffered. But Insomnia out in front looking damn strong. VARREL has an opportunity to catch up to them as far as that map score, as well as just match win score is concerned, but do have still that one loss, being a bit of a blemish here on their record. So for Telomere, this is going to be kind of the ultimate test. Them, Insomnia, those are going to be your 2 toughest opponents, and they have them here to kick off the day. Then we'll see Insomnia versus Namekuji brothers. This is why we're talking about it maybe being a bit of a one-sided affair today. But then a bit of a closer bout with NyamGaming going up against LAZULI.
Yeah, I think LAZULI looking really good right now as long as they're playing their main roster. So I'm going to give them a pretty big edge. But Telomere on the other side of things here. Same roster, obviously no changes. It is a 5-man squad, a high school qualified team from N-High. That's what we like to call it, with their little N logo there on their team logo. They have the little high school logo there. But this team is looking better and better, and we'll see what they bring to the table today because they've been playing meta comps. They've really worked on their initial parts of the team fighting. It's what happens after that that gets a little bit murky. For VARREL, I will say we saw it yesterday, Mihawk starting over Mint, and that's kind of become a mainstay. We had Mihawk playing
good.
Ana and Cloud playing Illari, and playing only Illari, and actually never swapping off of Illari, which was a bit of a concern for me and G-Clef, but he looks really good on the pick, and I just don't know if against Telomere, he'll be punished for playing it nonstop, even on attack, even on wide open maps where he's not getting much value out of his pylons.
Sure. We mentioned it before, that Telomere series on Circuit Royale, having things get a little bit crazy, the Bastion coming out. Something tells me that Nico is praying that they can go back into some scrappy territory and maybe bring out that Bastion. But for now, we'll have to wait, as it's going to be Nepal to start things off in the series.
I think Nepal, weirdly enough, I feel like is one of the more viable maps to play the Illari on throughout the entirety of it, especially on Sanctum and Village. If you end up getting point control, you can set those pylons up and then just get massive heals. Plus the narrow space in which you have to team fight just allows Captive Sum to be massive. So if yesterday is any indication, I think we'll probably see him continue to play it. He's actually changed his favorite hero on the roster card to actually be the Illari as well. So he's telling us something, Achilles.
And perhaps are, but Nepal locked and loaded, ready to go. It's going to be Telomere versus Verel to go ahead and kick off the day. Here in match number 1. Let's see what this high school squad can do against one of the mainstays, one of the best teams here in Japan.
I'm scared.
Yeah, a little bit. Oh.
I mean, I feel like the camera, like, that does add 20 pounds, but it does add, like, it removes some pixels and textures in this game.
Yeah, I'm kind of realizing that I've just never closely looked at any of these statues, as now we're just going to be zooming into the rear of this elephant. Anyway, let's cut away before we get too
Posterior
close.
shot.
Yeah. Let's go ahead and open up the gates. DP forward.
Okay,
So
Nico.
we're going to be swapping back over onto the Venture.
Yeah, Nico on the Sojourn, which has really gained a lot of popularity recently, both in Korea and in Japan. So happy to see that, as they will be otherwise running a dive pump where Nico can sit on the cross and offer a lot of poke, and QK can come in for the assassination. The Sora is running. Ooh.
Okay. Amaterasu is going to be taken out. You can see where exactly QK was at to be able to find the elimination, but now up over the top, Nico's just got clear line of sight. Not being hindered whatsoever. We'll just go ahead and assist in the cleanup here. Final rail shot to take down Sora, and that's going to be the first cap going the way of Verel.
Look at how much overclock charge Nico built on that fight as well. Just did an insane amount of damage. And that's with ultra charged nerfs. So it was a few patches ago. He might be sitting at like 70. Yeah, that's not ideal. But Telomere are going to continue to try to run this dive. They can set up here. Definitely a nice angle. Whoever Amaterasu pokes through, they might be able to turn it into a dive target for Sora, but not able to offer too much damage with that tri-shot right now. They're grouped up and ready.
Shot sent. Amaterasu going to be noted. Unaware of that Genji there on his flank. He's down to a sliver of HP. They will be able to stream some heals through to keep him alive. Rail shot going to be built up, goes right at their feet. Cannot find any damage there, but Amaterasu being out. As mentioned, line 1. He's going to be taking down Mihawk. Low on health, but Pete the first to fall on the side of Telomere. There's a Cloud will be able to clean up the enemy Echo as well. Suzuki dead. State power here. It's being very limited on the side of Telomere, and that's just the cleanup coming through. The Unfurl out from Sora into his death. And 50% will be crested here from Verel.
Unfortunately, Telomere weren't able to build the sound barrier on that fight either. They should be able to get it, but this fight looks like it's going to be a loss almost from the outset, unfortunately, because Overclock's going to be ready. They have the Kitsune Rush, so they can just dive first. Telomere weren't really willing to pull the trigger and find their way out of that choke point, so just really were fishing a barrel. And their comp is also a dive comp, so they need to be more aggressive, as they're just once again going to sit in this spot.
They rush now, going to be sent here. Just doesn't have his up in time, and now Runasapi going to be taken down for Rail. Comes in, Nico still holding onto that overclock, just not even feeling the need to use it here. And he will be widely correct. Cloud will fall. There's a drill dash, cleans up one, but Sora Suzuki dead on the back end. Looking for the pick here on Amaterasu, and they will find it. That might just be full complete coming through here. 100-0, sought after. And Sinasaku going low, trying to stay alive, cannot do so. QE able to hound him down. They're all widely contained now within the dropship. Duke going to be used just to try to get themselves back over towards the point, but still a world away. Can anybody get the touch? The answer is going to be yes, as QE swaps over onto Doomfist. Assisted by that Kitsune Rush, but Suzuki will fall. The Duke will be broken. Over onto the point. KSG seeking target, but they're already all dead. Solo feet here for Hirasaku, desperately trying to buy some time, but he's met with a cage fight, and that will be 100-0 to start things off on Shrine.
And going back to that last fight, I mentioned that they were kind of just sitting in that room there, hoping for a speed up coming through from Hinasaku, and then they're going to look for that engage with their own Mauga. Verel just pulled the trigger first every time, and they know they can get massive value out of all of their AoE abilities because they're all sitting in that room. I think they should have been more willing to go out. The second time, at least, you could argue that Shizuku, because he was sitting at like 98% of its Kitsune Rush, maybe you should wait for that one because that's going to be your big tool to rush on top of Verel. But Mihawk was way ahead, and obviously was able to use his ult first, and then as a result ended up with a massive advantage. As 1% of fan predictors have faith. Just 1%. You know what? Telomere are the 1%.
Yeah. Very well, maybe. As looks like this time having a bit of a read. We saw the start on the Ramatra last time out, but they're suspecting KSG is just going to be sticking with this Malga. They would be correct, but we do have swaps. Otherwise, it's Yuki's over onto the Tracer. Nico now here onto that Venture, and PP is immediately destroyed.
Massive value from Nico. He just crushes them in this choke point. And once again, they're just faster than Telomere. They're more coordinated. and they just pull the trigger first. And VARREL, you know, they didn't know what the enemy comp was going to be, but they don't care that it's a Pharah if they just crush the fight before the Pharah gets any sort of outrange, any sort of extra poke. Amatero on this Cassidy as well, if given some space, definitely can deal with this comp quite well. But VARREL just really rushing in there and getting it done faster is now finally, because they had to get onto the point, Sora might have some space to work with here. Maybe.
Nico nearly taken down, but still plus forwarding into the back line, looking for that unburrow. Hinder doesn't come across. Amatero able to get that flashbang there. Now Mihawk eliminated as well, so maybe a big overstep from the side of VARREL. An opening for Telomere to go ahead and get themselves over onto the point. Still a couple players that perhaps have to clean up as KSG still alive and well. Nico's going to be coming back into the fray. They're looking to hound him down. The chase coming through, getting in on top of this Malga, forcing him back. Damage now being pushed forward. Should be able to confirm this elimination, but he'll start coming back through as Mihawk is able to rejoin. Has that swift step, but the flip is still there. Telomere now getting the first taste of percentage.
Teru gonna get that sound barrier. High value.
He comes in from Minasaku as Nico. Bolt now going to be expiring. KSG still not being taken down. If the beat will be dropped from Cloud. Pulse Bomb out. Minasaku going to be eliminated as Suzuki pulls the trigger here on his own. Tsune rush, but Mihawk is one on the opposite side. And now the three members down. The flip will come back in. VARREL will maintain their lead and continue trending upward.
Yeah.
Team kill.
Team kill. I really felt like VARREL didn't have to force their way into that choke, but maybe they were worried that this Pharah was going to start to get a lot of value if they got out of there, and Sora had the ability to kind of chip away. So we're a little bit overzealous on the initial fight, but we're able to weather the storm as Telomere wins the early parts of fights a lot of the time, but can't actually close the gap and actually finish with their advantage. And this is another example of that as VARREL just outlasts them with that second sound barrier. Deadeye.
Forward has Lucio stuck here into the corner, but it's actually going to be Kyuki who ends up getting taken down, but Cloud dead on that back end. But look at this, the cage fight through. Three members torn asunder here on the side of Telomere. Was looking like a solid start, being able to find those opening picks, but in the end, KSG turns the tide of the fight.
Yeah, another
team kill.
And now Pete has his own cage fight at the ready for this next one, but if he uses it off the point, it's not going to be valuable. They need to get him onto the point somehow. They don't have a Kitsune rush. Sora going to try to take this other angle. They're just going through the front.
Through the front, Amatero already taken down. Cage fight comes in. Nico trapped in alongside KSG as they try to keep him alive. Mihawk sending out that cleanse to try to bail him out, but they will fall. Clean up looking solid here. As we hit 99%. He's still alive. Another pulse bomb nearly online. Has a juicy target there on the side of Pete, but will eventually be hounded down, so the flip can come through. It's going to be yet another team kill, as VARREL now will have to look for the counter flip to close out the map.
There was a moment there for Kyuki. He tried to go for the blink melee at one clip and then recall, but he recalled just a second too early, didn't get the kill, so no trade kills either. So Telomere actually get the full squad now grouped. They have the barrage, they have Kitsune Rush, and they're going to have a barrier soon too. This Reaper actually works extremely well on the point. Here comes Mihawk's ult first.
Shot across, Suzuki nearly taking down the barrage, trying to hold him at bay, but now Nico ult pop, swinging around the back, seeking a target, puts quite a bit of damage down, but immediately has to go into the burrow to keep himself alive. Counter flip back into their favor. Telomere quickly regain control, not allowing for that overtime to bleed down as the beat now comes through. Push forward, pulse bomb stick coming across, but there's Suzu out to go ahead and try to keep them protected. Are still going to end up getting picked off. Cloud will find that kill. Cage fight once again going to be built up, invested, and the cleanup is going to be swift. There it is on the back of this last one on Nepal. Do we? We're gonna fly it. We're not going to fly the graphic.
Well, it's ending, so
okay. Well, they're not going to do it, but I'll just go ahead and say it anyway. That last team kill, and that is going to be VARREL picking up a 2-0 victory on Nepal.
Yeah, very one-sided, but there were some good moments there for Telomere for sure. I think they used their ults well. They were a lot more. They got a lot more value out of being patient and kind of hiding and waiting for those engages to come through. I don't think VARREL needed to necessarily force like that, so they were able to get that team fight win. PP got a lot of value out of his ultimate after they lost control the second time. But ultimately still down on ultimates, and no pun intended. And again, I keep noticing this trend with Telomere where they open a fight with 2 picks, use everything to get those 2 picks, but don't know how to then retreat, get your cooldowns back, and then win the next fight. So oftentimes it looks like, oh man, Telomere got the opening 2 picks. And in Overwatch, if you get the first elim or 2 elims, it's usually like, that's it, it's done, the fight is over. but they keep losing those fights because the DPS lineup of the enemy team just kind of still gets in their back line. They used all their cooldowns, including their defensive ones, just to rush in and get those initial picks, but then they lose the extended fight. So still some learning, I think, here that needs to come through, and some figuring out how to win the longer fight, because getting picks, they're definitely doing that. They're doing it really well, but it's what happens next that becomes a bit of a problem.
Sure, but I mean, a couple of weeks ago when Stage 2 had started, we would have looked at this and been like, oh, they don't get a percentage. You know, it's just going to be 100-0, 100-0 closeouts. But Verel do get pushed into some precarious positions, you know, losing control of the point and whatnot, overcommitting for some fights. So I think it's a mix of Telomere both, you know, getting better and better as the weeks have gone on, but also Verel still having a little bit of instability when it comes down to the decision-making across the board.
Yeah, definitely some, you know, fun times on the Verel side there, and some of the ways they were playing out the dive, but Nico looked really good on the venture, was able to have a lot of impact with his dives, and they just rushed in, blew people up straight away several times. We were just going straight into those choke points and be like, all right, cool. I ended up getting 2-3 limbs. And that's the fight. And obviously that one time backfired, but for the most part, the dives were really clean from Verel. And they weren't really showing us the venture at all yesterday. So maybe it's just because it's Telomere, maybe it's just because it's Nepal, but looking solid. And you know, having that in your repertoire is going to be really important when you face off against Aid, because he's going to use it. You need to know how to play against it. So that's their last matchup, if I'm not mistaken, of the season, is facing off against Insomnia. Yeah. Telomere today and Insomnia tomorrow, I believe.
And that is going to be, I mean, similar to Stage 1, kind of like the banger, and potentially just another preview of a grand final, perhaps, unless somebody else is going to be able to go on a run. So I'm excited to see how that one's all going to shake out. But for now, we're just waiting to see what the map pick is going to look like here from the side of Telomere, where they want to take us, what game mode, etc.
They like to go to Circuit Royale a lot, so I feel like it could be that.
Sure. Wouldn't mind it.
They did not take us there yesterday. I feel like they took us, it might have been Kings Row they picked yesterday. I can't remember. So many games every week to remember every single one, but and I don't have a record of it in front of me right now, but Circuit Royale has historically been the one they've picked the most. I think there was a Runasapi pick they had as well. So sometimes they like to do a little bit of unusual stuff. I think if you're going to play like they did on this map, if you want to keep running the Malga, then maybe, you know, running it on a map that suits it, like Flashpoint, could definitely be quite strong. It can be strong on a map like Shambali as well, if you want to rush through the gates, you know, build that momentum up early on attack. So that seems to be the game plan for them so far today, but normally when you look at like the Korean region or Europe or North America, you're like, okay, well, Wolf, what are you talking about? Because they're just going to pick a comp based on the map. But sometimes in Japan, you just run the same comp every map no matter what. So I'm like, what are they running today? They're running this today. So I think they want to pick a map where they can run this.
Yeah, I mean, mix of comfort and whatnot, I suppose.
What they're prepping, what they're scrimming, you know, they're like really vibing with this strategy, so they want to keep using it. We'll see what it's going to be. Suravasa, so Flashpoint it is.
Heading over to Flashpoint, so I mean, I think for the side of KSG, you might just be able to stick with running that Malga the whole way throughout here. Let's see if he decides to change anything up, go for a different pick, or if it will in fact just be that in the front line.
It definitely could be. We've seen a little bit of Orisa come back, like every now and then. I'd love to see him mess around with that, but I don't think he will. Maybe also just running Winston here could be the play. Winston Tracer and Ashe has been extremely common, and Ashe and Sojourn both are so powerful on the first Flashpoint of Suravasa, so I imagine that we'll see at least one of these teams running one of those long-range hit scans. Maybe it's going to be more Cassidy, though, for Telomere. We'll find out.
That we will. Game's ready to go, so let's go ahead and hop into Suravasa and see what these teams do have prepped.
We always got to find that Croc.
ASG ball.
Could be. Could also just be a tease. Sad times. Pete Doomfist would also be a bit of a throwback. I actually really enjoyed the Doomfist meta in Stage 1 for like week 1, and that was the real strong tank pick.
Sure.
It was
I
very
mean, I felt
fun.
similarly about, you know, the Malga meta. And then obviously, then it became a bit repetitive.
It's going to be Malga with the Cassidy I was mentioning for Amateru. And Verel just going to be running that dive comp with the ball that you mentioned.
I've never seen this skin before, I don't think. Porcelain ball.
Yeah, it's very cool.
Quite a bit. Well, either way, he's into the back line, and Sora's going to be taken down. Pile driver, big value, knock it up here. The supports, setting up the kills. QQ just swoops through to find Hitasaku. Suzuku will fall, and now Pete just for the cleanup, being a little minor alt battery on the back end of the fight. So first cap goes the way of Verel.
A little bit timid on
kill.
a little bit timid on the start for Telomere, because had they just pushed onto the point, gotten point control, the ball value wouldn't have been as high, but they wanted to fight when it unlocked, and the Verel just get this perfectly timed wipe. As KSG once again putting on the pressure, will be burst down. I'll have to get that mega, but waiting for another pile driver opportunity. They just don't see him.
Yeah, hasn't really been scouted. Doesn't really get a huge value on the pile driver. Knocks up one. In the meantime, they managed to get on top of Cloud, so that elimination is going to be found. But now Amatero will be traded out on the opposite side. The DPS more support. Yuki, Nico, both going to be taking low. Mihawk has his work cut out for them to try keep these players alive, and so far it seems like it has worked alongside grabbing up some mega packs. Now Sora going to be taken down as well, so just consistently cycling out these DPS players here on the side of Telomere. PTP tries to go aggressive, ends up falling. Nico similarly just drill dashing forward, cleans up Hitasaku, and that should just about be the first cap going the way of Verel.
Yep. Looking likely, especially with that stagger coming through. And with said stagger, they may actually be able to, if they can gamble their cards, or even KSG is really fast, guarantee point prio for the next flashpoint. It looks like Telomere want to contest. If they get this sound barrier in the longer fight, there's a chance. Sora's on this Sombra as well. They're not going to contest. Sombra can be quite strong into the Wrecking Ball, but it relies upon getting hacks off onto the Wrecking Ball, which is sounds like something you can do. It's like, oh yeah, now he can't run away. Now he's a lot less mobile, but he will just deny your hack. So, okay, going to get the big pile driver.
Sora immediately going to be taken down. Hitasaku does have a beat available with a point unlocked. Now he's actually going to go ahead and send this one out. I think maybe should have waited a bit longer here. Either way, shielding now going to be expiring. HP bars hovering lower and lower. Cloud nearly taken down, but Stint will be found as the cleanup will continue. Saku now just trying to evacuate as quickly as he possibly can, but eventually will be hounded down to the point and can now be capped.
Hey,
Team kill.
Thank you. KSG has Minefield too. I don't know where he's going to choose to utilize it, because there's several different openings.
Probably
to
right
this.
here.
Yeah, there's several openings of flashpoints. You just need to find the one they're using, and he does instantly.
Oh, Nico taken out. Alright, able to find that kill.
Now you can use it defensively for this point.
Yeah, we'll have to backpedal.
We're going to
play
swap.
as aggressively, and Nico does swap, goes for the Sojourn.
Then
Now
Echo.
he's going to try to take some space, knock up there on the Amatero. Cage fight comes through, KSG gets locked in. Sets up for an easy kill to Deadeye. Flipping out there for Telomere.
Pretty greedy from KSG just to go for a minefield there. Maybe he's just going to swap, play something a little bit more meta with this Echo, but he decides not to. And this is a good angle here for Telomere. They have a pretty nice set of ultimates coming online. The EMP and this Kitsune Rush can be used aggressively. They need to use it before Verel gets to the point, though. They've been so timid with these. Here we go.
The long hallway. He's going to send it out, but immediately gets taken down. Sound barriers there from Cloud as well, just to ensure everybody's survival. She hacked out, taken down to about half HP, but ultimately will not be killed. Sora, last one standing, somewhere off screen as the flip comes back through. A lead for a brief little moment, but now Verel going to be back in control.
I often have multiple, caster personalities, but Telomere brings out the disappointed dad personality me sometimes, man. That was so close, such a good setup there, but waiting a little bit too long, and Suzuki getting picked is so huge for Verel. Hack onto KSG. Looks like he's still going to get away.
Mihawk sends out his own Kitsune Rush here, using that aggressively to keep them shoved back. Not going to be grabbed up as they try to work their way over onto the point, but I mean now Verel is just backfilling, chasing him down here. Picking him off one by one. Pete accepting his fate. Stays still, knows that this flashpoint's going to be done and dusted. Now it's going to have to be a reverse sweep for Telomere if they want victory here on Suravasa.
And the only way to make that happen is extreme ult efficiency, which we are looking for here with this EMP. Can be one of the greatest ults, especially with no sound barrier on the other side. At achieving that, it's not the old EMP. It's not 2019 EMP. It's not necessarily the same game-breaking ultimate as they deny the minefield.
Okay. Hack in, then get the CC across. KSG does get taken down. Revenge kill found there for Sora. Still does have this EMP in his back pocket.
Yeah,
that's here onto the mini pack. This should be the first grab going the way of Telomere, but Amatero now going to be taken down. And right as I say it, it might be a curse.
EMP out.
He does go through. Cloud taking Looking low, tagged up, steadily streaming his way back up, and he's just dived right in front of Nico's fist. He finds that kill, Beam comes across, cleans up another, looks for Pete now, has no other choice but to hold on to the ultimate. Fight is over. Amatero swapping over onto the Hanzo.
Yeah, Hanzo has been rising in popularity among some of our weaker teams here in Japan, and I'm not sure if I'm on board with it. It's very strong with some of the health nerfs that we had across the board because you can just one-shot people, but requires you to be able to one-shot people because usually those heroes like Tracer are hard to hit.
Okay, try dropped in. Nico not wanting to push up into that one, and Mihawk does get taken down. Solid opportunity perhaps here for the side of Telomere, but Nico now able to get involved. Beat going to be dropped. Cloud able to shield up the remaining players, and Nico again comes up with a double, looking for a little bit more. Saku trying to fight back. Suzuku trying to stay alive. Down to a sliver, finished off. Yuki eventually finds that kill, so Sine Rush cannot be used here for the remaining players on the point. Looking for the overrun, looking for the stun here on a KSG. That will go wide. Pete will be taken down. It's going to be Verel very much running away with this map.
Yeah, just ult economy in shambles here for Telomere as well, as they traded the Sound Bearer in that last fight as well, so KSG just going to get some stagger kills here. That might just be the map in the series.
I think it is. Look how much distraction he's causing right now. I mean, you do have Sora nearby. Looking to go ahead and try to extend this. I mean, just have to give his life for it. I mean, that's his translocator used just to go ahead and get over onto the point. Minefield now going to be deployed. Kinsaku diving forward, but being hounded down. Forces Kyuki back into the corner, but KSG comes to the rescue. Boops across, finds the elimination, and that is going to be Verel taking a 3-0 sweep on Suravasa to move up 2-0 in this set.
Yeah, I said the series, but I meant like the Flashpoint series.
Sure.
Like 3-0 on the Flashpoint. And, yeah, I mean, they just are doing what they want to do, man. They're going to play Wrecking Ball. They know that Telomere's coordination is not as good as most of our other teams, right? Or all of our other teams, unfortunately. So as a result, you know, Wrecking Ball can be one of the most disruptive and frustrating heroes to deal with. But what I do think is good about what Telomere showed us was that they knew how to use their ults efficiently. They knew how to swap to a Sombra comp. Risky, but might be enough to punish some of the aggressive tendencies from KSG there. Had some really good ideas. So even though, yes, they did get crushed 3-0 on this Flashpoint map, I feel like they made the right adjustments. They're thinking, you know, they've got the ideas in their heads. They can work on the execution. Maybe this team could do better things.
Maybe they can, but we get a little bit of a respite here. We're going to go do a quick little break. When we come back, we'll get into what could very well be the third and final map of this series and see what Telomere wants to do, whether or not they can get it done. So don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are back, and it's now time to go into map 3. It's been a one-sided affair. This is what we kind of anticipated. Telomere still, growing, still developing, still getting better, but Verel just maybe a bridge too far.
Yeah, it might be. I don't know where they're going to take us for this third map, but I don't know if it necessarily matters. But, I mean, again, they've made some intelligent decisions, so I'm happy to see that. This team obviously is working on its flexibility, and is Sombra really meta right now? No. Has she been a counter to Wrecking Ball in the past? Yes. Is she a good counter now? Like, maybe, in the right scenarios, but we're able to punish, because is she a good counter if KSG is literally just going to chandelier and go into every single fight extremely greedy? Yeah, and they punished him. So, I mean, that's the kind of play you want to see. Like, okay, he keeps doing this. I think I can hack him. We can get this pick. Maybe we can win this fight. Like, that kind of decision-making, that kind of thinking. Now you're getting into the pro mindset. Now you're working as a team. That's the kind of stuff I want to see. Instead of what we kind of saw from the early on in the season was we practiced this comp. We're just going to try our best. And, oh, no, we lost. Like, now they're actually making really good decisions, like, on the fly, a lot faster.
Sure.
Shambali, so kind of both things I was expecting, like Suravasa, Shambali. Very smart decision making again, because it agrees with me, so I'm going to say it's smart,
But we'll see how it plays out here for them. I mean, they have, I think, pretty clearly wanted to lean into like a more brawl style. We saw that from the outset with the Ramatra on Nepal, and I think that Shambali does empower that for themselves a little bit more, as well as potentially moving KSG off this ball that he seems very happy to play. But it could just be back to the Malga for him, and of course, I mean, the hero pool it's pretty infinite for him. So let's go ahead and jump into this one, see how far Telomere can make it. Can they get past that first checkpoint like we saw them do previously on Circuit Royale? That's going to be the ultimate goal for them. And yes, you are all now freed from your emote-only shackles on the Twitch stream.
Thanks to Achilles.
Luckily, I do have moderator privileges, but do not make me regret this. I will toggle it back on.
It's usually toggled on during the breaks, but that might not be the case today, so you guys might be a little bit free to talk. Talk correctly, please. That sounds weird. I'm not going to say talk correctly, but, use your voices for good. That's what I mean. VARREL are going to run Ramatra here out the gates, which is quite common on this map. Nico might even stick with this Symmetra. He doesn't necessarily need to swap, and looks like he actually will be doing so, as I was oh, never mind. Oh, I wanted to see a real Symmetra comp.
Just a little poke prod, but ultimately will be the change-up. As VARREL, actually the ones who are leading into the brawl here, as Pete's going to be over on the Sigma.
Yeah, going to be looking to try to just hold this high ground with the Sigma, and then offer a lot of poke with the Vara, a lot of sustain with this Ana. Really like this comp from Telomere.
Oh, the wall coming through, the slow field. Shield coming up as well, trying to block out some of those heals, and it works a treat. PP going to be taken down. Yuki able to collect that elimination. Sora throwing, comes out, slow field catches, and that's going to be Cloud now able to pursue forward to find the elimination.
Yeah, I mean, you feel really safe as Sigma on that high ground, but you're not.
Yeah, just juggling them back. Very nicely done here from Cloud, getting in behind, moving them forward, making sure that they cannot escape. Once again, the far forward push here as Pete's going to be forced off that Sig immediately and now over onto the Orisa.
Yeah, chase down was pretty unreal, and Kyuki's just riding, he's rolling. And now the Orisa is going to offer a lot of damage in this comp from this distance, but a decent distance, but see if he can actually jump down here.
Trying to isolate KSG, but he is able to drop down. Meanwhile, Nico on a flank angle, putting some damage across there on a Suzuku. Trying to find that elimination. 2.88 meters left to go here before we get this cart pushed forward into A. Field's going to be coming up. Pete taken down. KSG at risk will fall as Amatari is able to collect that elimination. For now, cart will still be held, but as Amatari hits the floor, his body will rest there. As there's the cleanup. And there's the push. So 4:40 in the time bank now as Nico nearly gets punished for that peek out.
Wonder if Sora just doesn't really have Genji in his hero pool, because I feel like with how Telomere play, I would love to just see a straight up like Tracer Genji dive from them. Sure. Because they're so good at setting up picks and they're so close to winning these fights, Maybe with some dash resets, like they could absolutely run away with some of these team fights, but instead in this scenario, still behind in ults, Cloud 30% ahead. He is thinking about it.
He sees Amatera's going to be holding that window, knows that if he pushes up there, he could just be greeted with that instant barrage to take it down. Dynamite instead will go ahead and take Amaterasu low. Damage across here onto the support line of Telomere. The Dynamite does claim its target. Just get a heal across onto this far up. And that's the floodgates now open. PP will be able to find one as Mihawk also falls. Decent replies. PP comes in with Kyuki. That will be this cart halted here for the moment.
Nothing really gained from that sound barrier from Cloud. They're still kind of winning this longer fight, though. And this is what I'm talking about. Telomere, they have such a great start. They get a few picks, but it can't actually figure out how to clean up and see what happens next. As Hinasaku going down doesn't have the sound barrier to actually give them that extra longevity. As Amaterasu is looking for maybe a flank barrage angle here as they come out of this choke.
Risky, jumps across the side, up into the skies, and he's just going to be taken down. I mean, this is the problem. You know, we saw it in that last fight. They cleaned up so many players, but they didn't get Nico.
Yeah, exactly. And now
back, Sora up into the air, isolated, picked off. PP trying to play forward, but the Fortify is going to be expiring here soon. It's just not enough heals in the world to try to keep that Orisa alive.
The Orisa is really good into May, you know, because of the Fortify, but ultimately, you know, if you're going in alone to try to contest the point while your team has already fallen apart, you're eventually just going to get killed by damage, not by being frozen. And VARREL in full control now of this cart. And I think Telomere really need to be bold with this sound barrier. Maybe take a fight off the point with a speed boost. Set something up here. The Blizzard can buy so much time, though, so they have to be cautious. But if you're too cautious, this cart just keeps rolling. It's got 3 on it right now, and it's already halfway to finishing the map.
Spear out onto Nico, and Amaterasu is able to collect. So solid little alley-oop setup. Ash gone down. You can see Verel. They know that that's kind of the win condition here for him. They will try to turn the tides of the fight, though, it would seem. The Mortality Field going to be going out, but KSG cannot survive. Blizzard coming in. Try to slow him up, get these freezes across the right clicks, however, just not quite connecting. And Hinasaku's in on top of May. Kill is found. Cloud now overextended a bit. He's trying to escape. Will be able to do so. This is another stun, and Nico nearly gets death cycled.
Yeah, really clean fight here from Telomere, utilizing the sound barrier quite well. Now they have that Terra Surge. They can try to hold this this corner here. Not going to force the fight on the archway. And Cloud's about to have his own sound barrier. If they can survive that, they're in a good spot.
Okay,
so
here comes the ultimate. PP he's going to be able to find the Immortality Field in the back end of that one. Still does keep himself alive for the moment, but there's the wraparound. Bob is out. PP dead. Nico able to go ahead and clean up too. Looks for a little bit more. Burrow does come through. Sora desperately trying to backpedal, but Coach going to even to go ahead and catch up. That's going to be a cleanup.
You know, you mentioned earlier, you got to kill Nico. Otherwise, if you put everything else into KSG in the front line, it's a team kill. And he just has line of sight. He takes that flank out. He's like, you didn't catch me. And now it's just fish in a barrel.
It's basically going to be an all-in bid here on Sora's ult. Just 3% away from having it online. Been dynamited here for the moment. Just tucked to the corner, waiting for some heals to stream through. Goes in for the Burrow. Spots out the Ramatra in around the back. Slowfield coming out to slow him up, to keep him taking lower and lower. And PP now has been eliminated. Ult's going to be popped. Starts sending out the shockwaves, trying to find any kind of kill that he can possibly get. Still somehow staying alive down low. Nico will get cleaned up. An opportunity here perhaps to the side of Telomere, but right as I say it, no, Hinasaku will fall. The cart will be cleared. And it's going to be 2:06, the time to beat here, as VARREL make it to the end of Shambali.
Now I'm really curious what VARREL are going to run on their defense, because they can just run the same comp, honestly, and it works pretty well, especially because Nico's going to have sightline advantage as the defender. And Telomere will really need something creative here. They picked this map, and if they just want to run the same thing and mirror, that's okay, but I feel like you're never going to win against VARREL if you just try to run the same thing as them. So maybe some harder dive. They're running the Venture right now, but they just don't have the coordination to punish a team like VARREL with that pick. And again, I'm kind of hung up on this possibility of something like a Genji dive out of them, just because of how great the beginning of their team fights look. Junkrat would be fun, but it's probably just a tease.
I mean,
it's great. Obviously, the burst damage in this comp that they've put together right now is pretty insane. Maybe with a Reinhardt. Yeah?
Oh my
Yeah?
goodness.
Okay.
You could take
Phalanx time,
You
baby?
could take the Circuit Royale out of the map rotation, but you can't take the comp out of the thing. I don't know. Anyway, we'll see what they end up landing on here.
Zarya?
As for now, VARREL on the defense. It's going to be QQ on the Tracer, KSG shifting over onto the Winston, which means that Mihawk and Cloud both have to swap.
Yeah,
So a big pivot from them.
Yeah, big pivot, and I feel like they have a huge range advantage here into what Telomere are running, but damage output-wise, they're really just not going to commit.
Okay, just some peeks.
Oh, cowards!
Well, it will be Amatera taking to the skies here.
This is risky. This comp is neither dive, nor is it really a strong Ramatra comp. It's a little bit disjointed, very wacky. Maybe just playing a little bit of comfort here.
Up and over, they're trying to get in on top of Nico. Identifying that he's going to be the key pain point, and this is the reason why. You try to hound him down, and he's just going to come up with 2 kills for himself. Whip shot from Cloud does take one away. I'm not sure how Nico didn't get an assist on that, but it's right off the rip going to be a team kill as 40 seconds get burned off the clock.
I mean, it's crazy how good Nico is at just fighting back and doing insane amounts of damage. Like, imagine, I mean, he has the coach gun with this pick, so that's some added safety. Imagine the damage output he would have had with a Casty in that situation, though, would have probably crushed them even harder. And he's just free to do it. And now he's got half a bob off the first fight. Pretty insane stuff here as Telomere once again going to try to rush in.
Decent damage here onto the Ana. Mihawk down to about 10% HP here, but Hinasaku taken out. KSG is able to find one. Mihawk eventually will fall, but Sora keeps his life for that pick, and Amatero similarly cannot survive on the opposite side. As for now, I mean, it's an aggressive push forward. It's an attempt to try to really break down these back lines, find these kills, and disrupt this hold, but ultimately the cart is not moving forward.
Yeah.
Telomere not winning the fight.
Not, unfortunately, really sold on this composition. I don't know how Hinasaku keeps getting cut off.
He's just kneecapping him.
Yeah. Ouch. And Hinasaku just keeps getting isolated from the squad. He's at 40%. Like, he's built no ult charge. He keeps getting picked early, not offering a lot of heals. And hasn't been inspiring as KSG now has the primal. I mean, they're sitting on 5 ults, basically. Mihawk is a few left clicks away from hitting that.
I mean, Bob down the alley could be huge, but it seems like that could be saved for a future endeavor. As for now, the cleanup will continue. Hinasaku, last one alive. Back into the spawn room doors, but half the time bank now drained away. Crucially, ultimates getting ready to come online here for the side of Telomere, but they're going to be matched on the opposite side as only the rally's been used so far from Cloud.
Only rally, saving the Bob, like you said, for an emergency, or potentially just a better angle. Hinasaku just desperately needs that sound barrier. Like, that's the big ultimate they really need to crush this fight. That's the one advantage they have because VARREL don't have a Lucio, but he's just so far behind on the ult charge build.
Okay, jump back. Bob's been invested. Not quite sure where it ended up, but Cloud's going to be taken down. Amatera, however, traded out. Now Suzuku going to be gone as well. Hinasaku needing to try to stay alive, but he cannot. Kyuki just seemingly one-clipping him as he receives the nano. Saw that HP bar just absolutely vanish. Pete now is trying to stay alive. Annihilation rolling, pushed into the corner though. Just getting shuttled around by this primal from KSG. He's got nowhere else to go. Pete eventually will be crushed, will be taken down. Support the relief here is going to be attempted. Looks like he will actually be able to escape. So he does manage to slide out to safety.
Yeah, Primal doing like no damage to him with that armor that he has. Base armor, but eventually, once he loses it, he is going to be pushed back. Survives, though, and now they have the sound barrier. If there was ever going to be a last stand, it's going to be right here. As Sora super low.
He comes through, Sora not receiving that one, but now the dupe as well going to be in play as Amatera goes leaping forward, puts up that bubble, blocks out the sleep dart. Damage across on the Nico, but they cannot confirm the kill. Continuing to just try to poke and prod. Now looks for the juggle, and has a great corner here onto Cloud, but can they try to peel him out? So far, they're working a treat here as the dupe will eventually be broken, will expire. Amatera is at risk of falling, but at the same time, Kyuki gets cleaned up. The cart now moving forward. Less than 10 seconds remaining here for the side of Telomere. We need to start stringing together a couple additional picks because Kyuki's going to be back into the fray here rather quickly. Rally now rolling. Cloud looking to lead the charge. Massive shield bash connecting onto 4. As Suzuku pulls the trigger here on the Kitsune Rush. Trying to keep them alive and in this game. Nano built up. Mihawk has that at the ready. Pulse bomb nearly there. Lyle invested. KSG jumps forward. Suzuku falling to the wayside. Hinasaku similarly all getting picked apart as the Bob comes into play. 2 kills going to be found from that, and that's going to be the overtime now bleeding down. It's going to be a full hold and a 3-0 here as Verel take out Telomere.
Had a team kill there at the end as well.
Did we?
Yeah, I think so.
Team kill.
There we go. Just gotta make sure we get that in there. Verel with a very one-sided 3-0. A very clean team fight there at the end with, you know, just clutch plays all around. Like KSG being extremely low. There's a Bionade on him. Then he is nanoed in, cleans up house, goes low again, but they can't finish him off, and it's the back line just getting ripped apart by Nico. I voted for Nico after map 2 for player of the match,
Same.
and I feel like in game 1 he was really solid. Game 2 was pretty solid. In game 3 it was all about him, so I feel pretty good about the vote, and I do think he'll probably end up picking it up just because it felt like the main character, even when the support line was vulnerable, or maybe KSG overextended or got caught or got hacked. Nico's like, no, I got this, I carry you. And when you get to the level that Nico's on, you just absolutely destroy when you get line of sight. You just headshot people. Like, the game is balanced around a tank supposed to threaten you, somebody's supposed to threaten you, the enemy hit scan supposed to threaten you, so you can't just kill 4 people every team fight. But Nico's like, well, if you guys just leave me alone, then I will kill 4 people every time.
Yeah, he, like you said, main character, pretty much there of that fight. And there was some great moments where, okay, some control being found, but Verel's just too good. They're able to go ahead and wrest that control away from Telomere. So it's the same story over and over again, where it's like, okay, I can see it. It's starting to come together, but then it crumbles. So, but the fact that it's continuing to come together is still a positive sign for Telomere. But, I mean, it's also one of the hardest opponents they could possibly get. KSG will win Player of the Match.
You and I was talking with you about this during the break. I was like, you know, Japanese casters really like to vote for tanks these days. And, that's fair. Again, most people vote after map 2 just to make sure that these highlights can get ready and stuff. A little bit of a look behind the curtain here. But I don't know. I felt like Nico, I kind of feel like Nico was robbed. Because, KSG had a great game. He had a very impactful wrecking ball, even though he was punished a few times. And I do think if you look at every matchup, like both DPSs versus both DPSs, both supports versus both supports, I feel like the biggest gap was in the tank role. Like, he had a way larger impact than PP did, was set up for a lot of success. But, I don't know. I feel like a little bit of a robbing. But I don't hate it. I mean, it's fair.
I mean, it is what it is. I'm right there with you, though. I felt like the impact from Nico was just far superior. But KSG did play a very clean game overall, especially there on Shambali Monastery. So, we get outvoted. That's the way democracy works. So, it'd be what it do.
Yeah, and the Japanese casters know these players extremely well, so I always rate their votes kind of almost higher than ours in a way. So, I mean, if they think it's him, and the observers think it's him, I'm like, it's him, sure.
Yeah. There's no electoral college here to interfere.
Nope.
So the clean vote, the popular vote ends up winning. But we're going to have, of course, another series coming up here in just a little bit, and that's going to be Insomnia versus Namekuji Bros. So we'll get ready to jump into that one after a quick little break. I think... Welcome back. We're about to go into our second series of the evening, and this one is going to be Insomnia versus Namekuji Bros. And we'll see what kind of damage Namekuji can deal here.
Yeah, that is going to be the big question. Insomnia looking unstoppable right now, currently undefeated at the top of the standings. Only VARREL, the last opponent that could probably challenge them, realistically challenge them. Namekuji Brothers could put a bit of a dent in that storyline, though, today if they show up to play in a big way. I mentioned earlier, if you guys weren't watching, that Insomnia have kind of just picked a comp, stuck with it, and forced it. And it's usually either a Venture Dive with Aid playing, or it's Aid on Cassidy. And yeah, the enemy team has a Ashe, and it outranges him, but it doesn't matter because he's just making it work every time. And Aid has just looked so good that it's hard to predict this team to lose even a single map going into this series, even though Namekuji Brothers are upgraded from their roster last season.
Yeah, I mean, we saw Namekuji get to do maybe a little bit of unanticipated damage yesterday versus LAZULI, I believe it was. So they were able to pick up a map there. But it's still been a little bit rough. Clearly, the improvements are there for Namekuji. They have upgraded the roster. It has been looking stronger for them. But the only victory that they've been able to find has been against Telomere.
Yeah, and I mean, they won that map yesterday, but it was also LAZULI putting Shui on Lucio and running CC2, and it didn't look, it didn't look like they were really playing at their full strength. Then after they swapped those players back to their original roles and CC2 was benched again, they smashed the rest of the series 3-0. Like, it wasn't really close. So, even that caveat for Namekuji Brothers doesn't feel great, but we will see how it all shakes up today. As LAZULI, just in general, they're looking very good. I think that it's not like the most embarrassing thing to get smashed, 1-3 after winning that first map for Namekuji yesterday. It's just that Insomnia is so good. And like we saw Nico carry in this last series against Telomere, I feel like Aid may be primed to do the same thing here for Insomnia.
It very well could be the case because, yeah, like you said, they're way out in front. They haven't suffered a loss. They barely dropped any maps. So it's been a good time to be an Insomnia fan. As five victories, 0 losses, and a +12 map differential at the moment. So overall, incredibly.
They've lost 3 maps
strong.
the entire season.
Yeah.
So it's pretty dominant, right?
Yeah. And 2 were to Rivati, 1 to NyamGaming. So you're not going to be too upset about that either, because both of those teams have been incredibly strong in our top 4. So there you go.
Yeah, I do hope that we can see the one thing I'm looking for, just from an analyst perspective here, is maybe a little bit more flexibility out of Insomnia. It's hard to criticize this team, but I look at what they are doing in Japan, and I go, well, how do we translate that to the LAN?
Sure.
How do we, if they end up just winning this whole tournament, how do we translate that to taking on some Korean teams? Could they take a game off Crazy Raccoon? Could they push Zeta to the brink with this type of composition if they're not going to be willing to swap? That's where I get concerned, because in some of the maps they've won, even in their dominant 3-0s, it's been very close. The scoreline makes it look like they crushed, but there were some shaky moments.
Yeah, very much so. Well, as stated, Insomnia versus Namekuji, our next series here, and then we will, of course, have NyamGaming versus LAZULI to round things out this evening, but could just be a little bit of back-to-back, fairly one-sided gameplay here. Well, time will tell. You never know with Namekuji Bros when they're going to strike. But here's Insomnia. No bench to really pull from. It's just going to be these 5 players the whole way throughout, and they haven't really needed anybody else.
No. Undersea has been playing the Tracer a lot this season because Aid is playing Hitscan. And he's not playing as much Echo as he did last season, but he will still pick it up. He's played a lot of Genji. Aid and Milgaro, brothers. This was pointed out to me by Unknown early on in the season. Actually, their family members, brothers. And they have been looking really good together. And Aiku and Wagagume also just in general have been pretty robust. I feel like the main characters, though, definitely Aid and Milgaro right now. On the side of Namekuji Brothers, Peace has been the standout. Peace has had some amazing Tracer games. He's a rookie player. He came into the season being like, look, I know people don't have expectations for me. I want to grow as a player this season. And he just comes in and is by far their best player. And, I don't want to take anything away from Namekuji Brothers, but I feel like Peace might actually have an opportunity to go to a stronger team next season. You know, I feel like he's proven himself already. Maybe he ends up being, going to an upgraded roster in the future. Maybe even getting a chance to play in Korea, just because he is so incredibly strong.
That's been really, really good for them. But for Namekuji, let's see how things do fare for them going into this one. As, yeah, a bit of a deeper bench to pull from. So curious to see what kind of moving parts we get throughout this series. How many shifts are they going to be making here versus Insomnia to try to get the upper hand. Also, can they get that opening map victory again?
Yeah. So no Menhara, to start us off today. Does mean we're probably seeing Lucio in this first map, which will be Samoa. I was memeing a lot yesterday about seeing only Samoa, but then it's gone down a little bit. We had Nepal in our first map, and we'll be Samoa only in the second one so far. We'll see if we'll get the 2 out of 3 or not. But this is a map where put 8 on Cassidy or Venture. It's going to have a good time.
Milgaro on Mauga.
Yeah, maybe even, Milgaro on the Ramatra is definitely a possibility. He loves his Wrecking Ball too, so just a flexible tank player in this roster, so upgraded by having these 2 incredibly strong Koreans on it, is going to be an uphill battle for the bros.
That it will be. But let's see if they can start things off with the right foot forward as we go ahead and jump into Samoa for our opening map of the second series here on the day. We got Insomnia versus Namekuji brothers.
And while I think Peace has been such a pivotal part of the big wins for Namekuji brothers, and even when they lose team fights, he still gets it done. He buys a ton of time. I feel like Euclid, sadly, has been a bit of a weak point, and Necessal has really, I feel like, improved his play a lot. New Jeans has been a solid hit scan. Euclid got picked a ton yesterday. It needs to be a little bit more careful, I think, with his positioning. Might be something that Insomnia decides to abuse. His aid is starting Reaper here. Reaper, Tracer, Winston comp.
Okay, and we're going to have the Queen here from Necessal into Milgaro, who's going to be starting things off on this Winston. Here's to see what this is going to look like. It's going to be a very aggressive TP forward. Immediately going to be pushed back there by the Coach Cup, but still does have access. Getting in on top. Look at the takedown Necessal in that front line. So far, though, stability will be found. It's going to be HP bars on the side of Insomnia, actually. They're getting wrecked a little bit. That's going to be Wagayume now taken down. His Peace is able to go ahead and find one.
Yeah, a lot of damage offered back by New Jeans, though, and with that Wraithwalk already used, is a big opportunity now.
Pushing forward. Suzu used. Aiku now going to be taken down. Pushed back here onto the Winston as well, denying that stomp damage here onto the Yashu. He will get cleaned up as Euclid is able to find the headshot. Solid first turnaround here on the fight from the side of Namekuji Bros. So they should be able to get the cap themselves as Aiden will try to escape, but with that much HP, no support, he will eventually fall.
And was able to keep the bar really high, so it took a longer for the cap to come through here for Namekuji Brothers, so not a completely worthless stagger. It did end up decreasing the percentage here significantly for Namekuji Brothers, but now they are regrouping. Let's see if Aid can this time get onto the point, offer some damage. It was pretty zoned last time around. Doing a lot of damage now.
Yeah, I'm curious if he really wants to just stick with the Reaper for the sake of the ultimate, or if they think that this is going to be playing well into the side of Namekuji. Time will tell on that front. This Successful nearly gets taken down to the neutral. Pushing forward, though, was under seat, duking it out here alongside Peace. Recall's going to be forced down to the opposite side. Still holds on to his own, now pops it, keeps himself alive and well for the time being. The flip is just going to come through, just naturally kind of in the chaos. Aid now stomping forward, looking for eliminations, and will be rewarded with 2 of them as Peace sent out that pulse bomb, but could not turn the tides of the fight.
Yeah, sometimes we see him really have big pulses, but this one is going to whiff. And I think the Reaper, if you play really well around your amp it up speed boost, you can get Aid into where he wants to be. He is going to thrive even without the ultimate. Now he has it, and he's got a great angle for it too. They're going to have to be respectful. But he's
get around the corner. You cannot bail him out. Now there's going to be the anti, and Wagayume does not have that sound barrier to try to survive. Milgaro running forward, trying to get the stomp, but eventually he's just going to isolate himself. Necessal can come up with a second kill, so lead just barely gained here for the side of Insomnia, but it's going to be lost immediately. Aiku does manage to take one down. Could be a potential punish here, but yeah, he can't get out, so Peace eventually does find that kill.
Okay, New Jeans has Bob here by a ton of time. Insomnia have a lot of ults to work with here, but if Namekuji Brothers just maintain their distance, it is difficult for Aid to actually get value with this Death Blossom. I think the sound barrier can be matched as well. Namekuji in a really nice spot.
Heard the TP, sends out the Bob that forces Aid out from the bottom of this point. He's going to still try to rotate around, get on top of somebody to utilize his Death Blossom, and there's the Kitsune Rush, and oh god, the shotguns just go burr. Cecil going to be taken down, looking for a little bit more here as the Lucio, cute under a bit of fire. Up down the chase, pursuing, New Jeans dead, Euclid going to be cleaned up, and that will be the fight going the way of Insomnia as Aiku barely survives.
Really just not having to use all that much either. I mean, they didn't use the Death Blossom, just got that initial take on into Cecil, and then you just don't even need Cage Fight either. And the fact that they were able to get the Sound Barrier trade means Namekuji Brothers are no longer in that really nice spot in terms of ult economy. They don't really have a whole lot. I mean, yeah, they have Kiriko's ultimate, but it's not really that useful. You don't want to rush into this Reaper ult.
So going to be low. There's the Cage Fight into the Blossom, and Undersea ends up falling. He's able to take one down one, but yep, the cleanup is just going to be way too swift. Fly the graphic, because we've got ourselves yet another team kill.
They did rush right into the Reaper ultimate, however. I was like, they don't want to do that. They did opt into that, unfortunately, but I mean, there's only one space you can really enter the point from, so could have tried to go around maybe, but obviously they would have just been read and matched by Insomnia. 8 gets a ton of value. He's with the swamp.
Nice bailout to keep him alive. He's now ult in play, but he's going to be focus fired down as Aid's able to get in on top of the Venture. Takes them out. You now trying to survive, trying to dance around the walls, but eventually will get clipped. Getting eliminated, Aid traded out. New Jeans, 2 nice kills, but ultimately he will fall. And that is going to be yet another team kill as Insomnia hits 100%.
Some good moments for Namekuji Brothers, for sure. I think they had the better comp into the Reaper. They were able to keep them at range, keep them at bay. But once they lost control and Aid was able to find some really good speed boosts, like his ability to pick Necessal there without ultimate. And then this moment, you know, Cage Fight, blocking them down as they try to Kitsune Rush through this doorway is just, I mean, it was so easily read by Insomnia. They're like, all you got is Kitsune Rush. We have Cage, we just lock you down. Come at me. Namekuji Brothers tripling the vote of Telomere earlier.
I mean, I gotta say, just given the records here for both the teams, the 3%, it might not seem like much, but it is.
It is. No, I agree.
It's actually quite surprising to see. But I mean, you know, proof is in the pudding. It was a strong opening volley here from the side of Namekuji. Let's see if they can go ahead and win out on Volcano to extend this to a third and final round.
Aid on that Cassidy. He has been such a menace on this pick. New Jeans will match. No Ramatra here. Just going to be Junker Queen versus that Malga. And point control already belongs to Insomnia. Hasn't unlocked yet, though.
The back line here is Undersea. Pressure put down here on the Necessal. And he's going to be eliminated. Mogaro just pushing forward, playing on the back of the deflect damage. And that's going to be a pretty solid cleanup as Peace is the last one standing. Pops a recall, looks to just go ahead and dash his way out to safety. Insomnia abandoning the point to try to chase down the Tracer.
Isbeth actually gets away, and you know, we bought a decent amount of time there. These are the small piece moments, right? The little pieces of the success for Namekuji. We'll swap onto the Venture again here, so we'll offer maybe some backline dive. Pump doesn't really work well around the Venture if they don't have ult, so let us see what he can get done here. As New Jeans has a good angle.
It's a decent one to try to work with here. Dynamite flipping onto a couple players there up over the top. Aid trying to spot, trying to keep track of every single player here on the opposite side. Wary about those flanks coming through. For now, turn his sights right up here into the front as Cecil takes quite a bit of damage. Shots flying, Aid down low, back around the corner. Now has the Ambage trying to play around with as well. Piece eliminated here on the back of that Kitsune Rush being invested. Euclid now similarly tagged up, worked low, taken down as Undersea gets in with a deflect to go ahead and find the elimination. Cecil will be able to trade one back, but ultimately the fight and the point will remain here in the hands of Insomnia. It would seem as the blade gets pulled out from Undersea to really bring this one to a conclusion.
Yeah, I think it's absolutely worth it, the blade here, just to guarantee. You were a little bit scrappy in the fight. Milgaro was very low. Aiku got a ton of value out of his Amp Matrix as well, keeping Milgaro healed up, amping his heals through it, and while Milgaro was on the corner, that really helped turn the tide there for Insomnia. And it was very ult efficient to just drop down that blade. Namekuji have a lot of tools coming to this one. I think the Rampage is going to be very important, but the problem is Barrier can just counter it.
There's the Cage Fight. Aid trying to get a setup here on the Deadeye, and that's going to be 2 quick kills, and Cecil falling to the wayside shortly thereafter. That Rampage, that beat still online, but they need to be able to find an opportunity to utilize them. It's all going to come down to this one last fight.
Agume. is on fire, but this didn't even need the sound barrier in that last exchange. Zul has it to match that one of KO.
Has to be used here in a bit of a panic. The Rampage as well, only clipping onto A. They have to make their way over onto the point. The dive forward, looking to force them back, trying to stop them from touching, and I think that boot might have just done it here. As, yep, he will in fact hit 100%. And it's a very solid one-sided decisive closeout here from Insomnia to go ahead and pick up the victory on Samoa.
That was a really cool fight for Insomnia there, just to guarantee that they win the map. Obviously, it was never going to be a one fight because it was just them hard forcing on the sound barrier trade. They end up losing the fight, but they're like, it doesn't matter. Yeah, you guys can kill all of us, but if you can't touch, it doesn't matter. That's checkmate. And that last Deadeye we saw from Aid was the kind of style we've been seeing this team play with Amalga, where they drop the cage down, put an immortality field in there, and Aid is just like, well, you're all dead because no one can kill me. No one can get out, and I'm just going to click on the heads once those skulls appear. Really cool strategy. It takes a lot of ults to actually pull it off. It relies you to have the immortality field as well for your Batiste. It means you have to be running a Batiste, which isn't always optimal. But when you see them utilize it on control repeatedly like this, you're like, well, I mean, I don't always agree with this comp, but their execution is so crisp every time.
Comp has legs, and yeah, they make it work. I mean, even just making the Reaper work. And I think that comp only got stronger after they finally pivoted Milgaru off of the Winston onto that Amalga, because then they have the cage fight. It's like, well, now you can't escape the Reaper, et cetera, et cetera. So, yeah, some really nice little changes across the two rounds that we saw there from the side of Insomnia. And unfortunately for Namekuji, that first round, they couldn't quite replicate that success on Volcano.
I would like to see Namekuji take us to, like, Coliseo, or maybe take us to Suravasa, where they can utilize some of Nugene's sightlines a little bit better, because obviously going to something like Shambali or a lot of our escort maps can be quite tricky. I don't think you want to dual aid straight up on like Casino Royale. That's a James Bond movie.
That's a film.
Circuit Royale. Yeah, I don't think you want to, basically James Bond him there, because he'll probably get the better of you. But I think playing around their dive, playing a map where it's like, ooh, they probably want to play dive. We still want to play this Ashe. Like on that Suravasa first point, you get an ult advantage there. Maybe that's the game plan here.
How has there not been a victory screen, like a player of the match screen for Cassidy, where he does the James Bond walkout, and then he just turns and does the shots? How has that not been a thing?
Yeah, that's for free, Blizzard.
There you go. Boom. Just made it, however, I don't know what the conversion is, but
we've had so many great collabs recently, so I mean, James Bond, come on.
Look, I'm still waiting, and this one is truly genius. I'm still waiting for Pajama Party Winston, where you hit him with a sleep dart and he falls to the ground and he has a pillow under his head.
I mean, it sounds like a freebie to me.
I'm just trying to let you print money, Blizzard. Just take these ideas. They're out there in the ether, and then maybe cut me a check for like 2%. Like I'll take that deal. That sounds good to me. But yeah, I don't know. For Namekuji though, we'll see where they end up going. Like you said, maybe trying to really empower Nugene's sightlines. So Dorado perhaps could come through.
Yeah, I mean, that's another strong pick. It does mean that you have to play into Milgaru's Winston, and things can get a little bit hairy there, but I don't think that's a bad pick for sure. I think it's probably the best hybrid map you could pick to play that style. So Circuit Royale, Dorado, Suravasa, those are the main ones I would say. Coliseo, if you want to go to push. I don't think you want to go to Runasapi. We are going to have Minhara in, so a little bit more Ana play to come through is the expectation, because that's generally what he plays.
So maybe some Winston v. Winston. So I mean,
maybe
this could be anything. It could be Dorado. It could be Coliseo. It could be Paraíso. So this isn't necessarily telling too much of a tale here for us. So we will have to just ultimately wait to find out exactly what's going on. It also could be more than one swap, and this is just the first one that we're putting up. So we'll see.
It could be. I would say I'm not expecting Suravasa anymore. I don't think you would make this swap if you were going to go to that map. I mean, you could, but it just doesn't play into their strengths all too well. Then you might have to play against the Wrecking Ball of Milgaru, which is always a scary prospect. So I think we probably would have kept the same support lineup there if we were going there. That's my thoughts. But otherwise, again, it's just kind of a guessing game. My cursed map predictions of they definitely shouldn't do this, and they picked that one. It's kind of faded away. So
has it?
A little bit.
I've been out for a week, so you know I'm playing catch up on some of this
no,
stuff.
I mean, it hasn't happened as much. So if we do go to Suravasa, you know, maybe it's back, but I wouldn't bet on it. I think Dorado is the best option, especially with the sub. And it is!
Hey! All right, well, we both got there. So, Dorado to see if Namekuji can go ahead and tie things up, find that map win like they did yesterday.
I mean, this was a map, I think, that really empowers NewJeans more than anybody else. He has today so far been their best performing player. So, I think that if I were, you know, running this team or making the decision, I don't know if they have a coach, traditional coach on this roster, but whoever's making the choice probably aligns with that thought process based on current form.
Alrighty, well, we thought about it. They've clearly thought about it. Dorado, the staging ground, potentially bring these teams to parity, tie things up 1-1. Otherwise, Insomnia, they can go ahead and get the 2-0 lead. It might just be looking at another 3 Overwatch day at least to start things off. Let's see what these teams do have prepped for us as we get ready to jump into the action.
Definitely go defense first, but they're actually going to go attack first, weirdly enough. You get a lot of momentum if you are defense first, but if you go attack first, it gives you the feeling of like, you know, I can almost do anything, and then even if your push isn't great, you're like, well, we could also stop them and we can win. If you go defense first to get smashed, then you have to, you know, the psychological aspect of like, oh, we have to go all the way to the end against this team. We haven't been winning that many team fights again. That could be kind of scary. But I figured with the strengths of this team and this map pick, I would have expected defense first, but...
Look at this, though.
Yeah.
It's not the Ashe on the opposite side.
Widow.
It is Aid with the Widowmaker. Eugene's ready to try to match here. As well, the Cecil's just going to get 2-tapped.
That is insane to kill a Winston out of spawn. Like,
Yeah.
That's almost impossible.
Well, we just witnessed it. That is a David and Goliath matchup right there, and, well, David just won.
Yeah, that was... That's not supposed to happen, but it's okay. It's okay. It's early days. Building half of an Emperor site isn't always a game-changing ultimate either. As big opportunity for Peace to take out Peace there. We'll just Mega. It's going to be fine. Vessel duels. Not where they are operating on this high ground though, so is it going to get much value out of that lead?
Just rebound there. Now just a little bit of inching forward here on the cart. Drop down from Milgar to intercept. Right back out over to safety. A lot of this is really going to come down to just fighting between the DPS players. Peace down to a sliver of HP. Don't have something like that Tracer to be able to be sent in and really pick apart the enemy players that get tagged up by this Widow. Still alive for now. That is a monstrous ante onto Foreman. Hannah now going to be taken down as Undersea up over the top. Finds one, looks to try to boop them back and deny that access here into the spawn room doors. These will get traded out, however.
The only people who can kill Aid or really threaten him are Necessal and NewJeans if he gets line of sight. But unfortunately, like you said, there's not a whole lot of that. And Namekuji brothers really struggling to get out against Aid. And now Aid's got his Impresight, so you can't surprise him. You can't surprise anyone. Look at this angle here for Undersea.
Nanoed up, dropping down. Picking him apart here with the rockets. As both supports fall to the wayside, and Peace gets taken down by Aid at the same time. So half the time bank now taken away. As Undersea has that barrage at the ready, just staying tucked away quietly. Similar for Milgaru up over the top. Seems like he may have just been spotted, but Sissel again eats quite a bit of damage.
They do have Nano, and maybe this is the chance that they need. And Sissel going to get boosted. See if they can find a pick. Jump away.
Can't make it happen. Undersea, however, with the barrage, is able to find one, but straight up is going to be there. Both supports out down to the side of Insomnia as Undersea is out into the open and absolutely screwed, trying to evacuate. Botches the leap, so cannot find that punish, but still, Aid gets taken down. Eventually, he will be found, so NewJeans able to get that shot across, but a minute and 25 seconds remaining. In Insomnia, they have enough time to go ahead and get regrouped.
Without an Ashe, or without really just any real DPS, when the Winston gets nanoed like that, it's so hard to take him down, and he just wipes the support line. And this may end up being the A-cap here for Namekuji brothers. Insomnia will have a last-minute contest here, but all they really have is that Primal Rage. Can buy time for a rally. Aid is going to need to hit some headshots, though.
Dupe is in. Copies on the Tracer. Guard does not use the ultimate.
Yeah, they just don't want to. They just don't want to waste ults here. I think that's a wise choice. Pretty difficult to win this fight. If Waka Yume has the pre-rally, definitely could.
This bomb going to be going wide there off the tube. Now right back over into the neutral. Gets the headshot onto Undersea to go ahead and get that added little stagger on the back end. So Gate will now come down. Cart will start pushing forward. 3 minutes and 5 seconds to work with here for Namekuji.
Good time bank. It's also a pretty nice catch there from Peace. Yeah, use the duplicate, but ends up being that now they can control some high ground here. Although Aid has this flank angle they are not necessarily prepared for, as they had high ground but kind of just gave it up.
They noted Manhattan. I mean, they should have either way. Had the ante onto Euclid, so no reason to pay attention to anybody else, basically. Shots will fly across, trying to build up towards that next nano. Haiku for the moment going to be in the lead. Nugent's now going to be taken down as Milgar is playing back forward here into the marketplace. Jumps up, looks for the Ana. Zapping away, but Leak doesn't want to over pursue, especially as that ante comes through, but Undersea will be able to find a Cecil at the same time.
Aid waiting for a potential head to poke through this doorway.
It's all being calm to him, though. They have the brig out.
Yep.
So Euclid's saying, like, nope, don't go out there.
But it's still buying time. They still have that high ground control. And because they didn't ult to try to contest for A, they're still holding on to so much here. Wagyume still has that rally. Very difficult situation here for Namekuji.
Body shot into the headshot. Aid. He got Manhattan. Not in any position health-wise to try to use that aggressively. That jump, I should say, aggressively, as Undersea will be able to collect this as well as Euclid. And oh, Manhattan, he just respawned.
Aid's full health again. And this defensive Widow is working a treat, as Namekuji just don't have any consistent way of dealing with it.
Slow, dead, Undersea. Lipping him in the ankle.
Once again, once Minhera gets this nano, I mean, maybe they can make that dive work again when the trap gets triggered. But this time it's going to be a little bit different than last time, because last time they were able to clean up the support line and there was no answer, but this time Insomnia have so many ults that they should be able to deal with it. And Minhera's been so delayed.
Dive forward from Milgaru. Still pursuing, even though Antid has that primal, will be slept and does not get woken up immediately, so a little bit of heal, some time bought off that ultimate. It's rally rolling from Euclid. Milgaru respecting that, has decided to jump out rather than try to continue the juggle. Full spawn from Peace, not going to be finding much there as a Cecil dropping down. That primal nearly getting targeted out, but it's Manhattan who ends up falling at the same time. Cleanup now continuing as Milgaru finds Euclid and the Cecil dead. This is just such a brutal hold here, right, at the start of point B here for the side of Namekuji, bros.
Yeah, Peace will trade one back, but they need this nano fight, and there's only 30 seconds left. I mean, there's so much distance they need to cover, and getting high ground would be a start. And I think the nano will only get you that, and they need way more, and now you're in infrasight, so everything is telegraphed.
Yep, nano now going to be coming through. For now, just forward, waiting for that leap to come back off cooldown, trying to get the jump here onto Aid. This is way back up here onto the high ground. The recontest coming in now. The primal going to be popped, looking to try to juggle this Widowmaker out of position. Undersea at the same time, going to be taken down as Eugene. Is able to find that headshot. Cecil taking Aid low, but unable to confirm the elimination. He takes a grapple over to the side and eventually will be able to find his mark. The jump in, Wagayume going to be taken down as Cecil starting to really come alive. Gets rid of both supports. Heart now opened up, but it's in overtime.
That final ult to come through. The Cecil gets insane value. The Widowmaker can't break through that health bar when he has the nano, when he has the primal. There will be a contest here, you have to imagine, for Insomnia. Maybe Undersea gets a backline pick. He is looking for it. And I mean, we'll contest this, you have to imagine. Milgaru almost has his ult. Like,
they're working their way out from the high ground. Euclid going to disappear, but Wagyu gets traded. Solid anti set up there from Manhattan. Is able to find the punish. Milgaru builds up the primal, pops it immediately, but now they're without their supports. This is, however, going to be taken down as Aid. It's a melee hit to deal with the enemy Winston. 2.81 meters left to go as Undersea just tries to hold this cart in position, but eventually they get off of it long enough for the overtime to bleed down, so it's just going to be a few scant meters in front of B for Insomnia to get a 2-0 lead.
Pretty unique defense there. Like, we talk about how this is possible in Overwatch a lot, but you never really see like the Winston whack somebody in late overtime, and then it's like, oh, that's it. Like, it was too chaotic. They couldn't actually hold two people on the cart, and the Winston bop is actually what finishes the game. It's the second time they did this series, though. There was the fight on Samoa earlier where they actually were able to completely get big double boops and then knock people back and then lose a fight, but then win the map because all they needed to do was win the objective. And once again here, similar story because I was like, they contest this, right? Like, they fight this, right? Because Milgaro is going to get his ult. They're going to have the nano. They could have played way more further up, but they were like, no, we just want to play this slow. Lost their supports as a result of it, but trusted that Milgaro could add enough disruption, and it did work out. So really only basically just getting B here for Insomnia is the goal to win this map and go up to match point. I think you can run Widow on attack, but I don't think you should run Widow on attack, and it looks like from the outset here he will not be.
Yeah, it's a bit more punishable. So it seems like we may just have some Ash v Ash. NewGene's not looking to go for the Widow himself.
You have to have an insane amount of confidence in your team to play Widow, and they are the underdogs. I think sticking with this Ash gives you a lot more utility, a lot more anti-dive against Milgaro with that coach gun. For a teleport angle here before he swaps to Tracer.
Cross. Dynamite down the piece, force out the recall, and oh my god, the predictive shot. Aid knowing exactly where he was going to be recalling, catches him in midair. Dynamite flying his way, a little bit of connection. As Aid right now is just keeping Peace so damn honest.
It really is. We're going to get this corner.
He's just barrel stuffing the tank. Not something that you really see every day, but now that he has the anti across onto him, he'll have to backpedal, but is widely going to be protected. And this is a good amount of space being bought here for the side of Insomnia, and now they can just go ahead and multiply it as Peace and NewGene's both can take it down. The support's under fire, dead. Cecil is now the last man standing.
That was a wild push from Insomnia. Aid was playing like he was playing Cassidy. He gets on that high ground, is able to get up there.
Team kill.
So much more mobility, team kill for the Ash, and he's just like, I just walk up with the team and shoot people in the face, and we win. And look at his ult charge. He's 30% ahead of NewGene's on the play. Haiku.
One kind of silver lining that we have is that Necessal a bit further ahead towards this Primal, so should be able to build that one up here quickly in the fight. But Minheta now is going to be eliminated. Double anti does come out before his death, but there's just no one there to capitalize. Leaping forward, NewGene's now going to be tagged low. Milgaro not wanting to over pursuit, drops back down. Comes over to the side, just trying to break some LOS here. That health part stabilized. Primal is in play. Necessal trying to cause some chaos, and Undersea does get taken down. They set up for that elimination. Just a couple meters down left to go. And his own Primal in play from Milgaro. Gets a juggle on the Necessal. No escape here for the enemy Winston. And they take him down with a Bionade. Now just leaping into the back, dropping down on top of the supports, on top of NewGene's, and cleaving them all to hell.
Down goes Euclid. And Hera has a nano, but I don't think it's wise to use it right now. And they already have B point high ground control off to that fight, and they're like chasing people back into their spawns. Probably should regroup here before some disaster happens, which would cost them a lot of time, because NewGene's going to come up here and contest it.
He's in the pulse. Pick that we found there. We double support ults here on both sides. Bob available from NewGene to sort of buy a little bit of additional space, work some extra damage in there. Rally now rolling from Wagayume as Undersea moves in from behind, looking for that counter contest here. But Aid, point of ball. Nano on cross onto him. He's able to find. This was able to find Aid, but Milgaro gets rid of Euclid, gets rid of Minheta at the same time. That rally just not coming into play whatsoever. Hart can now once again resume the push.
And just Undersea going to be healing up that dynamite, and NewGene's is going to go down, and this may be the beginning of the end of this second map. Without a nano boost here for defense, and they can once again just use Milgaro to zone them away from the capture. A little bit tougher to do on attack, but we've seen crazier things in this series already. Is it going to go in?
Okay, and there's the big anti going across Aiku. What a lobbing from him. Catches them both, meaning that the rally doesn't mean jack. Piece pulse bomb at the ready, but would need to have basically the most possible value, but it's just not even going to come into play. It's going to be another team kill, even if we don't fly the graphic, as they go ahead and glide their way into point B. And Insomnia get themselves set up for a 3-0 victory as they take the lead even further.
I like the map pick. I like the style we saw, but A just outclassed them on the defense with the Widowmaker, and then they just couldn't actually otherwise deal with him. Like, the only times they won team fights, which were rare, but enough to get them almost to B, was when they had the Nano and Primal. And the Cecil could actually be like, okay, well, I killed them because they don't have the damage to kill me. They have that burst headshot damage to kill a low health target, but they can't deal with the Winston. But in those moments when we didn't have those tools, time bank just got smaller and smaller and smaller, unfortunately, there for the side of Namekuji Bros. And Insomnia just looking good. A lot more flexibility from them today.
Yeah, I mean, clean stuff for the most part. One last map pick for the side of Namekuji Bros. We'll see where they take us when we come back.
can't stop me now. No one can stop me now.
Hello and welcome back. We're going into map 3 here in our second series, and right now Insomnia look like they want to get out of here quickly. It's a 2-0 lead for them after they just get a pretty dominant performance there on Dorado, a 2-0 on Samoa. Now we go into Namekuji Bros' last map pick to see if they can start turning the series around.
And whether or not we see a substitution come down around like this part of the screen, or you know, by the magic of television, like my hand's not going to go all the way down, but
It'll take a little while.
it'll be down there. If we get the sub, then we'll know probably what map type they're looking for. If we don't get a sub, then I'm expecting maybe push, you know, to come through, or otherwise maybe circuit rail, still an option. No, circuit rail is not an option because Dorado.
Oh yeah, no, we just did Dorado.
I don't know why. In my mind, I always like for some reason this season I keep thinking Dorado is a hybrid map. Just because of how it functions, because like the map really opens up after you get the fountain, and then but it's not a hybrid map. It is an escort map.
Right.
It feels like it kind of functions like one, because that first area with the high ground and stuff is like so oppressive. You're like, oh, I got through A. Like now I can play the map. But it's not. So in terms of hybrid, like the map pool isn't that great for a lot of teams right now. Like a lot of teams would like to go to Midtown. I think this team would enjoy playing Midtown, but it's not in the pool anymore. So I don't know if they'll take us there. They probably won't. I don't think. Or it'll be Kings Row.
It'll be Kings Row. So moving into hybrid all the same, but like you said, Midtown not available. So let's go for Old Faithful.
I mean, A and C, I feel like are okay for playing, you know, the Ashe and Winston, playing into New Jeans a little bit. But he has been struggling when A has full line of sight. And so on the attack, they may have some problems. I wonder if they'll pick attack first again. As we saw this yesterday, this is what I'm talking about. A lot more Dorado Kings Row here in Japan, like back to back.
Well, I, for one, as an old head of this game, enjoy seeing it.
Yeah, no, I'm fully with you. So happy to see, a little bit surprised, but maybe defense first this time might be the way. We'll find out.
Find out here in a moment as we get loaded up. So Insomnia looking for that 3-0 closeout. Let's see if they can have it. This is Namekuji. This is their last map pick. It needs to be the first step in a reverse sweep attempt, but it looks like it's going to be attack first here for Namekuji.
Okay. Very bold and quite rare. Last map, so might be once again the strat. I mean, it is mindset. Aid is not going to play Widow, which makes me happy because I think that's a bit all in for a defense. Undersea on the far though can be quite strong, especially if he's able to basically just use his flight to get back up, sit on the high ground, harass when he has the opportunity, jump down, poke the choke, and then get back on the high ground. Not going to be running an Alari with this. A lot of other teams would with the Pharah, but it's going to be the Ana and Brig as a bit of a swap for the Widow attempt, as always.
Yep. Always go for the attempt. You never know. You're going to get rewarded for it. As Wade, punishable, but sights aren't targeted towards him. So they're looking for Wagayume. He will end up falling. So still a good punish. The zap onto Undersea. Left out to dry. Well, test up onto the high ground. Senzel will go ahead and tuck back here for a brief little moment. The heals will start streaming across to him. His bubble gets broken. Milgaro now in a bad position. This is going to be a very fantastic start here for the side of Namekuji.
Yeah, I mean, they have spawn advantage too, even if they get picked. There's
That's the point.
Yeah, there's just no way to fight this anymore. It's these little moments for peace, man, every time. blowing up Wagayume early, and it's just that simple. Great follow-up from the Cecil, knocking Undersea out of the sky. A little bit of a surprising way for the Pharah to go. But hey, their attack first paying off in dividends so far, winning it on the first fight.
First fight victory means a massive time bank here, so 5 minutes 20 for Namekuji as the card starts moving forward. High ground control, though, not really in their hands. It's Undersea poking abroad in through the window. Ultimately, will be a bit of a back-and-forth game here for them. Able to get into that advantageous position. Nano going to go forward. Wagayume once again going to be taken down right off the rip as the Cecil collects that kill. Will be forced back for a brief little moment. That Coach Gun keeping it at arm's length, but that means that already Namekuji get their way through this choke point.
Garu is operating on this high ground. We're going to try to fight for corner. We'll let this cart move a little bit closer so that Aid can get line of sight. Working really well here for Namekuji brothers. Primal almost ready. Be one great way to break it.
For a target.
Oh!
It's not going to be the stick, though. Instead, on the opposite side, IQ will still get taken down, but Euclid Manhattan, now the cleanup going to be coming through. I mean, yep, it's a nice little solid kill, but in the end, it's a team kill in favor of Insomnia.
That pulse looked like it was going to be so good, but this does not quite end up hitting the mark there. Now Undersea holds onto this barrage. Insomnia have a great set of ults.
Immediately scouted now at risk. Because of Blast will create enough of a gap that should go ahead and back away.
Looks like he's used that setup a few times in the past. Definitely knowing how to get out of there very quickly.
Oh, almost dead. On the angle, almost had that punish now. Dive into the back, Safeguard going to be coming through. Milgar going to be going low, but now the Primal does get popped. He's looking for the juggle, and there's the cleave down onto New Jeans, looking for a little bit more, just pushing this Ana up into the corner. Trying to take him down, but Milgaro ends up getting his life for this one. Manhattan is able to go ahead and claim that elimination. As Barrage is, Undersea's just going to go ahead and off himself with that one. A little too up close and personal, too much splash damage taken as Wagayume now absolutely screwed with the shield bash, but he cannot get away. And this is a bit of an overcook here from the side of Insomnia.
Yeah, Insomnia, I feel like they're just not that comfortable with this map. We're seeing a lot of bizarre choices, and they're really flubbing a lot of the engagement. Milgara going straight into that sleep there, knowing where the Ana was. Loses so much health even after his primal.
Bio connects, Aid at risk, dead. Manhattan able to go ahead and find the snipe now. The nano invested. Cecil continues to poke and prod here into the back lines. Doesn't want to overstay his welcome, but Wagayume getting taken down.
We are looking at a very fast pace here. The Namekuji brothers are absolutely crushing at the moment. The Cecil not going to be punished. The cart keeps rolling through. No contest so far here for Insomnia. They have the nano almost ready, but not in time necessarily.
Milgar is just dead. Trying to get in there, trying to get this contested, but he cannot. Now it's over 4 minutes for the final stretch. Granted, yeah, we have seen teams slow things up, but New Jeans is starting to pop.
Looks like Undersea just not comfortable playing Tracer here through these choke points, and the Cecil gets slept. Should be fine.
Yeah, he'll be okay for the moment. Jumps back out towards safety. Just not enough damage, not enough throughput to be able to take down that Winston.
Okay, Milgaro takes high ground away. At least will contest it. Has the advantage in health here. Aggressive drop.
Yeah, it's trying to get in on top of this Ana. I mean, Euclid's already dead, so the peel's just not going to be available for him. So Manhattan will fall. This will be kind of the first real semblance of control that we see here for the side of Insomnia. Cecil does get taken down, so but it's a lot of time that needs to be bought if they want to deny this full push.
Milgaro is going to be zapping. Has his primal ready now. Been such a weird game here for Insomnia, but starting to find a little bit more control. Milgaro looking for picks. Finding some access, not overextending, but actually finding these measured little leaps as Cecil will have his own primal ready. So both primals online, but Manhara obviously having the advantage with Nano. This Pharah is not working out.
No, it is not. Now Nano forward and Cecil jumps in. Aid going to be taken out. So a little bit more here. So Manhattan will get traded, but New Jeans able to find Undersea at the same time. Now IQ's going to be dead, so it's a monstrous trade up here into their favor. The Primal Pop to go ahead and juggle this Brigida forward, knocking him right back over towards the rest of the team. And it's only Milgaro able to isolate, pick off one. So New Jeans will fall. Cart now has a lot of space opened up for the push.
A lot of space. Is pushing around this corner here, but Insomnia have the regroup. They have a barrage. Hopefully won't toss it into a Winston bubble and lose his life this time around. That's going to be one of the big tools here Insomnia can utilize. Tracking piece so incredibly well, too.
Well, Barrage goes through, Manhattan does get taken down. Pulse Bomb, however, equalizes the count. The 2 for 2. Both DPS players dead here on the side of Insomnia. Try to fight back. Nugene's going to be pressured off of that high ground, but Wilgaru cannot find that kill. Understandable shows the Tracer for a really brief little moment, but maybe just some movement taking the respawn room. Either way, he's right back over on Clara.
Okay, now they're ready here for Aiku. And there's no real answer for this when they decide to leap in. It's going to be a really tough fight for Namekuji. They should just eco this once they see the nano. But if they don't go in at all, then he just keeps holding it, and your time keeps dwindling.
Slapped somewhere, being kept alive. He does manage to escape. Target. Anti on to undersea the nano, having to be committed now to keep him alive, and so far it is working out. He'll get out stream through, but Milgaru's now the one at risk, playing here for it onto the corner. He'll be able to keep him sustained. Just that singular pick coming through.
That was really risky there from Insomnia. It ends up working out, but definitely could have been punished, as there was no primal. Milgaru is getting closer and closer to it now. Bob can be used to buy time. Namekuji brothers just don't have ults to pull the trigger. They're so close to them. Time is running out, though. They need to win a fight, and they need to win it now.
Pushed away, and the nano best to jump into the back lane. The back lines, and Aiku very much at risk to focus fire. Target the primal now popped, and he's immediately going to be cleaved down. That stun off the shield bash. Far too late to try to save the Ana. Now he's getting juggled forward, away from the spawn room doors. Does manage to break away, gets out to safety. I'm continuing to be drained, but now he's also going to be taken down as obviously turns his sights over towards that Winston. Cleans him up. Their own primal rolling here from Milgaru with just 24 seconds now remaining in the time bank. Nugene's just trying to backpedal, trying to peel away, trying to get that Bob online to have a little bit more staying power, a little bit more oomph behind the push, but Euclid is going to be taken down at the worst possible moment.
That's just a huge stagger. He's going to swap, like you say, to the Mauga, but he's going to need some big burst damage. Bob first.
The touch is in. Barrage comes out. Undersea able to find Manhattan once more. And Nugene's going to be taken down to Cecil. Let's clean up the enemy horror, but there's far more work to be done, and they need to continue to keep this card contested. Peace will find one. The pulse bomb peels away a kill on to Wakayume, but ultimately, as the Cecil gets ready to fall, that should be overtime bleeding out.
So just halfway to C is what we need to see for Insomnia to close out this series. They have a win con. They have a series-winning win con here. I'm going to be honest with you, Achilles, so this is the Insomnia thing where they're like, no, we're going to run the farm. I'm like, and they're like, no, we're doing it. I'm like, and he's like, I barraged one per second. I'm like, But you know what? It works out in the end. I feel like almost despite the Pharah.
Well, yet to be seen.
Yeah, I mean,
if they can get a successful push.
I mean, in terms of the defense, right? Like,
sure,
ultimately, they did stop them from getting to C, but I get it. A lot of Tracer players in the past, even if you go back to like vanilla, old Overwatch, old King's Row, be like, I don't want to play Tracer on this map. Not a lot of space to work with, very difficult to play into. And then once Brig was released, people were like, hell no, I'm not going to play Tracer on this map. It's impossible. And I get the idea for Undersea. He's like, I don't want to play Tracer here. It's too risky. Peace is a great Tracer player on the other side, though. He's finding some serious value with the pick. And Insomnia just wanted to keep running this far, but he was getting knocked out of the sky by Necessel, you know, barraged into a bubble. And if you guys have been following me in Overwatch Champions Series Japan, you know that Undersea is one of my favorite players, but I still am a little bit wary of that. Now, we'll see what he does after this Widow pop-out. And I would expect, especially on A, the Tracer on attack is just way too valuable to pass up. He might run Genji. I mean, that is a possibility. He loves to play that. Does have the same sort of dive potential, but no.
Gonna be this far I
We're
can.
forcing.
And honestly, I think what I kind of rather see ultimately from him would be the Echo.
Yeah, Echo also fine.
Like, it can be a little bit less of an instant punch, but it does have a lot more mobility. It allows you to escape more easily. IQ, however, going to be taken down to pieces, able to just go ahead and get to that back line, apparently.
He's just showing the viability of Tracer here, once again. As once IQ responds, they can't regroup, but this Pharah poke just isn't really hitting too hard. Okay, I say that. Caster Curse.
Caster Curse, Caster Blessing. Depends on which side of the fandom camp you're on here, but double anti coming through. Cecil looking to try to take advantage of that one. Snap damage across, but ultimately goes low and gets taken down. 8 able to find that shot. It looks like we're going to have very similar attacks here from both of these teams. As Undersea takes up here onto the high ground, trying to push these players back out of position, keep them scrambling, and keep them away from the point.
Yeah, I don't think Namekuji brothers without Nano can contest the same way that Insomnia couldn't with their comp, so reliant on that ultimate. So it's not the first team fight, but it's the second here for Insomnia.
Okay, he was playing forward. Oh, opts to go forward. He's diving in onto the point. Wakayume going to be taken down. Milgaru low on HP, and Aiku is zoned away. The retake, it can come to fruition. Sleep there onto Peace, but no one there to threaten him as IQ will fall as Peace reawakens. And yeah, this is going to be a defense coming back in as Aid's got nowhere to go. What a pull of the trigger here from Namekuji.
On the last possible second, we're talking 95% of cap. Just a really good play from Necessal and Peace together, and then Euclid comes in there for the follow-up. And Insomnia, I think, just did not expect that. They thought they had that one on lock.
Thinking that they had already won the fight. Namekuji catching him off guard. A right hook to the jaw. Stagger him up. Barrage goes in. Undersea. I mean, he's basically just completely targeting Menheta here with these ultimates, but Necessal now able to find two. Dynamite from Aid burns down Nugent. Necessal finds Aiku. It is a bloody brawl, but now it's just Aid and Milgaru left standing here as Peace rejoins the fight. Pulse bomb at the ready. Pulls back. Just go ahead, wait this one out. Maybe we'll go for that last contest here again as Necessal cleans up Aid. He himself, though, is low on HP. Needs to try to get out towards safety. Bubble comes in, Nano comes across. He's going to be bailed out here for the moment. Primal now to try to clear out the rest of these players from the point. Necessal, focus fire, taking lower and lower. The Nano doing its job to try to keep alive in the fight, but eventually Undersea is going to be able to find that kill. Bob now in play. The payload cap does come through, so now it can start moving forward here.
Significantly smaller time bank than what Namekuji brothers had. Yep. And, you know, they were able to burn a lot of ultimates. Namekuji brothers were with those last contests. He's got the Mega. He'd be all right. But yeah, I thought Namekuji brothers played that very well. They could have just given it up and been like, nah, we control high ground. We don't want to deal with the archway fights. But instead, they're, you know, going to really eat that time because Nana comes on to Undersea again.
Lowers right into the back line. Sleep Dart, though, from Menheta. Fantastic peel. Can they find the punish? As the Far gets woken up, looks like the answer. He's not quite. Went down to about double-digit HP, but does manage to survive. Hard for now, being contested though, as the fight's being, you know, fought here on split fronts. Undersea going to be taken down, but Euclid burned out by the dynamite. Milgaru tucks back, grabs the health pack, and just widely has Menheta completely contained here in this side room. Bionade comes across Menheta trying to win out the fight. He cannot, but the rest of the team is dying around him. As he tries to go back over onto the card, he realizes, oh, my backline has been suffering this entire time.
Yeah, unfortunately, spending a lot of resources onto the Ana buys a ton of time. This really opens up the backline to the DPS players of Namekuji, because they're still running Pharah. Like, Pharah has no self-sustain, no real peel.
I mean, they're running Pharah Winston dive.
Yeah, it's not a thing.
Pharah is diving alongside the Winston.
Not supposed to be a thing, but they are making it a thing. Last time I was concerned about 8, this time I was concerned about Undersea.
Couple direct hits there on the Necessal, but the Primal is popped, so he's going to be perfectly safe, and 8 gets taken down. Bio here onto the Winston, but no reason to be fearful. As there's an anti onto Milgaru. Looks like he's just going to opt to pull the trigger here on this ultimate. Couple players still looking to rejoin. Has the juggle onto the Ana. I think Menheta actually might have whipped the sleep dart there. I think I saw that projectile come through, but either way, it does not connect. And Milgaru is able to make the most out of that Primal by cleaning up two.
Yeah, I think you're right about the sleep missing. Would have really been a game changer, but if it doesn't connect, Milgaru gets to take over the fight. And now they have full corner control here with this Winston. As you can see, full line of sight for the poke of Undersea. Not going to be the cap coming through just yet, but it is going to be a very easy way to set up for it as they go to this final push. 8 has line of sight. Undersea has barrage for the arch. Necessal gets Nano.
Jump, looking for aid. Continuing to take him down. He will fall. The barrage is not enough to even try to threaten them back. As Donovan on the opposite side, New Jeans gets the connection there into the body shot to take out Undersea. And that is going to be a very concise fight victory here. Denying that cap from coming through. Namekuji bro still in a very nice position.
Yeah, I do think, though, that the rally was a little bit overzealous. I think if Euclid holds that, they have a much better chance of defending this next attack. But they still have a good chance, don't get me wrong. But now IQ has Nano advantage, and they have the rally, so there's a lot of staying power here. I love New Jeans' positioning, trying to play up, trying to put some of that damage in early before we get to the point. But they won't be able to stop Insomnia without a pick, and he's not able to find it. And now the real fight begins. Don't you dare ult that Pharah. Put that ult on Milgaru.
Well, it's on the farm.
No!
Undersea, though,
it's working, though.
He gets 2 direct hits. New Jean's going to be taken down, but the bomb does go out before he ends up falling, and now he over-pursues, swings around the corner, hunting for these supports, but Necessal is there to protect. Heal comes in, the flank coming out. This piece tries to threaten them. Get rid of these escapes. Make sure that they cannot get away. And WAGYUMI is going to be taken down as once again Necessal has the Primal at the ready. Gets the juggle here, looking to try to go ahead and confirm the kill onto IQ with the help of Peace. They're able to do just that.
I think we might be going to 4 games here at Kilios.
It's starting to look that way as Milgaru once again pulling the trigger, using his ultimate. Will be able to hound down one, but can he get more? Because they need more value if they want this card to go into B. Immediately, recall has to be burned here by Undersea, who is now swapped over onto the Tracer. Milgaru can't even make it to the Mega Pack. He gets taken down.
Yeah, and Necessal swaps over to Doom. He can come over here for the contest. Peace has a pulse. And it looks like Insomnia are going to be stopped short unless they get a miracle to happen here.
Rejoins on the Doom Fist, the bomb here in play, but it's not contesting the card. It's just stuck into the corner, keeping them zoned back around the corner here for now, but Namekuji nonplussed by that. IQ dead. WAGYUMI under fire. Undersea falling low. The Nano now out onto Necessal. Hera, the only casualty so far here on the side of Namekuji Bros. The contest onto the high ground comes in. Aid gets pushed away, and Undersea is far too late to get over to the card. We are not done yet. We are going to 4 maps as Namekuji Bros. Finally find a map pick that works. King's Row is theirs.
If you were platinum above, you could see there's clearly a series on our hands. Anyone below, like, I've told you, so it's
marker
okay.
and just wrote in the word series.
Yeah, I didn't think of it fast enough because suddenly that went a little bit off the rails. You and I were both kind of looking at each other off camera, like, you know, because that comp just didn't really seem to hit the mark for Insomnia.
Not at all.
And then they had a Primal almost ready, and they had a nano boost, and they could have nanoed the Winston, but they again were like, nah, Insomnia's got this. Or, sorry, not Insomnia. Undersea's got this. We're just going to put all the eggs in the Farah basket. And it was almost like they were like, listen, casters, this is viable. Let me show you. And then they got the first pick, and then he died. And then, well, we don't have any survivability for a tank, and then he can't get Primal in time. And then he Primals late, and then dies, and it was a disaster. Like, these are the moments for Insomnia where I go, you need to be more flexible, because even if you're number one in this region, and even if you end up beating Namekuji Brothers in this next map, and it doesn't matter that you lost this one, I want to see some upgrades before we go to the LAN, because this team is looking likely to go there, and Korean teams will absolutely punish you. Even Namekuji Brothers will kind of punish you in this series, in this game on King's Row, so stop hard forcing. Keep hard forcing it. It usually works, and I'm like, I don't like it, but okay, you won, but this time you lost.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little bit of a mix of the force up, but then also over pursuing and overstaying their welcome. I mean, you get the one kill, you take out New Jeans, cool, back off. Utilize that pick. You don't have to worry about the long sightline damage anymore. But no, dive forward. The support stuck around in the side. I'm going to be able to kill him. The nano expires. Oh no, I'm dead. So just some limit breaking happening here, it would seem, as we now will finally get the map pick from the side of Insomnia, and they only have Flashpoint and Push to pick from. So
I don't know where they're planning on taking us here. Push, I think, is where, if you are, I've said this many times before, but I feel like if you're the way better team and you go to Push, you're like, oh, they have to think about so many things. They have to win 2 fights in a row to get the cart back if we win that first cart fight. And then ult economy becomes so tricky because you need to win a fight without ults and then win that second fight with your ults. You know, there's always have to be ult tracking the enemy team. I feel like Push is the map type that's the most punishing, as we are going to have KO back in, so maybe we're going to
it's either map type, to be frank, because I mean, you know, Coliseum, Runasapi, New Queen Street, you're always going to want your Lucio there. Suravasa, as well as New Junk City, you're going to want the Lucio there. So this doesn't tell us anything, unfortunately.
Well, I mean,
it tells us they're not going to be running Winston.
I think it also tells us not Coliseum, probably, because I feel like maybe Coliseum is the one map where you don't necessarily need the Lucio. It's still quite valuable, but you can definitely play like with the long sightlines on the first point, and then when you get high ground, etc., you don't necessarily need it. I think it's valuable, but not 100% required. But yeah, I think that if you do take, you know, if we do go to Push, then you really get to say like, okay, we're the better team. We have a lot more flexibility. Do they have more flexibility though? Is the question I keep asking myself about this team. Because I want to see Japan do well in the LAN, right? We have two teams we send. Last time was VARREL and Insomnia. It's looking like that's probably going to be the case again. Six Blow's not in this tournament. And then the teams that could compete for that spot are like Rivati, but they're having a bit of a slump. It is kind of as expected, for me at least, Suravasa to come through once we saw the substitution.
Yeah, so not going to be looking to play with that Winston in all likelihood, given the substitution.
Might just be Malga Mirror going into this one.
Malga could very well happen. Milgaru, though, play the wrecking ball here.
I mean, he might. We also might see Undersea's Genji, which is really fun to watch. And it could be also Aid swapping over to the Venture. He likes to play that on Suravasa.
I think it could I mean, Malga with a Venture Genji dive seems pretty good. Get the overrun, get the stuns out, drill dash some people out of position. Genji's just cutting people apart.
Alternatively, it could just be Malga Cassidy, which they've also run here to great success. So a lot of different things Insomnia can run. So I do like this map choice. And we'll see if they will pull it off, because Kings Row really left a bad taste, I think, in our mouths. Namekuji Brothers, great game there. Don't want to take anything away from them. But Insomnia felt like didn't set themselves up for the best success. And Namekuji had a great punish.
Yeah. A couple extra moments here to allow for the subs to get ready, make sure that everything is good to go, because obviously for Namekuji, they're the ones swapping the players around. They're the ones that are currently still being held at map point, so we'll make sure that everything is nice and sorted. But as we hear that music, we should just about be ready to go ahead and jump into this one. Suravasa, see who manages to take this series. Is it going to be Insomnia with a 3-1, or do we go to 5?
Ooh, Cassidy Malga. Get that Zenyatta out of here. That's not how you... I don't know if he's actually going to go through with this Cassidy pick because of the Zenyatta. That is a bit of a warning that this may be a little bit of a hover and not a full lock-in. For Namekuji, though, I think this comp is real. Necessal on Junker Queen and Kiriko Lucio. Kiriko Batiste. The Batiste part... Okay, so yeah. Now the Lucio comes out, and it is going to be the comp. And guess what? There's the Genji we expected to see from Undersea. This is what Insomnia loves to run, is this comp right here on Flashpoint. They found so much success with it.
It's going to have to be Johnny on the spot for the heals on the side of Namekuji. Given that Aid is going to be here on this cast, playing forward, flashbang in. Necessal going to be focus fired, hindered, and taken down. Shots up in the sky, and yep, there goes Peace. So maybe some early adjustments going to have to be necessary here for the side of Namekuji. We'll see if they do make any, but for now, everyone going to be held at bay as EMEA is ready for the cap.
Great coordination here from Insomnia. Too much damage from Aid to deal with. They back away, swapping the Cecil onto the Sigma now.
And Euclid over to the map.
Yeah. A lot of protection for New Jeans with this, but can just be circumvented, I feel like, in this comp very easily. But I mean, Aid is ready to pop off. He already did majority of the damage in this lobby.
On the back here is Undersea, a couple headshots, the right clicks to try to take down New Jeans. Dash does end up going wide, but he's still able to find his target. Pops the flick to try to stay safe. The rest of the team now swooping forward, scaling up, keeping him nice and safe. Milgaru will get traded out though, as KO is able to find one, but Aid takes him down, and now it's just Peace left standing, backpedaling desperately over towards the spawn.
Great immortality field from Aiku as well, knowing that Undersea was really focusing on that DPS line, and then looked like Namekuji might be able to get a punish down to Milgaru. Nope, immortality field comes down. Now he's got his Amp Matrix already. With Euclid having the late swap, he is so far away from that. Namekuji don't really have anything for this fight. They might just simply have to give this one up and hope for Flashpoint priority for the next one. They're poking.
Amp Matrix will come through. Peace having to recall. Aid trying to get the track there. Time starting to bleed away. The retouch comes in, but Peace gives his life for it. And with him falling on the floor, that overtime will just go ahead and bleed down. Nothing more to be done here for the side of Namekuji. We'll have to just reset and try to get themselves settled in for that next point. As Kinetic Grasp going to be burned. Barrier goes up to try to keep them protected, but ultimately Euclid will fall. In a similar spot, looks like he will find some stability. Builds up towards that sound barrier, but now next point is opened up, and Insomnia do have the inside track.
I'm totally okay with Tracer giving her life to try to delay there and get the Batiste ult out, but losing your Batiste in follow-up there means you don't have healing, you're not going to have point priority, so...
Also means that Aiku could absolutely lap Euclid. He's already up to 51%.
Exactly. So, I mean, they've not set themselves up for success here for this first fight for Flashpoint 2.
Bob in off the overrun. Blade now going to be pulled out the immortality field to be cleared. Sound barrier shielding, keeps him protected here for the moment, but eventually Undersea manages to break through, finds one. Pulse bump from Peace, going to be going wide. Elimination's not to be found. You see backpedaling Dynamite, going to be burning him down a little bit lower, but ultimately does have the dash. And now it's going to be Insomnia getting set up here with the first cap.
Got Deadeye with that combo. We've seen find so much value with the cage fight. Cecil gonna just get isolated.
Cage fight comes in, up and over the top, seeking target. No, he uses that flux to go ahead and get line of sight onto New Jeans. A bit of a botch as Cecil absolutely sends his teammate into the depths below.
Aid's like, oh, this is really annoying. There seems to be a barrier in the way. And this is like, oh, I got you. Don't worry.
Yo, quick, I can't see that guy. Can you give me a boost?
Oh, man, that's rough. I mean, the fight was essentially won before that, but even still, insult to injury. They get the retake. Wagayume building so much ult charge so early here as well.
And Matrix now in play, just using that. His amped heals to go ahead and keep everybody alive. Aid finds the Cecil. And I mean, Insomnia now, they can take fights wherever they want realistically. On the point, off the point, doesn't really matter.
And that's an extra amp Matrix. You know, the lapping did happen. With his one whole Matrix behind now in the flex support matchup, or main support, whatever, but he's depending on how you classify him. But
for New Jeans, and Undersea will find him.
Yep, and Undersea has just been finding so many backline targets on this Genji this game.
Man, imagine where that would have been applicable previously in the series.
Yeah, look, I mean, let's talk about the future, not the past, Achilleos.
Fair, fair, fair.
Namekuji might have a brighter one, as Undersea did overextend a little bit on that play.
Oh no.
Who have died.
All right, well, Bob going to be sent forward here to try to keep things contested, but Focus Fire is very swift. Everything in the kitchen blink thrown in to just go ahead and get rid of that from New Jeans. Blade still at the ready here from Undersea. Should need to pop into this fight. Either way, we'll wait a little bit longer as the sound barrier comes out here from both sides. Euclid trying to stay alive, but eventually will fall.
The best part of this...
can go ahead and just continue to catch up. Solid shot from New Jeans, but it's not going to get him a point.
Nah, the best part of this, he just like casually just float away.
Hi. Bing.
It's actually insane to watch that happen. But the best part of this for Insomnia is they traded Sound Barrier, and now they have that combo where they have the Cage plus Immortality Field plus Deadeye, and then a Dragon Blade. So this first Flashpoint unlock almost feels like it's theirs by default, and that's with a few ults here for Namekuji as here comes the combo!
There's the Cage once again, there's the Deadeye on the back end, as Aid will be overwhelmed and taken down. Cage now going to be cleared out, but Milgaro is able to find Euclid at the same time as the Ant Matrix does get invested here. Now their own Ant Matrix going to be in play. This piece tries to turn the tide of this fight. IQ, Milgaro, now Undersea, all falling by his hand. Looks for a little bit more and should be able to help find Wagayume, and he will. So Namekuji actually managed to turn the tides here.
Yeah.
Look at the first cap for themselves.
Aid wasn't in the Immortality Field, so actually ended up getting caught there during Deadeye. You have to make sure you layer that on top, otherwise it's just a sitting duck Cassidy, and the duck got its head cut off, and now swapping over to the Venture. So this is the other side of the dive we were talking about that we might see from Insomnia here. So they played both ends. Nate has been fantastic on this Venture. We'll see what they can get done this time around.
He's fine. Once again, Blade going to be pulled out, the move back, trying to keep the protected. Immortality Field going to be cleared, but Undersea eventually isolated there by that flux does fall. New Jeans down to a sliver. The Unburrow looking for the elimination. Sets up for Milgar to find New Jeans. As Aid has to bring line of sight here, get away from that Bob. Insomnia now threatening the cap here into their favor. Bob cleared out, Beat gonna get dropped. Pio shielding up here on the 3. Milgaru gonna be taken down, and this is very much getting out of hand here from the side of Insomnia. We're just not finding stability. It's just so damn scrappy, but with Namekuji being in control this entire time, they're poised to get this cap.
Yeah, it looks likely that this is gonna go to at least the 4th Flashpoint here. Wagayume doesn't have his Sound Barrier. You can see he's playing aggressively because he's so close to it. He knows KO just used his. So that might be the way they can get this flip, but someone has to buy time, and he's just 13% away. It's so frustrating for Insomnia, who are on the edge, and instead of committing, like you say, they're just gonna walk away from this one and try to use that ult advantage for the next point.
Well, a big stun off the overrun will lead to some nice little kills here. So Insomnia setting a stage for that potentially closing cap here.
The pulse will connect, but won't actually lead to anything here, unfortunately. Team kill. And because they were killed so early, like the flashpoint will still be contested here. But Insomnia have all the tools, and they have point priority. And look at this tectonic shock flank set up here by Aid already. This one should be a lock. I said that once before, though. Let's see if Namekuji can clutch it out again.
When he's going to strike. Answers now. Mortality Field. was them protected for a brief moment, but Euclid going to be down on the back end. Aiku now going to be taken down on Verel from Aid, finds Kyo. And that will be the opening fight of this potential final flashpoint going the way of Insomnia. Only losing out on that Kiriko as, yep, it's going to be another one. Team kill as Namekuji now try to run this back. Need to get this cap. 38% already built up for Insomnia with 3 ults in their back pocket. He's jumped on. The burrow comes in, though. Aid not looking to overstay his welcome. But we'll be more than happy to have forced out that immortality field. Now the rest of the team can get involved here. Undersea jumping forward. Peace going to be taking down Kyo. Euclid all falling to the wayside as Dorado just turns his sights back over here onto the Sigma, who's going to be burning down and taken out.
Namekuji just weren't given any time.
Oh, boy, here we go again. Team kill.
They needed another set of slow fights, or really just one longer fight there, and then they get the sound barrier they can match, but they're not going to have it. And yeah, it's not going to be a Cassidy combo with the cage fight, but the cage fight is so valuable here. Can actually zone them off the point, depending on how he's going to use it. He's going to back off, though.
Okay, pieces around the back.
He should be able to... Ooh!
Got the touch. The overtime is going to be forced out. He manages to keep himself alive. Flux going to be used here by Necessal, looking for the pickup. And Matrix now in play, but Peace is going to be taken down. Necessal going to be focus fired out of the air as Milgaru finds those shots. The immortality cleared. KO, the last one standing, and not for long. It is one final team kill as Namekuji just cannot keep things going here on Suravasa. And Insomnia, they will close things out 3-1.
Bit of a rocky performance on King's Row, but definitely looking a lot better here on Suravasa, playing both their signature Cassidy Mauga and then also Dive Venture Mauga, 2 of their strongest comps they've been showing us all season long, especially on Flashpoint, to close things out. Almost like they were making a statement saying, we were messing around on King's Row, this is what we're best at, we're going to pick a map where we can utilize it to its full potential and then absolutely crush you with it. There was some overextension on that third Flashpoint, and there were some errors made there, but ultimately Namekuji brothers can't get across the line. They had some good tools, and I feel like Nujean's had a great series, but Aid, he does it again. And sometimes I'm like, Aid, don't do that, and he wins. Today I was looking at Undersea a little bit like, maybe don't do that, but I voted for Aid for POTM after game 2, and it held up. It held up.
It held up, yeah. I mean, I'd say the King's Row was questionable for pretty much everybody on Insomnia. But we're mostly looking at the, the winning maps, the ones that got them the series closeout. And yeah, Aid was damn strong, especially on that Dorado. But right now, it just, I don't know. Maybe this is a stretch, but I feel like Aid might be the cleanest venture that I've seen right now in the Asia region.
Yeah, I would agree.
Granted, I haven't seen as much of it, it feels like, in Korea. So maybe that will change as time goes on. But right now, it feels like Aid really knows his limits when it comes down to that. And also, I mean, his cast performance at the start of Suravasa was also damn crisp. So
plus his Widow, earlier on. So the man just knows how to get big value out of high damage. I mean, his Ashe as well at the very beginning of the series where so many resources were put onto him and he just keeps popping off. Like, he's the kind of guy who, if you don't kill him, he kills everyone. And if you try to kill him, then Undersea kills everyone or the tank line gets in the back line. It's just so difficult to play around a player who's so accurate. Glass cannon that never can be shattered is kind of a good way to describe a player like Aid. When he's playing the cast, when he's playing the Venture, he is breaking things all over the place. And the dives we saw from the Venture were super clean.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like their cast stylings here from Insomnia is very much pseudo-reminiscent of the, the Space Cowboy comp that we kind of had all the way back in Stage 1, where it was, that Zarya going through with the BAP to just continue to push out those bubbles to keep that cast safe and then just absolutely wreak havoc. Aid will be our player of the match. We didn't get trolled this time. And we'll be able to go ahead and rack up another little accolade. Because I forgot he started this off with a Reaper.
Reaper also to begin, which was, wasn't always the most inspiring, but I feel like in the later parts of this first round, ended up playing it a lot better, and they clearly prepared really well with this, and I don't think that Namekuji brothers were ready for it, even though it's getting a little bit more popular right now here in Japan. And then we started going into Cage Fight, Deadeyes, and then Widowmaker. Curious to see if King's Row shows up in these highlights. We're just going to skip that one and go straight to the 4th map. But yeah, I mean, he absolutely, yes we will. Oh no, we're trolling the Cecil again. But he absolutely dominated this final map. I would argue maybe his most dominant of the 4 that were played. Just crazy stuff at him. He leads POTM right now, which is not a surprise, I don't think, to anyone. He and Hidden are constantly competing for that one.
I mean, damn good from him, though. I mean, that's 4 POTMs racked up out of the 6 games played, Undersea collecting the other 2. So it has very much been about, I mean, obviously it's about everybody on the team, but when you have to really narrow down that spotlight, it's been on the DPS lineup for this squad.
Yeah, it really has been. I think Milgaro, kind of a quiet third, I would mention, that has really been helping stick them together. But Insomnia just look unbeatable. I think only VARREL maybe will be the team to challenge them in that final match.
Yeah, but even then, still a bit more proving to be done from the side of VARREL, because while it was a fairly clean, concise victory from them earlier today, there were still those overextensions. So both teams needing to improve on those fronts. So there's still some more work to be done before we have a very clear first place squad. But I'm excited to see that clash between those 2 teams. It's going to be a banger.
Yeah.
Always is.
Yeah, will be tomorrow, I believe. I think it's the first match of tomorrow. So big one as we close out the regular season.
Well, speaking of closing things out, we're going to close things out with one final set, but not before we go to a quick little break. So when we come back, we'll get into NyamGaming versus LAZULI. Don't go anywhere.
No one can stop me now. 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 No one can stop me now.
Alrighty, we are back and about to go into our final series of the night, and this one could be a close banger. We've got NyamGaming going up against LAZULI. Both teams looking very, very powerful here this season so far.
Yeah, Nyam, like Namekuji brothers, with a much stronger roster this season. Docs being the big upgrade in the tank role, and you've got on the other side LAZULI, who just in general look to be very clean when their DPS lineup is playing DPS and not support. As Shui is just an incredible player. He was in Korea as well. Now he's playing in Japan. He's showcasing his skills once again. CC2, you guys probably remember him as being a bit of a Hanzo one-trick on Namekuji brothers.
Yep.
He's kind of the Reaper guy right now when they're playing Reaper comps, which didn't work for them yesterday, but maybe they'll try it again today against Nyam on Control, because we saw it already from Aid. Again, it's getting a little bit more popular, so time will tell. As our second series was a little bit closer than we had expected coming into today.
Yeah, that King's Row not really going Insomnia's way, just kind of gotten, caught off guard off the rip, gave up a massive time bank, and Namekuji was able to just clutch up and go the distance and then hold them at bay. So overall, good from Namekuji there. The rest of the maps, though, very much were Insomnia's pretty much the entire way throughout. But now we look to our final matchup here to round out this day of Overwatch action. As here's NyamGaming. You mentioned him, Docs. This guy has been incredible for them in their resurgence.
Mimosa also looking very good right now in the support role. Has played both the Lucio quite well, but also the Ana. So I think that's a big reason why this team is doing well. Daisy broken up with Undersea now on this team as well, and is as good as he was when he was playing for Insomnia last season. So a big boon for this roster. I think when you look at this team, Daisy and Docs are the standouts. On LAZULI, Leonoptrix, also an ex-teammate of Daisy's, moving over here is a big upgrade. And then you look at Hidden and Shui. Hidden, his hit scan is pretty good. His tracer has been hit or miss, I feel like, a lot of the time. But Shui, he steals the show. Often on the Genji, often on Venture. He can play anything. He'll also play hit scan. I mean, it's rare, but he will do it. His FAR is quite strong. And this roster also has the flexibility of their support lineup, where sometimes we see Sakume come in to play the Ana, but they have Kiro as a Lucio specialist. As well, we got all three. That's what I'm talking about.
I didn't want to say it, but I checked earlier. I had the spoilers, and I saw that we were doing the world tour. So I was just going back through the roster sheets and everything, and just happened to be there at the very bottom, given that, of course, the control maps are selected by admin.
Gclef and Achilleos are map checkers.
Look, this is the only time that I've done it, I will say, because I actually didn't even know that it was listed on the sheets, because I don't look at them too much, but because I was out for like a week, I was like, let me just refresh myself, make sure that I got it. Oh, everybody's names down pat, etc. So I did see that we are going to be doing the Control World Tour. So Jiang Tower to start off our last map of the evening, or last series of the evening.
Yeah,
last map of the evening. We're just going to play Jiang. Whoever wins the series.
BO1, baby. We're doing a little bit of the classic Overwatch maps today. I like to see what we saw in Nepal. We had Dorado and King's Row. Now Jiang. It's a good day if you're an old fogey like me. Looking forward to seeing if Nyam has a comp prepared for this one, though, as it is an unusual, rarer map, it feels like, this season.
Alrighty, well, teams are ready to go, so let's go ahead and get loaded up and locked in for Jiang Tower. See which sub-map we're going to be kicking things off with as well. As my fingers are crossed for Night Market. Nope, Gardens. Damn.
Buffed Lucio on Night Market, though. Or, sorry, Gardens, though. Always fun. It's not like a knockback on his right click or anything like that that's buffed, but can get a little bit chaotic with him flying around the middle of the pagoda. What's going on with this shot, but it does look very futuristic. But it turns out the aircon units are still on top of all the buildings in China in the future. We didn't figure out how to make it less hot. Alright, Docs, Mauga. Scarlet's going to be on that Pharah. Shui. Go to Echo.
For the knockoff, there's Leonoptrix gone.
That's a huge pick.
That is a massive start here for the side of NyamGaming. Now Hidden going to be taken down as well. Scarlet collects a second for a little bit more, just knocking players around with a concussive blast, but 10 seconds to go before that point unlocks. Maybe an opportunity for an actual contest here from LAZULI if they can get into position fast enough. They're still eating some damage on the way in.
Yeah. I said I wonder if they have something prepared. A great start out the gates here for Scarlet. He's got half his ult. Gets 2 kills. He's going to struggle.
Yeah, trying to regain the point from afar that has a barrage about online is proved to be rather difficult here. Ground fight needs to be going their way. Leonoptrix trying to lead the charge here in that regard. Brought around the corner, but hidden. Nevis both going to be taking some damage. Leonoptrix now hovering down to about half HP. I mean, hidden running the Sojourn on this sub-map is not something that we are used to seeing whatsoever.
Yeah, it's really tough to get line of sight on the point itself. You're very vulnerable if you do get on the point.
Quick stop in the barrage. The setup looking gorgeous there. Still only going to be 1 kill, but with Leonoptrix falling, that still sets up for the fight victory to very much go the way of NyamGaming. As Mimosa is going to be collecting 3 on the back end
What
here.
did I say, man? In the chaos, the Lucio's just flying around the pagoda, picking up kills. And I don't think it necessarily had to be him to get the elims. It wasn't like, you know, he carried that fight, but he is going to get all of the last hits with that extra damage, which will lead to a faster sound barrier here, which Nam can actually use on approach here. They should be able to identify they have the faster barrier. Leonoptrix swapping over to Orisa here. And that's a pretty unusual choice. And doesn't feel great into this comp either. I wonder what the game plan is going to be for this one. Trying to javelin that far out of the sky is easier said than done.
Now, it comes through. Shmi with copy. They look to rush their way forward here. Duke going to be broken, however. Telomere shielding expired. Doc's taken low. Pulse bomb goes out. Daisy unable to find a stick. Can't get a kill off the back of that one, but for now, it's still going to be the point held here by Neam. Doc's rushing forward. Does give his life over, but they find Hidden. And Kiru going to get tagged up. Not confirmed quite just yet, but as he pushes up over the top, looking for that beam damage. There's no good targets, and Mimosa is able to collect yet another kill. 87 now. Barrage in play. Scarlet cleans up 2. Nevis is dead. That should be this point going the way of Neam 100-0.
Scarlet really stealing the show here on Garden. Hidden is going to try to see if he can find a pick here, but someone has to touch, and no one can. No Tracer in this roster means no one can zip through. Pretty bizarre read on comps here for LAZULI, because like you said, the Sojourn isn't going to feel great unless you have control of the point and then you sit on the edge of the map there, facing towards the point, but even then you don't have a lot of line of sight. You see Mimosa's cleanup kills here. Right click, a melee, and just a finishing blow there onto Shui. Pretty hefty vote here in favor of LAZULI, but a lot of people believing in Neam, because like you've been talking about all day, like this on paper should be our closest series, and the fan vote does reflect that. Is Hidden will once again show a Sojourn to start things off. If Shui is going to swap over to the Echo, and yes, he will. Leonoptrix keeping this Orisa, and it can be quite sturdy into a lot of different compositions, but you don't get a lot of value out of the Fortify into this one. I mean, it can be good into, you know, cage fight lockdown, but ultimately he is just getting chunked out. Once that armor is gone, you just get ripped to pieces by the enemy Mauga. And this time, though, a lot of heals pumped into him, and he actually does push Docs away. And we'll get the first cap.
Comes him back. LAZULI now in control. Mimosa able to stay alive. Around the outskirts here of this point. Docs waiting to try to find some kind of opening to use that overrun to get on top of somebody set up for the stun. And it looks like Hidden's going to be the target. Goes sliding backward, gets himself up here onto the mid-ground. Players being scattered there. Scarlet sends the concussive blast, but Hidden will be hounded down in the end. Daisy able to find that kill. Shui answering one back as Mimosa will fall, but now Leonoptrix is going to be gone. Kiru under fire, being hounded down here by Daisy, or at least kept on as forces him away from the point towards the outskirts here. He's going to try to rotate around towards safety, but Shui now is taken down. A little boop forward into the direct body hit, and Nevis will fall.
It's 2 team fights, and Hidden has built very little ultimate, and I think that just goes to show. I mean, you could see it in the kill feed, but it goes to show how little impact he's had, unfortunately, on this Sojourn pick. Sojourn coming back in Japan in a big way, and it's one of Hidden's best heroes, but not necessarily the map for it. As rush out for Wydot.
And Hidden again, going to be taken down. Scarlet will go ahead and focus fire. Sticky Bomb's going to be recalled out of, keeping him alive. Daisy nearly eliminated there, but this is a complete counteract on that Consider rush from Nevis as Shui dies in the back end.
Gonna swap it with Cassidy now, but it's like this is way too late. Not that they can't win the map, but it was warranted a long time ago. Scarlet is gonna be able to hold that angle.
Doing 360s.
Yeah, I mean he just has no threat. I mean Hidden's the only person who really can knock him out of the sky. Shui could try to duel, but then they'll lose point prio, and they don't have it right now. That is for sure.
Now getting ready to come through, but hit it again. Targeted low, beat dropped in here at the corner from Kiru, matched now by Mimosa. Scarlet still low on HP, trying to escape. Gets a little bit of heals as soon as he comes across. They keep protected for the flip. He does come in. LAZULI for now going to be in control, but as Dogs drops down that cage, instantly 2 kills going to be found. Leonoptrix able to answer 1 back. Utilizing that Arisa ult to go ahead and clear out the enemy. Finds a follow-up, but now he's going to be on his lonesome as Kiru will get dropped. NyamGaming, they surrender the point for a brief of a moment, but immediately regain control. Now they're moving past 75%.
And this Pharah has just been unstoppable, untouched. The Docs' ultimate was fantastic there.
They're trying to match it now.
Yeah, but it's again so late, and Leonoptrix no Terra Surge anymore, and Kitsune Rush is significantly behind. I don't know if they're going to have that here. I think Hidden has to seal the show and take this Pharah out now. Needs to be his show, his moment now. Watching that Daisy flank, knows he has the pulse.
Optrix, they see him work his way forward onto the points. Dogs goes trying to get into the back line with that overrun. But a bit of damage down here as Kiru nearly falls. Kitsune Rush thrown in, pulse bomb as well, lobbed, but not going to be found for now. Scarlet going to be taken out of the skies. Leonoptrix, Shui both eliminated. Deadeye popped here from Hidden. He's getting corralled upon. Still does manage to come away with 1 as Daisy will fall. Doc's going to be taken down. It looks like LAZULI not quite out of it yet. Will have the flip into their favor as Flashbang gets the hinder. Kiru can collect the kill. Now Mimosa is going to be diving forward. Wanted to extend this a little bit maybe, but also just needed a reset.
Okay, so Hidden does end up having the big plays to save this map and the round for LAZULI, but it's not over yet. Got a sound barrier advantage, maybe taking a fight off the point before Scarlet can get in would be a big opportunity for them, big option. You can see the flanking bar there on the left side of your screen. Scarlet is trying to go for the wraparound here to get past this Cassidy. Doc's in.
Hidden. Not found yet. Shout comes up from Leonoptrix, getting that green HP across. Wydot nearly pinched, but that switch step he's out to safety. Barrier still held here by Kiru, but Moses catching up. He's now just 2% away. Those sound barriers could be the thing that very much decides how this round goes. For now, 80% built up for LAZULI. It's looking like a double overtime, but Rush gets built up a little bit faster here from Neam. So barrier comes through. Kiru able to drop his shield, keeping Shui alive here, desperately needing him to be in this fight. Mirage coming through from Scarlet. Seeks target. Shui ends up getting taken out by Docs. Now he's up over the top of the wall. Navis is taken down. Pulse bomb lobbed in, just zoning them away as the flip gets ready to come through. The cleanup is swift here. NyamGaming decisively pull the trigger here. Leonoptrix dies late here on the back end. Overtime now going to be bleeding down. We'll see if a final touch can come through, but it looks like the answer is going to be no. Cage set up just in case. Either way, NyamGaming, they take Jiang Tower 2-0.
2-0. It was not a one-sided 2-0 by any means, but it did feel like they were ultimately in control the entire time there, and that's a big start to a potential upset here for NyamGaming. Only taking about a fourth of the fan vote, but showing up in a big way here. Scarlet absolutely having the right read on the Pharah, and LAZULI looked a little bit lost in dealing with it, and that Sojourn pick on both maps just getting very low value for Hidden, kept getting punished. It's a meta that's just so fast and so punishing to play the Sojourn. She does have the slide, which can get you out of some trouble, but if somebody gets on top of you, like the slide isn't going to push them away from you. You like get a little bit of distance, but then you probably die if you lost half your health or more before you even get that slide off, and that's assuming you even have it off of cooldown. The Ashe is a lot more common because the Coach Gun gives you both some safety in terms of movement, but also can keep your opponents at bay. And the Dynamite's a lot of utility even if you don't have line of sight. So it would have felt a lot better to have that pick if you were going to be playing long-range hit scan, especially because Hidden is so good at it, and it's been his best pick this season because that's what's meta. So a little bit perplexed by everything that went down here, but it would not be the first time LAZULI did something a little bit weird on control and then went to sweep the rest of the series. But based on how they swapped late and still struggled, I kind of feel like this is not that scenario. I feel like maybe Nyam just has a better read today. Still early in the series, but sure. I'm pretty happy to see an upset because I thought maybe today was just going to be stomp, 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 and interesting second series into already, after the first map here, our expectations are kind of flipped.
Yeah, I mean, you know, like you said, it's difficult to determine what this means. Does this impact, realistically, the ending outcome of this series? We don't know yet. We'll have to see how that next map comes in because, of course, it is going to be LAZULI with their map selection as well as game type. So we'll see where they opt to go to try to get the upper hand and get things, back on pace for themselves.
Yeah, I think the main thing is Sakume, whether he's coming in or not, because if he is, then we're probably going to like Kings Row or why that was escaping me. Because those have been the picks where we're seeing the Brig Ana the most, and if they're going to play Ana, they put Sakame in. Kiru is a Lucio exclusive, whereas Mimosa plays both on the other side. So a lot of Lucios swap over to Brig, but actually he swaps over to Ana, so that is kind of the setup for how NyamGaming play this. So I do expect that if we see that substitution again, it's going to be like around over here, and then that will give us a hint. Otherwise, it's hard to know where we're going to see LAZULI take us. I don't remember what they picked yesterday, but I feel like they picked King's Row, if I'm not remembering incorrectly.
I believe you're correct.
Yeah.
Yes, they did. So it was King's Row. So, I mean, could just be that again. Go back to, an old classic, much like we saw from that first series. The map pick ended up working wonders for the side of Namekuji, and LAZULI were able to beat Namekuji there, so maybe they'll just, do the thing.
Yeah. For context, Shui was playing Lucio yesterday on Control. They tried to play Reaper with CC2.
Right.
It completely failed. Worse than what happened to them on this first Control map here. And then they swapped and brought us to King's Row. We had multiple swaps because they needed to bring in Sakame. They needed to put CC2 on the bench. They needed to get Shui back into the DPS role. So we had a lot of graphics flying through. The fact that we're not seeing that right now makes me wonder, though. Maybe we're doing something different.
Yep. I mean, we're flying in the dark, much like you guys are at the moment. So we're just...
That's me flapping.
You flapping?
Yeah,
It's a pretty
flying in the
slow
dark.
flap.
Well, I mean,
Got a lot of power in the...
I'm using the air currents, okay? There's heat blowing the current. I'm like a hawk,
Yeah. Gliding along. You've already... you've hit your stride. You've gotten your...
No, ignore all the big, huge studio lighting around me, because, I'm not really in the dark right now, but I was trying to go with the analogy. We're going to Runasapi.
No changes. Runasapi to come through. So push for our second map. And, I think I kind of see what they're laying down here on the side of LAZULI. I'm expecting Leonoptrix to come out and maybe just keep playing the Queen.
Yeah, that may be the game plan. It's quite strong here. Makes me oddly worried that they don't swamp the roster up, because I feel like right now NyamGaming have a clear game plan coming through, and it's Scarlet's going to pop off and carry on this Pharah, and I think Pharah is still viable on Runasapi. So is some elements of Pharah Ilari, and weirdly enough, this map in Japan so far is where we've seen some fast finishes. The map just ends. So we'll see what happens here as we move into our second.
Alrighty, let's jump into this one. Map pick for the side of LAZULI. Is going to be able to turn things around, get us tied up. See, NyamGaming looking to run away with a 3-0 here to close out the evening. Be a big boon for them, and really would just very much further solidify the power level of this squad here in Stage 2. Because we can't really overstate how much of a glow-up it has been.
Yeah, no, it's massive. I mean, this is the team that lost to Namekuji brothers last season, and
Yes.
Now coming back very strong, 3-2, and would push them into a lot of confidence moving into seeding tournament if they can get that fourth win. It is going to be the Pharah, and for LAZULI, as you mentioned and predicted, Leonoptrix back on Junker Queen, and an old staple and favorite of his from the Insomnia days. Hidden sticking with this Sojourn, but this time it makes sense. This time I can get behind it on Runasapi. A lot more sight lines to utilize. See if he gets punished again, though, because so far Scarlet, it's just, it's his day today, man. He is the one the observers are watching, and for good reason.
I mean, yeah, he's been pretty unhindered and pretty much unlocked on this Pharah today. Hidden again, taking quite a bit of damage here in the opening neutral fights. I'm just going to be held at bay here for the moment. It's going to take at least a pick to really start things moving. Rush forward, Scarlet nearly eliminated. Suzu comes in, but Shui is there to collect. Hill comes in, but there's a return fire. Hidden Davis now both going to be traded out, so it's a trade up here in favor of Neam, and Leonoptrix is then left out to dry. Those are just kiting back here, riding along the wall, bogging himself on the tree, but ultimately now, NyamGaming will be able to start the push.
Scarlet just bought so much space there, did so much damage, even though he died. The cleanup was there.
They forced the swap here from Hidden again.
Yeah. I think Cassidy is much more reliable at dealing with Pharah in this meta.
Yeah.
And, again, has a little bit more of an escape against this dive-esque competition. We were criticizing the Pharah with Winston earlier on King's Row, but this is just a completely different scenario. And this comp makes sense. They're playing around it so incredibly well. See how much distance Neam can get. Already nearly to the checkpoint here. As Hidden is on a flank. That's not where he wants to be.
Trying to be on the flank. Really get punished for that one, down to about 17 HP before to find some stability. A couple decent shots there on the Daisy to force the Tracer low, but confirm that kill quite just yet. Yeah, overall, I do like the cast a lot better for them here against the composition. Get a lot of value off that flashbang if you can hit it. Rush at the ready. Dogs trying to stay alive. Kills coming through. Consider Rush going to be committed, but Leonomtrix still able to find the kill. Now Kiro does have that sound barrier on the back end, and Scarlet, as he pulls the trigger on the barrage, is just far too late. The shields are too thick on the opposite side. He will end up getting taken down.
This is a huge momentum shift for LAZULI because not only do they win the fight, but they are able to trade sound barriers. If Mimosa's sound barrier saves Docs, I feel like this could have been a completely different scenario because he was in such a good spot to turn and then cage fight if the barrier hits him in time, but he dies just before it goes off. And LAZULI, all they need is one more team fight win here, and the Deadeye should be available to help zone out this far. If they win it, they can get a distance lead. They actually are winning the neutral, and that might be enough. Here comes the contest.
Docs rushing forward, stops the bot. 5 meters shy of taking the lead. Leonomtrix is going to be falling low. Kira getting tagged up. Deadeye now available. Pop seeking a target, and Mimosa's out into the open. Nowhere else to go. Ends up getting taken down here as Docs fall in the back end, and Scarlet wide on. Both going to be in a bad spot as the cleanup comes through. So lead can be gained now for LAZULI, and they still hold on to that rampage, which team kill. As you mentioned, not having the sound barrier available to try to counteract the rampage could be very costly.
Yeah. Doc's dying really before he can get the cage fight off, the lock Hidden down. Deadeye ends up being huge. LAZULI really in full control right now, and the card is still rolling. There's not really a high ground they can operate around. They can just play around this corner instead. Here comes the fight.
Cage fight going to be used. Leonomtrix locked in position, so Rampage is not exactly something that he's going to want to pull the trigger on quite just yet, but he's not going to be able to survive. So ult in for a kill onto the enemy tank. Daisy able to find Hidden, so will be a fight victory for the side of NyamGaming to try to get themselves repositioned here to regain things.
Win without expending all too much because support ultimates are going online. I love watching Scarlet's first-person view. He challenges Hidden, but he knows the moment that kill doesn't come through. He's like, I gotta back off. That's a Cassidy that can burst me down. Really patient on the far, not overextending, not over-pushing. They need to win another fight with this rush advantage before they can actually retake the distance lead.
Not still moving, but they're getting pressured here kind of on all sides. TP forward into the Kitsune rush. Scarlet going to be taken down, though. Leonomtrix able to get the knife across and finds that kill. The one here, but getting a hell of a lot of the damage, but the bot's still getting away a bit here from LAZULI as they try to catch up and intercept. They are able to do so. 10 meters left to go here to try to equalize. Can't quite get over to that checkpoint quite yet. It's still held. Leonomtrix waiting. The stars to align. Overrun comes in here into the back line. Both bombs going to be going out. Goes a little bit wide. Beat for beat here on both sides. Rampage goes across. Gets the ante on the tube. The Suzu cleanse comes in from wide. Keeps him protected, but he loses his life in the process. Leonomtrix able to take him down. Barrage now online, but Scarlet is just right out into the open, and it's nothing but Leonomtrix. Shui will find one here on the back end of that as it's another team kill. But Leonomtrix picks up 4.
Yeah, I mean, this is his best hero, at least in the time I've commentated him the last 2 stages.
Oh, yeah.
He's just so good at Junker Queen. And, I mean, a lot of that was cleanup kills, but he set up the first initial jackknife there. Big rampage value after the ult trade on the sound barriers. And this is starting to look like dire straits here for the side of Nyam.
It's a decent amount of time still to try to work with, but look at this. The rush onto the corner, and Mimosa again just cannot get out.
A little bit smaller health pool means that Skull is going to appear very quickly to take you out, and you being mobile isn't going to matter if he's got that line of sight on you when that Skull comes through. Fox almost has the cage fight, but not much to pair with it. They can try to rush in.
That. Also, they just push people back. Cage fight comes into play. Yeah, I mean, either way, it doesn't really matter too much. Not sure who had gotten contained within that one. Leonomtrix the axe will still be able to find one or a second. Scarlet will fall. They'll finally clean him up. Still have to try to deal with Shui.
Pretty efficient fight here for NyamGaming. The cage fight created enough chaos for Scarlet to get them the team kill. With a lot of that damage coming through. The main thing is they didn't actually use the Kitsune Rush. They just came through with the overrun. And Neam, they need this Kitsune Rush to find big value so they can take the lead. Otherwise,
Popping it, and that's going to be Kira dead off the rip. So there you go. Value has been found, but how much more do they have to commit to try to get the fight victory is the question. Bot's still going to be locked in place. Wrapper on the side, Leonoptrix gone. Mimosa traded out of Schweez, able to collect one. Pulse Bomb coming through as Dox gets worked lower and lower. The eliminations, Barrage now into the back line. Hidden going to be taken down, but Nevis go ahead and try to mitigate the losses, but he eventually will fall, and Daisy gets the better of Shui.
That insta-pick on Akira was so important because they have the Kitsune Rush, they have the speed advantage, plus they have their own Lucio. Love the swap. But Kiru dying means there's no speed boost to get Lazuli out, so they're kind of just running and kiting back, trying to offer what damage they can. Shui goes for the pulse, but it does not add up. And that is going to be the checkpoint coming through.
Trying to get the touch there. Not make that happen, but they do get control of the bot for now, so no further distance. We haven't quite just yet. Mimosa taken down, this time hit it. Not needing the dead eye to try to find that elimination. Slides back away as Daisy comes pushing forward, and Scarlet as well, just diving in. Deflect has already been burned, and Scarlet cannot tuck back out of line of sight. Taking down the Deadeye. 3 for 3 as far as finding value. Leonoptrix bleeds wide out down with that knife. Once again, it's control here for the side of Lazuli, just keeping him shoved back.
Tossing that shout out. In case Neam wanted to turn. Sound barrier advantage belongs to Lazuli. They can just keep playing on this corner, wait for a rampage angle. Leonoptrix can either force his way onto the high ground with a Kitsune Rush and then drop down, or can just wait for them to try to push around the corner together with their own Kitsune. Daisy's trying to annoy them from behind, but they can largely just ignore him.
Smattering of neutral damage going out here onto the tank. Meaningful, nothing to really try to play off the back of. Kitsune Rush now going to be invested though. Still pushing forward, but nothing is being forced out of Lazuli. Just playing this out patiently, hanging back, and now they hit the go button. Sound barrier comes through. Mimosa has that on the opposite side to try to match. Kitsune Rush also there from Nevis. Taken low, Shui into the back line, Pulse at the ready, seeking a target, trying to break down this Genji, but Scarlet gets the better of him. Does manage to take him down, but Dox could just very well be the cost, and he is. Leonoptrix finding wide out at the same time. As Mimosa inevitably will die. Hidden finding his targets now here with this cast. The push very much gets opened up as Hidden collects the final 3.
That was so well played by Lazuli.
Team kill.
They wait for the Kitsune Rush to come out. They have corner control. They can then chase. Rampage, there were several times where Leonoptrix had an opportunity, but he was like, no, wait for the barrier. Barrier comes up. He goes for it, doesn't hit anybody, but he's corralled them so hard they can clean up with Hidden coming onto that high ground. And now time is all but run out here for NyamGaming. They have a Dragon Blade, but no protection for Scarlet means that this is going to be very difficult to pull off, and they were going to need to get 2 fights in a row, maybe even more.
Each fight's out, Hidden, Deadeye popped. Blade is pulled here, he's into the back line, and once again, he's going to be good for an elimination onto Mimosa. He's constantly finding this Lucio. He's just unable to play around this. Recall here from the side of Shui will just go ahead, end up getting reset, but as you say, time has dwindled. 32 seconds remaining. Team kill as they try to get this push going.
They need to win 2 fights in a row now after that fight. That's the fight where they had the ults. That's the fight where they can combo the cage fight with the Dragon Blade, but they don't have those tools anymore. They're going to have to win a dry fight here. Lazuli could just bank ults off of this, and there's just so much more distance to go. This is the issue. This is the concern.
That overrun. Pulse Bomb goes in, though, the Suzu. It was just a second too late. Whiteout was trying to keep it alive. The Pulse comes into the back end. He cannot cleanse that. There's now Kitsune Rush here from both sides. Overtime, ticking through. Dox just now respawning. Daisy, down to half. He's seeking a target. Leonoptrix has them contained here in the hallway. Kira going to be taken down. Scarlet going to be traded out. However, the Pulse Bomb from Daisy ends up going wide. Whiteout taken out, but not before he does find Hidden. Bloody fight, but one that it looks like Lazuli should just about come out on top of. As Navis desperately tries to keep Leonoptrix alive and in the fight, and eventually Dox on the return will be able to take him down, but Shui now going to build up, use this as a bit of an old battery here and keep this bot locked in position, stop him from gaining any kind of lead, stop him from gaining any kind of advantage whatsoever, but he will actually just be able to kill him off as Lazuli gets the victory, and they tie us up at 1-1.
So a good map pick here coming out for Lazuli. Playing Junker Queen, playing to your strengths. Hidden looking much better on the Cassidy.
Oh, yeah.
On a pick that makes a lot of sense. Like, the Sojourn start wasn't bad by any means, but the Cassidy ended up being super relevant.
I'd call it pretty bad.
I don't think that it should be picked. I don't think it's the most optimal pick, but it was definitely way better than trying to play it on Lijiang. But he swaps pretty early, makes the Cassidy work, and it was crazy. They didn't sound barrier in that last fight, because they were like, oh, we better sound barrier a second, but they didn't realize they actually had sound barrier advantage. So Kiru dies, but then enemy Lucio gets sound barrier, also dies before using it, and so no sound barriers go down in what's ultimately going to be a game-changing team fight and game-ending. Kind of a wild one there. I think both teams are really feeling the pressure. I think for LAZULI, you're like, whoa, we lost another control map. Better wrap it up and play well here, but struggling a little bit.
They are. Well, we're tied up 1-1. We're going to go to a quick little break, and when we come back, we'll see who's going to be able to take the lead in the series. We're all tied up. 1-1. Runasapi working out for the side of LAZULI. They pick up the victory there pretty concisely. And now we get ready to go into map 3 to see which one of these teams is going to be gaining the lead from there. Neam, their map pick.
Yeah, so we've already seen, obviously, Control now push. So we have Escort, Hybrid, Flashpoint left. I wonder what Neam are thinking, because probably a Pharah map.
I was thinking Suravasa.
Suravasa, it's playable, but maybe you don't play Pharah here.
Yeah,
it's a good map for Sojourn also, even though she's very, I'd say, relatively weak in this meta, rising in popularity slightly. Just a little bit surprised by this. I don't think it's a bad pick, and they also can run their own different Mauga comps here. So it's definitely one that could work out for them. I feel like their ult economy has been pretty good too, and Flashpoint, that is such a critical part of the map because you're going from point to point, you want to win that point and then save your ults if you can and utilize them efficiently to fight for control of the next one. Maybe that's the angle. Maybe that's the reason.
Perhaps, I think Doc's likely just wanting to come out here, continue playing that Malga, maybe the ball, but maybe just trying to maximize his odds of staying alive, given that Runasapi is kind of getting bullied, especially in the latter half of that map. We'll find out, though, as we get ready to jump into Suravasa and see which one of these teams is going to be gaining the lead for themselves. For now, though, Leonoptrix more than happy to stay on the Junker Queen.
This is another reason why I'm a little bit perplexed by Suravasa, because this is where Leonoptrix last season played the most Junker Queen. It was kind of a fringe meta pick. He was like, no, this is my map for it. And they're going to run the same comp, it looks like. Cassidy, Tracer.
But this time, I mean, it's hidden saying like, okay, I need to play Cass from the outset, where this Sojourn not having value for us.
Charlotte is going to go find out real quick that he can't beat up that far.
Now it's hidden, just trying to hold that left side flank.
Fall-off damage is actually quite severe for Cassidy, so it's hard for him to actually poke here in this neutral fight. So Dox is just waiting for his opportunity. See, Hidden does very little damage at this distance.
Finding those headshots here as Doc's going to go overrunning into the back line, looking for that. It's done here. Knock anybody to the floor. Zuzu cleanses. Point, however, going to be capped here from the side of LAZULI. Mimosa is going to be taken down. That is going to be not the greatest start here for the side of NyamGaming as Scarlet is down to a sliver. It will be hounded down by Shui, so cleanup going to be swift here on the back end. All it really took was a death here on Mimosa, and LAZULI will start ticking up as Dox is a late death.
Yeah, Dox all on the wrong side of that fight. It felt like that was a really big bait from LAZULI. They were like, Hidden, just kind of stand up there, do a little bit of chip damage,
make him
force
run
him
at
out.
you.
And then when he did, that's when Shui got into the back line, took out the support line. So, you know, really well played here from LAZULI. And they got the cap so early in that longer fight, they're already halfway through this first point.
Good pace. Scarlet immediately having now swap over onto that Genji. Kind of poking and prodding. He can get done here. Goes diving forward. I mean, fleck down for the moment. By the time he gets in, he will have it available. But flashbang on a, getting that hinder onto a Genji can be a death sentence for him. 83% now built up. LAZULI pulse bomb available. Kitsune rush online for both sides, but ult advantage very much in LAZULI's hands. As drop down Shui just trying to send out that pulse behind him, hoping that somebody would chase forward, maybe land into that one, but Hidden going to be focus fired down through that Deadeye. This time unable to find any value. They rushes out, sparring from both sides. Beat dropped by Kiru, and that could be the thing that turns the tide of this fight. As Soundberry shielding keeps Leonoptrix alive through the pulse. Moza just dancing back around the outskirts here of the point. Leonoptrix eventually going to be taken down. Whiteout now going to be traded. Moza has the sound barrier available, but it would just be way too risky to try to send that one out. Flip is getting ready to come through, but the retouch comes in, and Shui is taking things over. First flashpoint goes away at LAZULI.
Really take this one. Pretty bizarre pulse bomb there from Shui. Mario Kart banana peel action there.
That's exactly what I was thinking. Just hoping that somebody's chasing so close behind.
That was really weird. I think maybe a bit of a mistake there. That was the one thing that stands out in my mind. But obviously, Kira having the faster sound barrier was really what decided that fight. Mimosa wanted to build his, but lost too many members before he could use it, and they had no control. Does have it now for this first fight of the second flashpoint. Cage fight first.
Cage fight goes in. Leonoptrix going to be trapped. Player's going to be jumping forward. Suzu going to be used, but now the blade is here on the back end, and Scarlet slicing the dice and comes up with 3 quick kills. Looking for that fourth, won't be able to have it. Daisy takes it away, but that's going to be the first flashpoint, or the second flashpoint, I should say, here for going the way of NyamGaming.
Yeah, first cap of
first
the second.
cap for Neam.
Yeah. There you go. Mimosa has his sound barrier, and didn't have to use it in that fight. Yes, they used 2 ults to get it, but knowing they have that sound barrier advantage, they feel pretty good about this second fight as well. And there's no doubt in their minds that Kira has not built his just yet in a quick fight like that. It's going to be about Rampage. The sound barrier is such a great answer for it, but I don't think he should use it in this fight.
It's been used. Minute 2 here as they try to go aggressive. They just pick the them apart here before they can even step touch the point. It was a little bit of a threat of a back cap there, but ultimately the kill's going to be found off the back of that one. Shui still going to be dancing around, seeking a target for that pulse bomb, and Hidden's going to be taken down. Decent enough opening kill. Shui finds Daisy. Pulse still in the back pocket as Leonoptrix occupying some space. Looks for a little bit more. Rampage still at the ready, and now they have the contender rush as well as the beat building here alongside them. Action calls Moroza down. Navis going to be traded out. Still staying power decent on the side of Lazuli. The flip still not here into their favor. Neam managed to maintain control, now moving past 90%. Shui, however, able to find one. Scarlet will fall. Rampage across. Doc's going to be tagged up, taken down. Kiru trade as Daisy dumps the pulse bomb. Shui dashes forward, finds him. And Whiteout will be killed in the back end. So a lot committed here from both sides. Lazuli, they extend this second flashpoint.
A little bit concerned about the timing of that barrier for now because it gave the Anoptics a big angle to actually get a quick rampage, but he wasn't actually able to find a multi-man for a really long time, just ultimately uses it there to deny Doc some healing to clean up the cap. But now it's pretty even. I mean, Lazuli need to win a fight here without big tools, minus maybe the Deadeye here, and they could be able to bring this to a 2-0. It's just about this fight really close. All Neam need to do is win a single fight, and then that is theirs because they're at 99.
Guys at the ready. Scarlet tracking this one, so they're trying to get on top and hitting the blade now. Going to be pulled out once again. Deadeye immediately shut down. Nevis as well, caught up in the crossfire. Ends up falling. The Anoptrix will be picked off, and that should be the flip here into the win for NyamGaming, tying us up at 1-1.
Fantastic target selection from Neam. Like you said, tracking the Deadeye. Sojourn coming in again as the team kill comes through. Not 100% sure if that is going to be high value here, but the timing of it works out in terms of being able to have this for the next point, and it's also a favorable spawn location for them, closer to their spawn, so we'll be able to fight for this neutral with a nice advantage. Dox does have the cage fight, but with high ground here for Hidden, this swap is going to make it tougher to lock him down. There's no way for that Mauga to get to where the Sojourn is, and he has a lot more long sight lines here. And it doesn't have the same damage fall off either with those railguns.
If they can get onto the point and get the cap, Sojourn is once again going to be feeling not great. Overrun into the back, not going to be fighting too much. The Noptrix jumping forward here into the cage fight. Needs to try to just join in with the rest of the squad. Pulse bomb going to be lobbed into the corner. Ultimately goes wide. Going to be a smattering of damage going to be found, but Shui with his own is able to take out Mimosa once again. Now Whiteout going to fall. Shui comes up with two. The axe eliminates Dox. It's 9%. That's all that Neam are able to hold the point for as Daisy will grab that health pack, denying away the team kill graphic, but ultimately will be able to make his way out to safety, but Lazuli are once again in the lead.
And if Mimosa had that sound barrier faster, maybe they could have used it there in the fight, but not able to do so as Leonoptrix is just popping off on Junker Queen again, and now they can match the sound barrier if Neam use it first, so it becomes a very tricky fight here. And they don't have the combo of the lockdown from the Mauga plus the blade this time once that one's built, so time really working against them.
Okay, well, he's going to be coming through. Kiro able to match. Rampage across on the two. Dox and Mimosa getting clipped by that. Whiteout going to be a bit of a focus fire target. Nearly gets eliminated. Mimosa will fall, but it's going to be traded up. As Nevis and Hidden are both killed off. Verel just some targets here, trying to build up towards that next blade. It looks like this is going to be a little bit more of a scrappy flashpoint. Establish a lead as NyamGaming will be able to go ahead and regain control.
Yeah, Noptrix, you know, we've been singing his praises, but that Rampage straight into the barrier was not going to get much value. Got a little bit of value on Mimosa for a second, but he was able to buy enough time to where it ends up being an overextension from Lazuli, and they end up losing out on the longer fight. Now Scarlet has that blade ready here defensively, and I mean, on the defense of the point, that is to say, we'll use it offensively. Try to kill that backline if he gets an opportunity. Easy to lead.
Forward, pulls to the ready. They need to be going low. Now eliminated. The Optrix finds that kill. Scarlet tucking over the side of the map for a brief little moment. Manages to bring this back to parity. Two on both sides, but Mimosa down low. Scarlet finished off as Shui continues to just be an absolute dominant force here in the fights. Pulse bomb held. For his moment, but doesn't even need it here to get rid of Dox. Just cleans him up as Nevis finds Mimosa, and the flip is back into their favor. 85%. Two players still waiting to respawn. Lazuli should be gaining the lead here.
Really close map of Flashpoint here, but it should go the way of Lazuli. We'll see if there's a contest. So greedy, though, because if you lose that, you are going to have a big problem when we move to the potential final Flashpoint here, and Lazuli would have been able to have a huge advantage moving to that one. So they just give this up. Puts NyamGaming in an uncomfortable position because now again cage fight up, but no Dragon Blade. Lazuli definitely having the better ult setup for this one, especially with that overclock and point presence. Hidden has a very, very large setup he can utilize as Leonoptrix, the target.
And diving in very quickly here. Leonoptrix is the focus fire target, but so far haven't been able to find him. In fact, he's going to be able to break down the cage, but Dox gets the rundown, stuns up on the Navis, will get his life traded out by that pulse bomb, but it's still an advantage, but now equalizes. Ramosa will similarly get taken down. Leonoptrix again, axe across, Daisy's dead, and LAZULI, they will have this first cap here of the potentially final point.
Leonoptrix is like, yeah, focus me down. I don't care, I'm not going to die. Has so many resources, okay, dies in this case, but has so many resources given to him to survive. Doesn't even need a rampage. Carries the fight after his DPSs fall apart.
They have to surrender this though. No likelihood.
Well, I mean, see if they can just continue to touch, rotate these players around, maybe maintain that control. It's tough, but it's working so far. They still have sound barrier too. I think they might be able to hold on to this one.
Get tagged up at the moment. Man, hit it. Calling out, had swapped over onto the Pharah here.
Yeah, it's unusual for him to play this. He's the hit scan player, but so far looking good.
Finds one, forces them all the way back. Scarlet, a lot more bonus on him. I mean, he's been delivering when it comes down to the aerial battles so far, but he hasn't really had anybody in the skies alongside him. Echo can contain a Pharah, but it's got to be Johnny on the spot. 75% down here for LAZULI. A sound barrier, a rampage still in their back pocket. Ramosa has this ult wide out, not too far away. Having the Kitsune rush. 90 seconds, or rather 90%.
Scarlet's down.
Will get taken down. Optrix just getting on top of the Echo, finds that kill. Feet now going to be dropped here on both sides. And all in gamble here for the side of NyamGaming as the shielding is already taken away from them. Dox into the corner, taken low. Leonoptrix low on HP, still goes over the rampage. It's for the Daisy, but Dox does die. Why not eliminated the rampage, get the bleed out. Daisy's gone, and that should be the map. Overtime ticking down, no one else to contest it. And that is going to be LAZULI now gaining the lead here in this series.
What a fantastic back-to-back set of maps for Leonoptrix on Junker Queen. It's not coming to a surprise to me or to you or to anyone who's been following Japan that this guy is really good at this pick, but in some of those moments, the fights look lost. They look doomed, and he's just so clutch. He's pumping out so much damage. His axe swings, his knives, his rampages. That last rampage in the team fight, I mean, sure, it doesn't end up being extremely high value in terms of the heal denies, but it's still like the angle is basically perfect. Everyone has to move away. Daisy's caught. He can't get healed up. He's super low. He goes down, and he's making these plays happen at like sub 100 health. The guy just looks really good right now and almost unstoppable. But, I mean, that was, you picked this map into him. That's why I was going like, you know, I'm not sure if this is where I would have taken us if I was Neam. And it's a backfiring in a big way.
Yeah, no, that's going to be a critical blow dealt. So now, one last map pick here for the side of Neam. Need this one to be effective. Need this one to get them a win, to extend this over to 5. But then you're going to be going up against, you know, that map 5 pick selection from the side of LAZULI. So got to put a good amount of thought into this one. But getting them off the Junker Queen, that seems like that has to be like the #1 priority.
Yeah, so we have left Hybrid and Escort.
So
maybe Dorado makes sense. Junkertown, I feel like we've like never seen that played. I feel like in all of Asia,
it's
so rare.
It hasn't really cropped up too much.
I think most teams just aren't practicing it right now.
But even then, I mean, you can't go to Junkertown with the Queen on the other side. I feel like that's just going to be so playable.
It is definitely playable. I think most teams don't pick Junkertown because it's like, oh, is their Widow better than our Widow? I don't want to decide this game based on who has the better hit scan.
And given that Hidden is on the other side.
Yeah, so that's probably not going to be it. The Mauga comps that we're seeing from them, you know, you could play it on Shambali. You definitely could play it on Eichenwald, at least for the first point, but I'm not feeling great about that. Paraiso, probably not. Blizzard World is like a straight hard no. Like, do not go to Blizzard World for the same reason why you probably don't want to go to Junkertown. You probably don't want to go to Circuit Royale. I think it's Dorado. I think Dorado is the best pick.
It could very well be, but this is a rough position to be in because I feel like the Runasapi pick coming through actually denied a lot of potential advantages away from Neam in the later stages of the series, as we're kind of seeing here. I mean, we're sat here scratching our heads as far as what they're going to end up doing, and none of it feels particularly fantastic for them. So I'm very curious to see what they end up doing. I mean, Blizzard World, maybe just because you can get good value on the ball, or especially around like point A. but it doesn't hold super well the whole way throughout that map. So it's a pretty big gamble no matter which way you slice it.
No, definitely. Options seem quite limited. I think if we see the subs come through, like I was talking about before Sakume, then probably it's going to be we're going to Dorado, and that would make the most sense to me. Maybe just taking some extra time to think about it because it is really tough. And you had a huge lead, right? You got the first map. Kings Row, okay. You had the first map. Started looking like it was maybe going to be an upset. Runasapi was close, but you can really feel like the series is slipping through your fingers here. And getting just owned by Leonoptrix back to back. And Kings Row is going to ultimately be where they take us. And kind of play Mauga here, but I think it's probably going to be Winston. But that said, we did not see Sakume sub in, so maybe a different look here entirely between these two teams on Kings Row.
Likely to be the case. I mean, LAZULI, fresh off of the victory over Namekuji yesterday on that Kings Row. Curious to see what the comps look like here for both sides. I mean, a potential for Scarlet to take to the skies once again and maybe establish some aerial dominance. We'll have to just wait and see, though, as we go ahead. Get ready to hop back into the action, see whether or not LAZULI are going to be able to close this out 3-1, or if we can have a 5-mapper to round up the evening.
Okay, so Navis is just going to play Ana. So they're foregoing subbing Sakume in. And, you know, maybe they'll have a different look on defense, and that's why they're doing this. I mean, Navis has played Ana before. It's not like they have to have Sakume in, but the Sakume has been the better Ana player.
Always change it up. We're going to be starting here on this attack.
For Neam, keeping Scarlet on this defensive Pharah. We've seen this be very hit or miss. It feels very all-in. If you end up winning hard early, it's quite strong. But as we saw in our previous series, a player I won't mention, don't stick with it too long on the attack. Maybe this is just a new scrim read in Japan that Pharah dive is a thing. Hope it doesn't spread.
Okay, well, no real peek outs here, so Hidden. It's around for a little bit longer with that Widow, but we'll just be swapping over onto the cast once again.
Push.
Oh, no. Okay, changes up again. He's going to go for the Sojourn.
No, Cass is better.
I was going to say.
I thought we learned Hidden.
I feel like you need just the way that much more consistent DPS to try to just really work that far out of the sky, given that Scarlet has been a bit of a thorn in the side. How do you pilot this for LAZULI? I think it's just going to be a wraparound up the stairs, up onto the high ground, forcing them down. Scarlet just pumping rockets down the hallway, seeking target as Kiru going to be eliminated. Docs find that kill. Wind up does get traded though. Should we be able to get on top of the enemy Ana? Finds that elimination, but Docs just leaving back up onto the high ground, gets rid of Hidden. Now Leonoptrix is going to be dead. This is likely going to have to be a bit of a reassessment here from LAZULI.
The problem with this comp for LAZULI is you can't actually pull them onto the point because they'll just outrange you. So you have to actually take it to them, but that means you're fighting in the hallway against a Pharah. So kind of a struggle here to make this Junker Queen work, and I think this is part of why we see this pick here for Nam. That's why they went to the defense first. That could have been a... Oh, doesn't commit to it though.
And now the late swap onto the Ashe. That's such a disadvantage. Daisy at 81%. Now they're trying to play the point. They drop down the ante now coming across. The puck back is Scarlet. Try to isolate, pick off Shui. A little bit of follow-up damage, but ultimately cannot kill him off quite just yet. As well, similarly tagged down below, just playing back statue, trying to poke and prod here at Daisy to find that kill. Or is eluding him, and he's very much losing out on the damage fight.
You can just see how tough it is to try to play point with Junker Queen here into this comp. We're watching them full display.
Hero now taken down. Leonoptrix trying to play the corner. Again, going to be met with an ante. Has to be Suzu'd off. Primal's online. I mean, it's about to be the full 5-stack here of ults for the side of NyamGaming.
They can do no wrong, basically, on this defense right now. Shui swaps over to Genji. That's how desperate they are. They have no sound barrier. They're going to try to play point again.
Looks not going to be doing much. Another Suzu just getting rid of those antes, but 5 ults ready to go.
We're trying to take out Daisy. Not finding success. Look at this
fight here onto the high ground, but yep, they say, okay, hey, you want to TP up here? You want to use your Kitsune? There's a rocket to the back of your skull. Navis just explodes, and I mean, this is just them being held at bay. They almost get a tick, but that is jack all at the moment.
Yeah, I mean, Wydot hitting some big nano, or sorry, big bionades as well throughout this entire defense. And LAZULI just don't have any tools to kill Daisy. And when they try to commit this Junker Queen into the hallway, that's far as playground. So feels like just checkmate from the outset. Like they cannot do much. And NyamGaming don't even have to compete with this Junker Queen on the point if she steps on it because they just outrange. So as long as someone tags and denies the cap, they can just play it slow.
Yeah.
Look at this. Again, Leonoptrix steps on. They're like, all right, cool, we got an angle. Poke him out. Get him out of here.
First tick getting ready to come in. The contest now being found. Bob going to be sent out into the corner as well to try to hold them at bay. Shield raised just to try to keep him protected. Barrage now in, and it's ahead of that shielding. Hidden, however. Here's up that Bob. Gives them to try to tick up a little bit more here, but he ends up getting slept. Anti on to 3. HP bar is in tatters right now from the side of NyamGaming, but the kill's just not really being found. That being said, we will be able to find one. The tick's now continuing. Have they actually managed to break through is the question. Second tick snatched up. 13 seconds remaining. Rampage about to come online as Docs drops down. Pile driver here arriving on the point. Anti on the Leonoptrix, pops the shot to keep himself in the fight, and Kiro has managed to find Wydot, and somehow I think LAZULI might have actually just bailed themselves out. Scarlet tucking back around the corner, could be hounded down, likely will be as Docs does fall, and my god, they've done it. In overtime, they go ahead and they get the cap.
It really did not look like they were going to get it. I think a huge part of this was Kiro's sound barrier. That's the one thing that Nyam can't match, is that extra shielding, and then once you get a single pick, it becomes pretty overwhelming. The problem was before, they were just getting outranged, they were getting poked. Leonoptrix can't do anything on the point, but the sound barrier allowing them to have that extra health. That kill comes through, and then they're on top of everybody. Then that range advantage means nothing. But man, it took a long time to get it done. This time bank is abysmal.
It is. Also, this is going to be the section of the map where Leonoptrix can start finding a bit more value.
Yeah, and these narrow choke points, you could definitely find Rampage value. You could definitely get some pulls with this jackknife. Docs does not want to get pulled in by said knife. Might find himself face first into a Rampage, then blown up. Nano Boost almost ready, though, for Wydots. Nyam, you know, they were behind in ultimates technically, but LAZULI's ultimate's not useful if Nyam just plays slow like this. They can actually turn this around quite quickly as Scarlet, being such a nuisance.
It's a little bit of damage. Shui with a barrage at the ready. Waiting for his opportunity to strike as they get closer and closer to this deep point. Dynamite in, looking to try to go ahead and take down Daisy. The Nano has to be committed to go ahead and save him, which means that Mimosa is that much more vulnerable. Ends up falling to the barrage, but Shui gets traded out. Daisy quickly turn his sights over onto enemy Farah. So in the end, a 1-for-1. The cart for now not moving forward. It up yet again as Docs here on the high ground. Bob goes in deep, cuts off a couple different players. The Sleep Dart will go ahead, put him to rest for now as Scarlet's just poking and prodding around the back, but he doesn't have that barrage, which he would love to have for a bit of a surprise hit now.
Bob up for Daisy. Just really want that primal for Docs. So far away from it though. Just keeps pushing
goes
forward.
in, Daisy finds Navis, and Hidden's going to be taken out. It's right as the Kitsune Rush as well as the Rampage gets used. Daisy going to be bled out here, it would seem. No, the bleed will expire. The anti goes away. They keep him alive as the rally continues to roll, and LAZULI now, this might just be their last leg.
Just such a worst case scenario, the timing of them losing that fight. Docs getting value is right when they commit the Rampage, right when they commit the Kitsune Rush. Getting nothing out of it, now wasting their tools. Maybe the sound barrier again will be the saving grace here for LAZULI. It's gonna have to be, I think, if they're gonna cap B. Ooh, that's a nice pick.
Okay, well, they're not to just go ahead. Straight up getting on top of Scarlet. Now Wydot going to be taken down. It's similar scenes to what we witnessed with the push in onto point A. Daisy dead. It just seems like they have the deck stacked against them, but suddenly just throw out all the cards to get themselves a team kill. And LAZULI will yet again extend this map.
Wydot shouldn't be peeking like that into this comp, though. He wanted to greed. He wanted to get some extra charge for the nano boost. And they didn't need it to win that fight necessarily. But he ends up getting picked straight away, and LAZULI win it without really committing anything. They keep that sound barrier and keep their chances of finishing this map alive. Docs does have that primal now. Want to use it very patiently here. Not going to try to leap in for some backline access, even though there's no Ana on the other side. He's going to find the angle now.
Jumps up onto the opposing high ground, now down with the bubble. That quickly gets cleared out. Constantly relocating here. Shui eliminated. Solid shots there from Daisy. It's that echo out of the sky. Leonoptrix popping the roar, just trying to get everybody pulled back here as they look for a full disconnect.
Just winning this fight without the nano, without the primal. I mean, Docs is playing so well right now. Controlling high ground, leaping back down, accessing the back line, getting out, getting healed, building more nano charge. Daisy actually gets to control this high ground for a really long time. Only 25 seconds left to go. No Rampage. That sound barrier has been held for so long. Finally,
now going to be opened up, looking for a target. Shwee's going to be taking down Scarlet. Utilizing both that and the Nano. Come up with value, cleaving them all down now. Optrix does get 2 parting gift kills across, but ultimately cannot spare his team from the team kill. And LAZULI, with 5 seconds left, are going to try to swap over onto this Tracer to get a touch, but I don't think it's going to happen, especially with Kiru dead. Yep, there's the cleanup. And that is as far as the cart makes it. Final corner is the win condition here for NyamGaming.
Looks like Kiru got Ajaxed on his sound barrier as well. I think it was actually the Primal Rage that kept him juggled into the corner. I think I saw on the kill feed it was a leap kill.
Eventually.
It looks very weird, but he still had Primal rolling. It was off camera, but it looks like he was denied that sound barrier, and he was trying to utilize it finally, right as I was kind of harping on, like, hey, this guy needs to barrier. He's gone like 2 fights of having this ult advantage and not using it, and then he uses it and is denied. One way or the other, ends up being pretty massive here for the side of Nyam. Still, if LAZULI have a good defense here, doesn't necessarily matter they couldn't finish the map. They're gonna run at least, looks like on the outset here, and gates are opening. They're on the defense. This Junker Queen again. And this just opens up the floodgates for Scarlet to play. That's right, more Pharah. I think he will, as soon as he sees this Junker Queen, absolutely take the opportunity. They're running the Cassidy. So, you know, there is some answer to the Pharah potentially here. But as the attacking team, you have way more flexibility in comp because you can just walk back to spawn doors and change it up. Because if LAZULI, I mean, if they lose this first fight off of just like a swap,
yeah,
I mean, it's just dunzo probably. I mean, the time bank's going to be insane. Let's see what Scarlet does after this teleporter and the scout of the Junker Queen. Even the observers know, straight to Pharah.
Mark in play. Tagged up a bit, but some stability. Basically, he played this absolute perfection. Scarlet does nearly get sniped out of the air. Dynamite across, just a couple players here.
And Optrix could just play on the statue. It's very difficult to poke him while he's there. Or if they get an angle on him, then he's kind of a sitting duck. So double-edged sword, as you can see here, that's where he's playing.
Pull there onto Scarlet. Can't quite get the knife through. Nox just playing in behind, just trying to keep Leonoptrix's attention pulled in every which way. Also falling low. Nevis as well. Nearly eliminated as Daisy. Got a bit of a shooting gallery here. Dynamite up over the top of him. Mozo will be the first one to fall. Shwee comes away with that elimination. They hit to take him down, and for now, hold can continue.
It was a really good play from Nevis as well that entire time, keeping Leo healed up, because he got isolated. That's when Docs goes through, like, okay, he's playing statue, we'll cut him off. They did keep him healed, and the damage comes through. Very close call there for LAZULI. Now the nano boost is ready, though. This is when Hidden is going to be vulnerable. And that Winston starts flying to the back line. The angle.
Nano goes across, knocks the recipient. Anti out, Hidden's going to be taken down. Shwee having to pop that recall. Scarlet nearly taken out again. Lead forward, they're looking for Leonoptrix. Lower and lower, but Leonoptrix, but he's kind of shrugging off the Winston. Tucks into the statue for a brief little moment. Can they keep him alive? Hovering around 100 HP, the shout coming through. Will be able to keep him sustained. Axe through, Mimosa can be bled, but ultimately can disconnect and pull back away. For now, LAZULI are maintaining control. Half the time bank going to be drained. Rampage online as well as the Pulse. Anti goes out. Shwee looking for an opening to kill. Cannot make it happen though. Backpedals joins in with the rest of the squad. Is Hidden. He's way back in with the rest of the team, but for now the point starting to be occupied here by NyamGaming. The Bob keeps them back.
Hard to take that up first. Rampage tough to utilize here through this archway. Scarlet.
Top of their heads. Could be brutal. Deadeye going to be popped. Sound barrier comes through. Finally, NyamGaming just going to say, okay, that's fine. We'll respect that. We'll give up some space. We'll stop the push. Rampage now goes across, however. It's able to find 3. Shwee going to be taken down, but Daisy gets traded out. Hidden dead by the barrage as it looks for a little bit more, but ultimately Scarlet is just a sitting duck and does end up falling.
I mean, I'm just in awe at how well LAZULI are playing around this Junker Queen. It's insane. As Dox is going to primal?
He's primaling for it. Knows that they do have a respawn advantage, so he's going to try to juggle around Kiru. If he can find this kill, it could be everything for him, but it's just eluding him. They have him isolated into the corner. He's got to drop the bubble, leap out to safety. The rest of the team now starting to backfill their way up towards the point. They nearly get the second tick, but Leonoptrix continues to just help the pull and push here on this Winston and keep his support line protected.
I thought had a nano could have been so much better there. He has it now, but LAZULI have all respawned, they've all rejoined. Nano's out.
And Sen goes over towards Scarlet, he's diving into the back. Suzu cleanses off for a little bit as that Kitsune rush comes down. Some damage here onto the support line, looking for the follow-up hit, but a TP away. Navis will go ahead and play elusively as Scarlet is forced off that line of sight. Forced back. Tick still not coming through. Still, just 30 seconds now remaining. As Kiru has built up another sound barrier.
Yeah, I mean, this is looking really, really scary here for Neam.
Drops the beat, he goes so low on HP, but he manages to get the shielding out. Wide out now, going to be taken down as they go aggressive, pushing up towards the bus. Hidden, going to regain some space. Some shots across on the docks, forces it back to the top of the movie theater, but Scarlet is able to find one. Kiru going to be dead on the back end. Pulse bomb at the moment, held here by Shui. Another barrage, nearly built up. He gets rid of docks, but Hidden is gone. Kiru still waiting to rejoin. He's going to have to be sprinting his way back over to the point, but they might just end up beating this one up as the tick gets ready to come through. Overtime is there, the bomb is out, and this is not quite over yet. A last second touch from the side of Shui, but eventually he has to make his exit, and Leonoptics cannot get there in time. It's going to be similar scenes. It's another 2.5 minutes get added to the time bank here for Neam.
Oh man, such a close series every single map. Achilleos and Shui doesn't commit the pulse. Thought maybe he was going to go back in there and after the recall and end up hitting it, but no one else can touch. They're at the end, overtime isn't going to last that long with just a single touch. That pick on Kiru was massive, and NyamGaming finally getting value out of the comp, finally able to crack this Junker Queen. Shui is on the back line here, looking for a pulse to stifle this push. Slow and steady, but not the target he wants.
Not. Back and drop down. He's looking to try to maybe get rid of Daisy. Pulse bomb goes out, but not fine. It's Mark. Whiteout, however, is still going to be caught up as the rest of the team got scattered away. End up falling. Hit it. Kept alive for the moment. Follow-up rocket would have done the trick. For now, LAZULI have established some control here of the choke.
Yeah, I mean, this archway control is really, really important, especially with the Rampage coming online, Kitsune Rush as well. Even the Primal isn't necessarily going to be that big of an opening here for Neam if they trickle in one by one. It's so awkward here for them.
Oh, well, they can just do that.
That works.
You just leap in, set up for a headshot, and Daisy's able to collect one. Navis going to be taken down. Leonoptrix eventually will fall. And that's going to be the big breakthrough. And NyamGaming we're looking for. Shui going to be taken down as well. Now an opportunity to push, but still 55 seconds remaining. It was still a good time buying here for LAZULI as the cart is only just really getting started.
Yeah, if Daisy doesn't get that pick on the Navis, then they get the Kitsune Rush, and we'd be able to force out a lot more ultimates there and match the rotation speed. But now it's just a really efficient push here for NyamGaming. They didn't have to use the Nano, didn't have to use the Primal, and this cart is flying towards B. They get this corner for free. Well, nearly. Barrage at the ready. Nano!
Ready as well, and there's a Nano barrage. Leonoptrix absolutely vanishes, and that's a Kitsune Rush committed here from Davis. Sweep popping the recall, keeps himself alive, but Doc still has this Primal. All the time in the world, realistically. Only 15 seconds remaining, but he could buy so much space here for the squad. Jumps in, finds Hidden. Kiru trying to escape. Will not be allowed to do so as Scarlet takes him down. Another minute and a half added to the time bank as Neam very much with the opportunity to extend this to a fifth and final map.
Now, if there was going to be a time to switch off the Cassidy, this would probably be it, you know, in terms of maybe fighting for high ground here, but he's got a Deadeye. They have the sound barrier. Maybe after this next team fight, if they win it, he'll swap last minute. Maybe even something like Widow could be fantastic here to close this map out, but Leonoptrix is going to be the one everyone has their eyes on right now. If he can get the Rampage, it would be huge, but he's purpled instead.
Purpled out, Deadeye coming through. It's the barrier committed now from Kiru as they try to find a target. Daisy going to be taken down. Sights turn over towards Scarlet, who's in behind them. Can't quite find the punish, but they also say, okay, that's fine. Let's just go ahead, throw a flashbang on the docks, take out your tank. We know that you're disconnected from the rest of the team.
Yeah, the Deadeye actually splitting them, even though he doesn't get a kill. Now Scarlet's staggered, and Dox is going super, super aggressive. You know, in that split-up team fight, he's isolated, doesn't want to primal with his teammates gone. And Neam, they have a lot of ultimates here, but they're not able to use them in conjunction with each other.
Going for Widow.
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought he'd do after the swap. High ground control goes to them after that big botch by Neam. LAZULI now might have what it takes to close this series out.
Is the Primal's online, Hidden kind of isolated now as Dox goes well deep here into the back lines. Look at the try to cleave him down. The peel being committed here, but now space opened up and Hart advancing forward. Someone's got to go for the touch here. Is it just going to be a C9? No. Shui, he manages to swoop in, but there's just no one else there. The support systems have been broken down. And NyamGaming, hard fought, but they managed to make it happen as we are going the distance all the way to 5.
Game 5. And the Widowmaker, I think, is a great swap in that situation because you have long sight lines. The problem is that the box isn't that deep, so if you just get dove once, you're done. And when they do have Primal, that's the worst place for a Widow because she offers no peel for herself. Like, she can grapple, whatever, but if you're grappling, then it's over anyways. And then she's not going to be able to offer any damage into the Winston, so you're basically fighting with 1 DPS that isn't going to be able to burst the Winston down, and then the team fight falls apart. So I like the Widow swap, but in retrospect, knowing the ult economy of your opponent's squad, maybe should have looked for an Ashe swap instead because it gives you half of that same sort of potent power in that long sight line, but also a little bit of self-peel and protection, and maybe a little bit of high ground control could have been grabbed there, juggle around with the Winston. Either way, pretty sloppy map from both teams, I would say. Like, I think the nerves are coming through. This is a very important game for the standings as they're both just separated by 1 loss. If LAZULI loses this, they'll be on the same scoreline. So a 4-2, I believe, if I'm not mistaken. But anyways, I digress. The only map type we have left is Escort.
Yeah, so, I mean, final choice Escort here for the side of LAZULI.
And yeah, they will both be on 4-2, as I was saying. Just check.
None of them particularly feel super great.
Yeah, it doesn't feel great for LAZULI because maybe Shambali?
I think Shambali kind of has to be
the
one that you go for, just given that you are, I mean, you just, are ham-fisting a Junker Queen comp in on King's Row and barely scraping by with getting, how far that they did. So I feel like Shambali kind of has to be it, but Docs, I mean, he could just continue to play Winston. He could play kind of whatever into it.
Yeah, I mean, they could play a May comp and kind of shut it down that way, isolate the Junker Queen with ice walls. I'm not saying that that's what they will do, but that's what we have seen some teams do. Like MFC loves to do that, so I could see that be the response. But otherwise, you're just kind of going. Hidden has to carry on Circuit Royale, or you play Dorado and you don't play Junker Queen, and you show us that you can play Winston, because you're going to need to be able to play Winston if you want to compete with the best here in Japan.
Yeah, I mean,
and we have seen him do it before.
We've seen Leonoptrix lean into Winston, but obviously it's not the most comfortable thing. But maybe you do just go Circuit and then Leonoptrix on Sigma.
That sounds risky, but it is a good Genji map as well.
Sure,
you can definitely play that. So those are kind of like the outlines of why you would pick kind of these maps. Junkertown we talked about a little bit is kind of like probably a big no-go. Dorado is playable, but very, very difficult, and I'm not confident in their.
I think that one forces the Winston. It's either forcing the Winston or it's forcing, I would say, like a Symmetra to just be able to TP the Junker Queen up onto high ground and just run people down. But
it's just way too risky, I think.
Yeah, it's risky. It's fairly telegraphed. So yeah, I feel like it's either Circuit with Sigma or it's going to be Shambali with, in all likelihood, Junker Queen. But I don't know.
I'm surprised we don't have the answer just yet, because we've had a little bit of time. There's only one map type left. They're really putting a lot of thought into this one, Achilleos.
Suppose so. That, or maybe, players just desperately needing a bathroom break, quick little bio BRB.
And I guess that might be it. I don't know. I just checked. I don't have any updates from admin. So.
Yep.
Sometimes we do have like a little bit of a pause, a little bit of an error, a bit of an issue, kind of thing going on.
Or online broadcasting.
I guess also POTM needs to be.
Okay, well, I'm being told that we have a break.
Oh.
So we're going to go to a break.
All right.
See you guys for map 5 on the other side of the break. All right, we're back, and we should be moments away from getting into map 5 and seeing which one of these teams is going to be coming out on top as we're going the distance all the way to map 5 here. I kind of figured coming into the day that this was going to be the case because both these teams have been looking very, contentious as far as their skill level is concerned, so I'm being proven correctly. What a genius I am.
Yeah, no, I mean, Seth Achilleos, to use your caster name. We use caster names on the caster. Circuit Rail. Wow. Okay. But yeah, going into today, I told Achilleos, I was like, I think it's 3-0s across the board. I think we have clear favorites. And even though NyamGaming has looked much better, I think LAZULI at their best on paper, I thought would really crush them today. And it's just been completely the opposite. I mean, Leon Optics, they've lived and died by him. On Runasapi and Suravasa, Junker Queen, killing it. King's Road, they played so well around him. It was actually kind of incredible. I did not think they were going to be able to make that defense work as long as they did, but still super limited in terms of the comp. Gets crushed there at the end, at the final fight. Looked shaky on both sides on that one. I think a lot of nerves, but man, close series. You were right, man. You said this one was going to be close. You were like, nah, Wolf, this one's going to be close, and it is. All right, well, here we go. Circuit Royale to settle it all. I mean, granted, we have seen some teams straying away from running the stock standard, the previous stock standard, I guess I should say, on this map. Let's see if that continues as we get ready to go into this one with Neam now on the attack. Fairly standard to have the subs. Yep, Sakame is in. Fairly standard to have the why am I blanking on Sigma? I see that you were mentioning earlier. Sigma Widow quite strong on the defense on this map. We see it a lot. Sakame is actually playing the Zenyatta for some extra burst, maybe perhaps expecting Winston to come out because it's very good into that. Also good at shield breaking. As Neam, I think we'll swap at the last moment here. I think once they get a spot on what's going on here. Yeah, I'm like... Daisy just immediately going to be moving over onto that Widow. It's some Widow v Widow, but some differences here still. Scarlet on the Genji, Shui in the skies of that Pharah. I do think the Ramatra can be quite strong into Sigma in the tank versus tank war, especially for corner control, but is going to find himself a little bit low on utility when it comes to actually fighting when we clash here. Shui, this time he's the Pharah who's going to be looking for that, having that advantage, as Scarlet pulls out the Genji that I was more expecting from Shui on this map. We'll see if that happens when we flip sides, as no one could really deal with this Pharah right now outside of Daisy. It's much easier said than done to knock that Pharah this guy when she operates on this corner. Well, here comes Scarlet. Deep on the chase. Deflect going to be popped, though. Just back away, but they have his position noted. Cart for now, though, going to be inching forward here around the hairpin. Hidden, waiting patiently for this Genji to try to peek out, but eventually says, screw it. For another target. On there to Moza, but cannot find the headshot. Immortality Guild, in the meantime, going to be cleared out. Stocks. This will be put away. Daisy gonna pop up. No headshots found. A little bit of damage there on Lean Optics, but takes a lot more in kind. Doc's able to find one though as Navis will fall. HP bars, however, taken low as Scarlet is trying to threaten. There's some action happening back over onto the card if we want to take a look at that. Perhaps? No? Alright. Fleck pop, dash forward, 15 HP. And the cleanup's going to be there as Wydot is able to find 2. The card's still held at bay. Sakame will go ahead and get rid of the enemy Kiriko. Losing push? Nah. Genji tried to kill Widow? Yeah. Genji fails, sad. Can't make it happen. But the cart is halted. LAZULI having a big swath of ultimates coming online all at once here. The Annihilation can be very strong at actually contesting the point, but without the sound barrier to match with it, it's going to be hard to keep him alive. Can at least get him into position with the Kitsune Rush. And Scarlet can just bowl over the Zenyatta if he doesn't have ult, but he does, or will. That's the big thing. He can just potentially hold that one for the blade, especially as HP bar is already shattered and Wydot is dead as soon as he sends out the Kitsune Rush. Daisy will have a nice headshot there on the Nevis, but ultimately, his job here, it's been done. He put up Amp Matrix, let his team play off the back of that one, and skips down. I mean, now Neam, this is very awkward, because they don't have that sound barrier. There's still the support ult. Oh, that's not going to make anything better. They still have the Transcendence for the Dragon Blade, and it's really difficult to kill the Zenyatta when he's holding that ultimate. So who's your target here? Pharah, not very vulnerable, hidden so far away. Yeah, I'm going to lose a lot of valuable time here. And the first push was quite nice, but now that the corner is back in control here of LAZULI, and they have the ult advantage, I'm really struggling.
Flux coming through. Doc's going to be scooped up, dropped down. Ultimately, not too much damage going to be taken here. Blade still at the ready, but Sakame has the Transcendence. Annihilation out from Docs for now. He tries to lead the charge.
Ooh, they
He's
baited.
getting worked lower and lower, and there's the barrage directly in on top of him. She gives his life just to be able to go ahead and take down that tank, and it might be a worthy cause. Now Scarlet is isolated off here on the side. They have vision of it from the infra site, which is rolling on both sides. Now, Scarlet does have an opportunity for that blade to find some value. Mimosa nearly with a beat. They might have to send everything just to try to get across this opening line. Cap into A. Daisy under some fire, just bouncing these hyperspheres around the corner, trying to pressure him out.
Scarlet forcing that trance early, and LAZULI can't capitalize on it.
Blade's
Now he's got the
forward.
blade barrier.
Yep, blade barrier coming through. Immortality field set up. Changes targets. As Ox says, no, I got Nevis. Takes him out. Leonoptrix falls as well. And there's the cap coming through. We will find one as he tries to backpedal here. Hidden in a bad spot. Will eventually fall as Dox just comes to collect. Cleanup can continue. The push can now resume.
I'm not sure if it was because Scarlet went for a very aggressive Swift Strike right next to him that he pressed the trans button, Sakame. But either way, like they didn't use it to actually gain a lot of ground, and without that ultimate, it's just so easy to blade and find value. So that was really the big turning point there, is the lack of trance, which you and I were kind of championing as the big counter to the blade. And once it was gone, Neam could clean up house. Really nice setup there from them. Now they're halfway to B. It's in a rush coming back online. Scarlet was the main character of the last fight and is already trying to build up a second blade. Pushing through this corner, though, with the Ramatra is so tricky.
Stairs.
Yeah, look at him threatening. If they can get a pick onto Sakame, that could be what they need.
Waiting for the moment. Tries a mid-air shot there on the Nevis. Cannot make it happen. Moza at the same time going to be taken down. Right as the Kitsune Rush comes through once again, losing out on an advantage. Leonoptrix will still fall. Daisy, a nice reply shot. Gets rid of Nevis. Equalizes it a 2-2. Not still dangerously low here on HP. Just waiting for that passive healing to start kicking through, as well as for Mimosa to rejoin, but hidden. Finds another advantage. Daisy's going to be taken down. Decent amount of space, though, being bought because they do not have this tank to continue to play the card. Might just have to give their lives to this one. Shui's pushing forward. He's trying to hold the line here for that Sigma to get in position. 0.92 meters left to go, but this could just be their undoing. Low HP here for the side of Sakame. Ultimate nearly online. 2% left. The flux from Leonoptrix. Not finding anything. Sakame, however, builds up the ultimate. Pops it immediately. Leonoptrix going to be kept alive here in the fight as the Annihilation rolls from Docs. Mimosa dancing around, trying to keep things going here as he's nearly at that barrier. Leonoptrix, however, will fall. The cart being uncontested now as Sakame gets taken down. There's another minute and a half added to the time bank here as NyamGaming hold on by a thread.
What a crazy fight. Sakame is like 2% away from his ultimate. I thought for sure he's going to die. Gets just one more left click in. Ults buys time, but then as it expires, the Annihilation is way stronger, and LAZULI were trickling through, trying to find anything they could, but it just wasn't sturdy enough, the composition, to actually win that fight without the Transcendent. So clutch play from Sakame, but ultimately now he doesn't have it. And Scarlet is ready with the Dragon Blade with the barrier combo. And once again, no trance to counter.
Yep.
So this could just be a repeat of what we saw in A.
Maybe if they can get that Amp Matrix online, shred the Genji before the blade is fully pulled out. That's kind of going to be the one key hope, as well as, you know, nailing him with an accretion stun.
Yeah, just picking him before the fight would be massive too, and that's exactly what they do.
They're able to find him. It's going to add some instability here for NyamGaming. Still, though, they've been able to pick up quite a bit of distance. Docs will eventually die, and that should force the full reset, but Nevis similarly taken down, delayed. Shui now going to be swapping off of that Pharah over onto the Echo, wanting a little bit more oomph against this Genji, because now you have the beam.
Now you do. This is where it is going to be do or die for the side of LAZULI. No great ultimates. Blade at the ready. One bad team fight. Neam finishes the map. And like you said, maybe the Amp Matrix is enough, but it's still not ready yet. Here's the timing.
Dropped. Immortality field comes through, and Leonoptrix just cannot be sustained. He ends up falling, finds Nevis, does Scarlet. Sakame now dead, as that is just only Shui left standing, tucked back over towards the spawn room doors. Are now gliding forward. The last second touch is Leonoptrix going to be swapping over onto the Ramatra. They're going to try to speed boost him over, but Nevis is dead here on arrival. Contest comes through. Daisy hunting, spotting, getting jumped on here as he tries to win out the fight, and may just be able to do so, but no, Sakame swings the corner, is able to find that melee hit, but it doesn't matter at all. The cleanup is just, and NyamGaming get to the end of the map. They have 15 seconds to spare.
The Zenyatta pick, I feel like, you know, on one hand, feels very strong into what Nyam were running there, but also was so ult dependent that when they didn't have it, it just looked like incredibly flimsy, and then you're kind of just relying on corner control, and when you don't have that into a comp that's more mobile, you fall apart. And the Genji obviously is that mobility aspect, and when they could both times for point contest just drop a barrier for a Dragon Blade to give that extra health, it just became so easy for Scarlet to clean up house, and NyamGaming really came in prepared for this final map. And you know, let's see what the defense looks like here, because dominant finish like this, I mean, yes, it's only 15 seconds in the time bank, but we very often see Royale is just not finished in general. I like their chances here, as Sakame hovering the Alari attack. We've seen a lot of success with Alari with Pharah, but it's usually on the defense where you see that. You might be swapping off. It can work with this Sigma composition coming through for LAZULI, but I'm a little bit puzzled by it. I think it's very risky.
I think it's just kind of a matter of what Sakame's hero pool is going to be.
Yeah.
It's widely going to be Zenyatta, Alari, Ana.
Yeah.
And this is kind of the better of the three.
And you're not running
but
Winston,
it's still not great because of that attack.
Yeah, you're not running Winston, so
Nano, Sigma, it can be good just to bail him out, as well as onto the Echo for some high burst damage, but gonna opt to go with this one. Stickies across. Good amount of damage going to be found, and Shui able to collect one as Mimosa will fall. Scarlet, Wide Odds both down low, as that's going to be Dox now taken out. Solid first volley found here. LAZULI, rather. LAZULI kicking things off nicely.
And look at Leonoptrix' damage in that last fight. He has half of a Flux. That's going to be great for corner control into this Ramatra. I mean, it already favors the Sigma anyways. So Daisy takes Nevis out, so they'll stifle the push a little bit, but not the most critical pick to keep this cart rolling. You mean, to get the enemy Widow in an ideal world. Scarlet also not too much opportunity to build blades here, since he's just not in the fight. He's just waiting.
Cycled out there. For now, hold on the corner. Continuing, just keeping this card locked in position. He's trying to open up some space. Not going to be finding too much, but Daisy finds hidden. Does he send him out of damage, but heals will be found, and Shui pulling back out to safety. Noptrix tucks over into the corner, keeps himself alive for the moment. Flux nearly online.
It's a very scary time here for Nyam, since Mimosa has nowhere near the charge that Leo has, and they should be able to identify that. This could be huge if he can hit a multi-man, and that could break the corner. Daisy could maybe try to knock him out of the sky if he can keep his health low, which he's doing a great job of. Here's the Flux.
Flux going to be coming through, pick up onto one. Mimosa the target here, but that Kitsune rush, able to find Sakame. Everybody else alive. Scarlet just backpedaling here, just constantly poking and prodding at the corner, trying to build up towards that blade. Now just has 70% left to go, so ultimately ult used from the side of LAZULI. And now the Damn Matrix has to be using Desperation just to try to create some space, stop them from plus forwarding into the team. Dox will likely lose his life here, but Perrier comes up into the corner, he blocks at the beam, and they actually stream the heals across to go ahead and keep him in the mix. Shui trying to pursue in, trying to get that elimination, but has his head taken clean off by Daisy, who's starting to pop.
They're starting to clutch this one out. Daisy absolutely popping off in this moment, keeping Leonoptrix honest, but taking Hidden out several times here on the defense. Captive Sun is at the ready, but this is not that kind of push. I mean, if you get a massive one, could certainly work out, but NyamGaming's formation is so good right now, and they're about to have that blade combo with the sound barrier again. If that Captive Sun doesn't work out, I think we might be looking at a full hold here for Nyam. They have the tools to do it.
That or it's going to be an overtime, much like LAZULI before them. Never much like Nyam before them here. As heals are streaming in.
Captive Sun.
Captive Sun at the ready, lobbed in, but sound barrier shielding comes through from Mimosa to keep everybody protected. Dogs trying to beat back Leonoptrix as much as he possibly can. The Annihilation claims Sakame. Blades pulled from Scarlet. He goes low. Kill will be found. Shui finds that final shot. Has the Duke though. Build up. Trying to pick apart the enemy players. Rush was used. A little bit more space, forcing Neam back. And Scarlet now going to be swapping over onto that Tracer to try to rejoin a little bit faster. Mimosa, get himself alive here for the moment. Another Flux comes through, gets the pickup. This time Mimosa, I don't think he's going to be surviving, and no, he does not. Gets taken down, but Dox is able to find Nevis, so a 1-for-1 in that regard. Now the trade up as Leonoptrix is going to be taken out. Hidden though, will finally find the shot. Gets rid of Daisy, running out in that Widow battle. And it feels like the first time in this half.
Yeah, and this comp is falling apart very quickly here for LAZULI, but they have that slight advantage in terms of respawns here coming through.
162 meters, closing the gap even further. Opportunity to reset here, but hidden again. Coming out on top, finds Daisy. They jump forward, though. They're able to go ahead and get rid of the enemy Widow, so 1 for 1 in that regard. Low HP for Sakame. Immortality field cleared out. Mimosa is out for blood. Finds himself a second wideout, getting involved as well. Takes out Shui. Overtime now starting to take. Nevis is going to be dead. Sakame swapping over onto the Lucio in desperation, but they just do not have the staying power. And NyamGaming make it happen. They get to the end of the map. They get the full hold, and they get themselves up 4-2 here in OWCS Japan as they take the win.
What a big upset win this is, and so massive for NyamGaming. Will now tie 4-2 LAZULI's scoreline, and actually they're both on 5 maps as well. So they now are directly tied for 3rd place. What an incredible series, and how close every map was just so enjoyable to watch. I mean, there were certainly some moments where Leonoptrix was able to say, I'm the one who's in the spotlight, but then he ended up being, unfortunately, a bit of a wait for them when he was playing only the Junker Queen. Daisy popping off in those final moments, Hidden striking back for a moment there, and then the Ramatra with the Annihilation just having too much staying power. The comp didn't actually have any lasting ability to deal with that Ramatra there for the side of LAZULI. Was a big part of why they ended up losing the map. Dragon Blade with a Sound Barrier combo, decent, made it super scrappy. I mean, that game and that series feel like it had really a bunch of everything.
It really
absolutely delivered.
I was hopeful that this was going to be a really, back and forth set, and that's exactly what we got from all of these teams, just trading blows one after the other all the way until Game 5, where Neam are able to pick up the win. Like he said, they tie up in pretty much all metrics, but I guess with head-to-head, they should take sole possession.
Yes,
third.
Of course, yeah.
So that's going to, knock LAZULI down a peg, down to 4th place. And this is the team that lost to Namekuji Bros last stage.
Yeah, no, it's a huge glow up. I mean, obviously
it's
a different
insane.
roster.
Nyam looks so good.
They really, really do. And LAZULI is also a very strong team, and they have some really awesome pieces. I think composition flexibility is one of the things that's really going to start setting these teams apart from each other when we move into the seeding tournament and then playoffs and then who goes to the LAN. And how the LAN plays out. Because right now we're seeing a lot of teams have the hands, but not the flexibility. And I think LAZULI is kind of in that box right now. The flexibility from them was much less than what we saw from Neam, and I think a big part of why Neam ended up winning this series. Some great map choices, picking the right comp for the map, playing incredibly well with said comp. Insomnia is on top, right? But they're also in that box of like, all right, are we really hard forcing? Oftentimes the answer is yes.
Yeah.
And, so mastering a comp, mastering a strategy is certainly a great way to play Overwatch, because then you know exactly how you want to play that comp. Sometimes no one can play it as well as you, but Overwatch is a game of many map types and many maps within said map type. So flexibility here for now shining through, and like you said, with the head-to-head, they will take that sole possession of 3rd. I got a little bit hyped. I was like, wait, all the numbers are same, so they're both 3. But yeah, with the head-to-head win, of course, they will take that advantage. And you and I are going to be kind of hanging out here for a little bit because we're going to do player of the match. Then there'll be a Japanese interview, so we might be chilling here for a little bit before we close out the day. But it's been a pleasure casting this one with you.
It's been, surprisingly longer day than I could have anticipated. I mean, I did suspect that this series was going to be pretty long and go the distance, but, we got to see Namekuji able to take away one. But it's going to be Scarlet here at the end of it all for the side of NyamGaming. And don't feel too bad about this one whatsoever. I mean, I think that you could make, especially after the last map, a couple different arguments, to be honest. I mean, hell, even Mimosa, he was starting to get his hands dirty. He was going in Jexay style, picking people apart as a Lucio. But Scarlet started things off with a bang. The combinations with these cage fights, etc., were just very, very clean.
What's interesting about this to me is I feel like Scarlet worked with every single player on his roster incredibly well, whether he was diving with Daisy, or if it was a cage fight with Dox, or if it was a sound barrier from Mimosa that empowered his blade. He just kind of across the board was empowered by everybody, but when they gave him the tools, he absolutely committed and answered. Obviously had some Pharah advantages too in terms of composition, but then popped off with it, right? Was able to use it quite well. As we've seen a lot of teams right now really using the Pharah more and more here in Japan. Taking a look at player of the match rank, he is tied with Undersea in 4th place, so it'll be his 2nd of the season. well deserved. I think you could have voted for almost anybody, even Wydot having some fantastic bio-nades throughout the series. So, I mean,
his Kitiko was starting to frag a bit as well. So this is one where it was a little bit difficult to try to decide. We decided, before or after Kings Row. So we had gone for them, and overall, no regrets.
Yeah. So there is going to be an interview on the Japanese stream, so you can go check that out if you speak Japanese or want to hear from them. We don't speak Japanese, so we won't be translating it for you here on this stream. But it's just going to be me and you chilling because we have to line up the graphics with Japanese streams, so we're just like hanging out.
Yep. We get the chill, wait a little bit longer.
Yeah.
And then take a look at, like the overall standings, tomorrow's games. Let you all know what's coming up, because there's one more day of Japan, of course, this week.
Yeah, it's a 4 series day tomorrow to finish it out, because we changed the number of teams. So the last day actually has 4 games.
Okay.
And tomorrow also is the day that we have that Insomnia VARREL matchup. So
that's the one to definitely not miss. I mean, obviously the series was as well, but Insomnia VARREL could very well be the series that's determining, that number 1 seed going into the playoffs, / going into the Asia Major over here on land. So there's going to be a lot of stakes behind that set.
Obviously, for Insomnia, they want to finish the season with a perfect record. That means a lot to them. Would solidify them in first place. That might actually. I need to look at the standings right now. Let me clarify, since we do have some time here.
I believe they're catchable, so if VARREL...
Yeah, let me see. Where is my standings?
Well, actually, maybe not on map score.
Yeah, that's the thing, because it's very close, and VARREL did take that 3-0 to... Here we go. Okay. So VARREL is sitting at 12. They're sitting at 14, right? Because they dropped a map. Am I crazy? They dropped a map today, right?
Yeah, you should be right. Yeah.
So they're at 14. VARREL is at 12. So, yeah, if they can win with a 2 or more map differential, or actually just tie even... by winning with just 1. Like, winning could get them that first place spot.
Yeah.
And I think getting first place is important to these teams. Obviously, with the seeding decider tournament, it doesn't necessarily matter, because where you place in the rankings doesn't actually determine your seed. It's actually what happens with the seeding decider tournament. So,
correct.
But I think being able to brag about it, being able to say, I won regular season, does mean a lot to these squads. And obviously for Insomnia, I think for them, they're playing for getting the undefeated season, because being first place is cool and all, but being undefeated and being like, I beat VARREL in my last match, that is the coolest way to do it. And let's see what else is going down tomorrow.
Confidence for you going into the seeding decider tournament.
So Ravati plays against Telomere as well tomorrow. That one gives Ravati a kind of a free boost, right? LAZULI plays against Miku Fan Club, so... Miku Fan Club has been struggling recently, but LAZULI didn't look perfect tonight either.
Yeah.
That one could be interesting. And then the last match of the season is that rematch, Namekuji Brothers against Neam. That one sounds pretty fun. So tomorrow is going to be a pretty banger day, I would say.
Yeah. 4 games. I'm sure that, there's going to be plenty in there that will absolutely deliver on that front. And then, even after that, the action just doesn't stop, because we have games every single day over here. So we will have Pacific on Thursday, and then into 3 more days of Korea. So it's all leading up to the LCQ, the seeding decider, into that major where we get the teams over here to play on land once again and see if let's be realistic, if anybody can contend against the Korean squads.
Yeah,
and by Korean squads, I mean Crazy Raccoon.
Well, even some of the other Korean squads, like Fnatic has had a bit of a bounce back, right? And then you have Zeta, who look really good right now.
Falcons,
obviously, still very good. It's going to be a tough lineup of teams, like depending on who goes through, obviously. And then we will of course, have Stockholm later on. It looks like Crazy Raccoons are just on this trajectory, unless something changes, maybe a huge meta shift, but they've been kind of impervious to meta shifts so far. Or maybe Falcons with Krusty have this really sick read, and then they're able to figure out the weakness of Crazy Raccoons. Maybe they could be the ones to dethrone them. We thought they were going to do it last time around, but because they've done it before, but not this time.
Right.
But yeah, we're still kind of in a little fill zone here.
Yeah. Just taking our time.
I'm
Clearly,
actually...
plenty for the Japanese casters to ask, but okay, never mind.
Yeah. So I was going to say something else, but we'll talk about the results. 3-0 Verel, Insomnia 3-1, which is why it's still catchable for Verel. Neam 3-2 in that amazing 5th game. But I was going to say, I'm casting Pacific on Thursday. It's my first time, I think, this whole year casting Pacific, so I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a fun new experience for me.
Yeah, I'd have to revisit where they're at in the bracket. I believe that's going to be some of the lowers and elimination games. Things in Pacific can get crazy, but there's also plenty of fantastic teams and players in that region to watch. Shout-outs to Cat and Magician on the Wrecking Ball. But here's our standings, as they are going to be tied up, but we'll, in our hearts and in our minds, we know that NyamGaming is actually third.
Yes, because they have the head-to-head win, but Insomnia, it's crazy. The fact that they lost that one game today means that if they lose to Verel with any score, they lose first place.
Yep.
Kind of wild. If they had just won 3-0, then Verel would have to get 2 maps the advantage to actually beat them. So they'd have to win with a 3-1 or a 3-0. That is the banger tomorrow that starts at 5 p.m. So we are starting earlier tomorrow than we normally do because we have that extra matchup. Then the schedule will kind of line up to what you would normally expect. If you haven't gotten your viewer incentives, if you watch tomorrow, you can lock it in.
Yeah, tomorrow is definitely the day where you can go ahead and make sure that you catch up on any potential missed viewer incentives. Get all your goodies before they go away in about 2 days' time. So, yeah, make sure you guys take note of the earlier start if you want to be able to watch. Because, I mean, having Verel Insomnia off the top, that is definitely the most watch or the most must-watch game in the set tomorrow. So wake up a little bit earlier, stay up a little bit later, whatever you got to do, because that is the one that you definitely want to witness.
Yeah, definitely. My other big shout-out is that grudge match between Namekuji and Neam. And then LAZULI versus MFC is pretty important. MFC likely to be going to last chance qualifier, but maybe this win could turn things around. If
they can capitalize on LAZULI, who just suffered the loss here today, maybe they find them a little bit bruised and beaten down, perhaps they can take advantage of that one. I mean, we know, MFC, there's plenty of talent on that squad. So, on the right day against the right opponent, they certainly could find the win.
Definitely true. And everybody loves watching MFC, just in general. Such a lovable squad. Frogger getting his player of the match yesterday because he played a very aggressive, scary Lucio and really put Telomere on the ground kind of on his own.
Well, that is going to do it for us here tonight, though. So make sure you guys tune in again for all 4 of those banger series tomorrow. That does it for myself and Wolf. Thank you. We'll see you next time.